Chapter 52-43. The word "fu" warmed Princess Xixia's heart, but she still raised her head and said indifferently, "It's just a flesh wound, it's nothing." Princess Xiixia then added, "Oh, I have to thank you for your reminder." This. Princess Xianxia snorted and said, "No need to thank me. If I wasn't worried that Daoist Xiao wouldn't be able to find you, or that the lightning Daoist would blame me, I wouldn't have reminded you." Princess Xiixia smiled faintly at Princess Xianxia's stubbornness and didn't say anything else. She watched as the remains of the two mayflies fell into the western sea, and many disciples flew down in an orderly manner to collect the remains of the other mayflies. After a while, she said worriedly, "Yu Xiajing, have you noticed that the number of world-exterminating mayflies attacking our Fortune Dao Palace has increased? Moreover, the number of thousand Zhang-long mayflies has increased by several times." Yu Xiajing was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood. She smiled and looked at Princess Xianxia. "Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand these things. Please explain it to Princess Xiixia." Princess Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yu Xiajing and ignored her. She looked at Wen Chu and said, "Third Sect Master, I also feel that the number of world-exterminating mayflies attacking our Yuanxi reef has increased. Could it be that all the living beings on the three mainlands have been killed?" Wen Chu looked at the two princesses with amusement and rubbed his nose. He floated down from the fortune throne and said with a smile, "That's not the case. Although there are many living beings on the three mainlands, none of them have condensed spiritual energy. Before we are killed, they shouldn't be attacked on a large scale. The reason why the world-exterminating mayflies are attacking our Fortune Dao Palace is because they know that the Yuanxi reef was originally a Fortune Gate disciple. These low-grade world-exterminating mayflies might not have intelligence, but 8th and 9th grade Origin Qi realm mayflies definitely have intelligence. Moreover, the number of world-exterminating mayflies must have increased several times in the past few decades. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find our Fortune Dao Palace so easily in the boundless Western Sea. What a pity!" Princess Xiixia looked at the nearby Fortune Gate disciples and sighed. "Although our Fortune Gate's recruitment speed is fast, it still can't catch up to the world-exterminating mayflies. At this rate, we won't be able to last 100 years. "That's right." Wen Chu looked worried as he looked to the east. "If our Fortune Gate is already like this, the Immortal Palace, Lightning Temple, and the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds, although our Fortune Gate has built many transmission arrays in the three continents, because of the world-destroying mayflies, the cultivators of the various sects don't dare to use the transmission arrays unless it's an urgent matter." Princess Xiixia nodded and said, "I wonder how the Immortal Palace is doing now." Princess Xianxia's face was somewhat gloomy. Although she had been banished, she still missed her mother. "The sky and the sky, sky and the sky to the clouds, clouds sea to the sea. The sky to the sky to the to sea to the titut. Ttt sttitus to look to tt to both Princess Xianxia and Princess Xiixia looked at the sky, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation. Wen Chu couldn't help but look up. "It's been 56 years. Princess Xiixia whispered. "I wonder when they'll be able to break the formation and return." "It's 56 years, 9 days and 8 hours. Princess Xianxia immediately retorted. Princess Xiixia smiled faintly, knowing that Princess Xianxia's longing for the lightning reverend was deeply engraved in her bones. She smiled and said, "All heroes in this world will appear at the most critical moment. My Fortune Gate's first master and second master are peerless heroes. They want to save the lives of the three mainlands, so naturally, they will break through the formation and return at the most critical moment." "That's right," Princess Xianxia lamented. "There's still a long way to go before the end of the three continents. I'm sure they're still wandering around there." Wen Chu smiled bitterly. Blaming Xiaohua and the Thunderbolt Immortal was the same as blaming him. He explained, "Fellow Daoist Xiao and the others know the way from the three continents to the 10,000 demon world, but they don't know how to get to the Dawn Rain continent from the 10,000 demon world. Therefore, they have to find a way to go from the 10,000 demon world to other places before they can return." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Princess Xianxia pouted and said, then let them slowly search. By the time they find the way back, we'll all turn into bones. Hee, even if we turn into bones, we'll still harass them at night. Princess Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and giggled while covering her mouth. Princess Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then giggled as if she had thought of the same thing as Princess Xianxia. She stomped her foot and said, "That's right, we'll turn into ghosts at night and scare them to death." Who told them not to return in time? Before Princess Xianxia could finish her words, Wen Chu's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at the heaven and earth pagoda in the distance and shouted, "Disciples, quickly get into formation and face the enemy." Ah! Princess Xianxia was naturally the commander of the battle formation. When she saw that Wen Chu had overstepped his authority, she was shocked. When she saw the heaven and earth pagoda protecting her and Princess Xianxia, she was even more shocked. She hurriedly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, dozens of thousands of feet large world destruction mayflies appeared in the void from all directions. They were even more imposing than the thunder ship and surrounded the Yuanxi Reef plain. Behind these enormous world destruction mayflies were hundreds of feet large and hundreds of feet large world destruction mayflies that were densely packed together. It was almost impossible to count the number of world destruction mayflies that surged out. The energy fluctuations emitted from these world destruction mayflies were like the aura of death that rushed towards the Fortune Dao Palace. It was even more ferocious than the waves of the West Sea beneath everyone's feet. Even the Fortune Gate's disciples who had been fearless in the battle earlier had turned deathly pale at this moment. Today's battle? Wen Chu stood in the air, looking at the Fortune Gate's disciples rushing out after hearing the news. He said in a clear voice, "Today's battle will not end until one of us is dead. Disciples, present." Whether it was the disciples in the formation or the disciples flying in the air, all of them responded in unison. "You are the Fortune Gate's pride. This seat is proud of you, and so are the sect master and the other masters." Wen Chu looked at the world destruction mayflies that were also forming the formation and said word by word, "Go kill the world destruction mayflies. This seat will not forget you, and the other masters will not forget you. Moreover, today, this seat will make a promise on behalf of the fourth master. Since you have sacrificed yourself for the Fortune Gate in this life, you will definitely become a Fortune Gate's disciple in your next life. Thank you, sect master and the other masters, for your kindness." The Fortune Gate's disciples had long known that the fourth master was the Maitreya Buddha. Now that they heard Wen Chu's promise, their morale soared even higher. They shouted loudly and rubbed their fists, ready to fight to the death with the world destruction mayflies. "Since that's the case, let's go and kill until the world turns upside down." Princess Xianxia's blood boiled as she shouted, wanting to charge out. Princess Xianxia smiled and said, "It's the same whether you go or not. Even with the heaven and earth pagoda's protection, if the third master can't hold on, we will still die." "That won't do." Princess Xianxia shook her head and said, "If Lightning Lord knows that I'm hiding behind others and not fighting, he will look down on me. With the Maitreya Buddha on both sides, what are we afraid of?" "Your Highness." Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, "If you reincarnate, you won't be Princess Xianxia anymore. How will the second master know you? For the sake of the second elder sect master, you can't take the lead." Princess Xianxia hesitated at the mention of Lightning Lord. Princess Xianxia looked at the world destruction mayflies that were pressing down like dark clouds and took a deep breath before saying, "Our strength is not comparable to the Fortune Gate's disciples. Taking the lead and fighting will only distract them. If the Fortune Gate is destroyed, we won't live alone, so there's no need to disturb their battle formation." "Damn Lightning Lord." Princess Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, "In the future, at night, I will definitely." As she said that, Princess Xianxia looked at the west of the West Sea with hatred. However, when she looked at the west, she was stunned on the spot. She didn't know whether it was joy or fear in her eyes. She tried to lift her right arm, but it seemed to be very heavy, and she couldn't raise it. Princess Xianxia didn't say anything. Princess Xianxia naturally felt that something was wrong. She also looked towards the west and saw that the gloomy sky in the west had now completely covered the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge mountain range. This mountain range was extremely heavy, separating the heavens and earth. They're making their move. When Chu looked up, and his calm heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. He muttered under his breath, but he didn't focus on that direction. Instead, he released his divine sense to check the world destruction mayfly's battle formation. Princess Qing and Princess Xianxia were puzzled when they saw mottled purple streaks appearing in the darkness. However, in just a few breaths' time, waves of apocalyptic aura swept past them. When Chu's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look to the west. When Chu's expression changed drastically. Because after the apocalyptic aura appeared, the world became chaotic. Countless ripples in the sky condensed into the shape of rings and began to spread toward the 3 continents. On the surface of the West Sea, the apocalyptic aura of the 5 elements couldn't be suppressed and rushed out. Countless giant whirlpools appeared on the surface of the sea. The center of the whirlpools wasn't the usual ripples on the water but the dark void. What was special was that there was a faint rumbling sound. The earth began to shake and the mountains began to tremble. Although the sound was very far away and the tremors didn't reach him, Wen Chu's heart instantly sank. He could clearly feel the despair coming from the aura on the other side of the world. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a tip, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 5244. Wen Chu Palace Master. Princess Qingqing also sensed something and hurriedly called out, What's going on? Princess Xianxia also cried out, This doesn't seem like a sign of breaking the array? Wen Chu laughed loudly. He had long concealed the shock in his heart and said loudly, Don't worry, this is a sign of breaking the array. Those are 3 immortal arrays. If it wasn't for such a big commotion, how could it be broken? Princess Qingqing clapped her hands and laughed. Lightning, good job. This concubine's eyesight was right. Disciples. Wen Chu turned his head and ordered, Our Fortune Gate sect master is breaking the array, so we can focus on killing the world-destroying mayflies. As long as we pass through this final hurdle, this calamity will be over. The group of disciples' courage soared as they quickly got into formation and prepared to face the world-destroying mayflies. As for the world-destroying mayflies, they seemed to have been disturbed by the fluctuations in the sky. More than a dozen 9th-grade origin energy mayflies swam around hesitantly. But after half a cup of tea's time, a torrential wave of fluctuations came from the distance. All the mayflies seemed to be excited as their bodies grew bigger and they started to surround the Fortune Gate's disciples. Just as Wen Chu was about to give the order to seize the initiative, Princess Xianxia shouted again, Not good. Wen Chu turned his head and saw a pitch-black barrier rapidly spreading towards the sky. Not only did it occupy the sky above the West Sea, but it also rushed towards the 3 continents. However, when it reached the Fortune Gate's palace, the darkness had already turned gray. The color of the sky seemed to have faded, revealing the sun, moon, and stars. Strangely, these suns, moon, and stars were different from before. They were all colorless. Not good. Wen Chu was shocked. He thought that the Dawn Rain continent's calamity had affected the 3 continents. But just as he was thinking, boom! A loud explosion sounded as a colorless pillar of light shot out from the pitch-black barrier and tore it apart. Then, strands of starlight shot out from the pillar of light, piercing towards the colorless sun, moon, and stars in the sky. A strange whistling sound came from the distant horizon as a gale raged. Rays of starlight shot out from the pillar of light. The starlight and moon's power had landed on the sun, moon, and stars, causing indescribable distortions to spread across the horizon. The previous apocalyptic fluctuations were all shattered by this light. Boom! Just as the light spread out, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky above started shaking, the 3 continents, and the West Sea's waves. Wen Chu. Princess Xianxia's palace master's hall master. Namo Amitba. Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. 2 Buddhist chants resounded from the creation Tao Palace. The Mahavarakana Buddha Lord and the Dipankara Archaic Buddha Lord flew out with the Bodhisattvas and heavenly kings. The Mahavarakana Buddha Lord's face was filled with joy as he said, Congratulations to Wen Chu Palace Master for Dao Master Zhao's return. Wen Chu knew that the Thunder Sound Temple had arrived through the Creation Gate's teleportation formation in the Pure Land. He smiled and said, "Congratulations to you too." As the two exalts were speaking, boom! Another blinding light shot out from the pitch-black barrier. At first, it was like the eye of a needle. Then, it turned into a fist, and finally, it was like the morning sun. Buzz! With a loud sound, thousands of stars trembled and broke free from the sky, falling towards the light. Ha! The golden-winged great rock and scarlet flame vermilion bird's laughter resounded from the Creation Dao Palace. The sages of the Great Sage Hall had also arrived with the demon race. At this moment, the light within the pitch-black barrier shattered and turned into thousands of fireflies that fell into the pitch-black darkness. These fireflies separated from the falling stars, moon and stars, and the long gashes of light tore the pitch-black barrier into pieces. However, even though the barrier seemed to have been torn into pieces, it still stubbornly stood between the heavens and the earth. Boom! Under everyone's anticipation, a mountain peak emerged from the light. Then the entire mountain shattered the barrier and shot into the sky. The Buddha radiance on the mountain was like the sun rising from the east, illuminating the entire horizon. Mount Meru. The Mahavairocana Buddha Lord and the Dipankara Archaic Buddha Lord were stunned. They actually forgot to chant the Buddhist chants and screamed out loud, "Amitba! It really is Mount Meru." Compared to the two Buddha Lords, Chunzong was naturally closer to Mount Meru. He knelt on the bow of a boat with a peaceful expression on his face. Looking at the various phenomena in the west, he said, "That is the true Western paradise in my heart." Amitba. On the boat, Heaven-Devouring Monkey and the Six-Eared Macaque respectfully placed their palms together. However, before they could finish their words, Heaven-Devouring Monkey's expression changed drastically. He raised his head in shock and looked at Mount Meru in the distance. Currently, Mount Meru swept across the sky like a blooming epiphyllum. It started to retract its Buddha radiance and its mountain shape. Slowly, it disappeared into the void. A calm, peaceful, benevolent, and amiable aura started to descend upon the three continents from the void. However, what was different from this aura was that at the intersection of the sea and the sky, billions of stars collided with each other. The sound of thunder was deafening. Roaring flames and thunderbolts covered the sky as they pounced towards the West Sea. After the thunderbolts and flames, boundless jade water seemed to have descended from the heavens. Previously, waves of 10,000 feet high crashed towards Chunzang's boat. Heaven-Devouring Monkey didn't hesitate. He reached out his hands and grabbed Chunzang and the Six-Eared Macaque. Then, he activated his body and flew towards the east. However, the space behind Tun Tian became extremely distorted before he could even teleport. It was as though a large hand had grabbed the sky, emitting a rumbling sound that seemed to split the world apart. Everywhere this large hand passed, everything within hundreds of thousands of miles would be imprisoned. Tun Tian could not even move his body even a little. Then, a gust of wind swept across the heavens and earth, tearing apart the restrictions of heaven and earth. Heaven-Devouring Monkey was blown towards the sky. At the same time, in the void near Heaven-Devouring Monkey, a dozen Fortune Gate's disciples appeared with pale faces. Like Heaven-Devouring Monkey, they couldn't circulate their magic power and could only drift along with the wind. Damn it! Heaven-Devouring Monkey couldn't circulate his divine ability, so he was like a fallen leaf in the wind. The only thing he could do was to grab Chunzang and the Six-Eared Macaque tightly, not daring to relax. As the gust of wind blew past, Heaven-Devouring Monkey heard a series of puff, puff, puff. In the void to his left, a series of strange energy fluctuations spread to the three mainlands along with the wind. Amitba! Chunzang's vision was spinning as he was held in Heaven-Devouring Monkey's hand. However, when he saw more than a dozen world-extinguishing mayflies exploding like firecrackers in the gust of wind, his face lit up with joy as he chanted, "The three mainlands crisis has finally been resolved. Namo Great Merciful Bodhisattva has finally achieved enlightenment." At this time, a voice that Chunzang was very familiar with came from the distance. "Chunzang, you're already here? Looks like you're not slow. Following this voice, the gust of wind in the void to his left disappeared, and Xiaohua's figure appeared beside heaven-devouring monkey. Welcome, Sect Master. More than a dozen Fortune Gate disciples landed in the air, overjoyed as they saluted respectfully. Xiaohua smiled slightly and raised his hand to help them up. So it's you guys who are escorting Chunzong. Thank you for your hard work. Namo Amitabha, disciples greet Namo Great Merciful Bodhisattva. Heaven-devouring monkey and the six-eared macaque did not hesitate and knelt in midair. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard the two Buddhist sects' demonic beast race disciples address him as such. He helped the two of them up and said, "With wisdom in your heart, you are born with Buddha nature, congratulations. Many thanks for Bodhisattva's enlightenment." The two demonic beast race disciples stood up and thanked him. Greetings, Bodhisattva. Compared to his two disciples, Chunzong was more excited. He clasped his hands together and saluted. You've worked hard. Xiaohua looked at Chunzong and naturally thought of Xiao Xianrui. He helped Chunzong up and said, seeing the Western paradise in front of us, this monk will not say anything more. When you set foot on Dawn Rain mainland and preach Buddhism, why don't you pay a visit to Yellow Flower Ridge? Yellow Flower Ridge. The name of a distant place and his yellowed memories made Chunzong absent-minded. He couldn't help but whisper, Is she all right? Very good, very good. Xiaohua laughed heartily. Very good. But I'm just short of meeting you. With that said, Xiaohua waved his hand and a flying boat appeared in the air. He said, whether you take the flying boat or the sea boat, it's up to you. Your two disciples will help you. Once you're here, my Fortune Gate disciples no longer need to follow you. You'll have to walk your own path in the future. Thank you. Chunzang's eyes were filled with tears as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Nephew can't send you off, I hope uncle will forgive me. Go, go. Xiaohua's eyes were also filled with warmth. He knew that there was one less karma on Dawn Rain mainland. After helping Chunzong up, he waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. Farewell, enlightened master. Heaven-devouring beast and the six-eared macaque hurriedly bowed. Then, the Fortune Gate disciples came to greet them and bid farewell. Without the world-extinguishing mayflies, the West Sea was naturally heaven-devouring beasts' territory. When they arrived at Dawn Rain mainland, there were also Fortune Gate disciples there. After everyone left, heaven-devouring beast looked at the flying boat and asked, Master, are we going to drive the flying boat to Dawn Rain mainland? Chunzong said firmly, sail the West Sea inch by inch. Alright. Heaven-devouring beast didn't hesitate and brought Chunzong and the six-eared macaque onto the flying boat. The flying boat fell like a meteor and sank into the torrential waves, on top of the Fortune Dao Palace. When the Mahavairakana World Lord and the Dipankara Archaic Buddha World Lord saw Mount Meru, they were dumbfounded. Before they could bow, Mount Meru had already fallen into the void. On the surface of the sea, raging winds blew. As the winds blew, billions of world-extinguishing mayflies exploded from the void like dust. They turned into real dust and slowly drifted down. The explosions were like fireworks that spread from the west to the east, north to south, and gradually covered the entire heavens and earth. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, bookmark it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 5245. Princess Xianxia felt a gust of wind blowing against her face, and even the heaven and earth pagoda's multicolored light that was protecting her body flickered slightly. Then, she saw the world-destroying mayflies that had surrounded the Fortune Gate's disciples earlier, as if they knew that doomsday had arrived, and they hurriedly fled. However, before they could disappear into the void, all of the world-destroying mayflies emitted a golden light, and within the golden light, their bodies rapidly expanded. Boom, boom, boom. From big to small, from 1,000 zhang to a few feet, from 9th grade to 1st grade, all of the world-destroying mayflies exploded. This explosion was different from before, as they directly turned into dust, leaving no trace behind. The gust of wind continued to blow mercilessly, bringing the hope of all the living beings in the 3 continents, as well as Princess Xianxia and Princess Qingqing. They couldn't care less about the gust of wind that killed countless world-extinguishing mayflies. Instead, they turned to look at the source of the gust of wind, the source of hope, the source of life for all living beings. Other than the gust of wind, there were only explosions. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the distant sky, anticipating the appearance of a hero. Whoosh! Light flickered, and rosy clouds overflowed. Xiaohua, clad in a Daoist robe, stepped on the clouds and arrived. Behind him, enlightened being Yun, Daoist sorcerer, heavenly being, and Huang Tong also revealed their figures. Although they didn't reveal their avatars, their figures were comparable to the heavens and earth in everyone's eyes. Disciples welcomed sect master and masters. The Fortune Gate's disciples bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, enlightened being Shao, for saving the world. The Mahavairakana Buddha, the Dipankara Archaic Buddha, and the Thunder Temple's Bodhisattvas and heavenly kings bowed respectfully. Thank you, enlightened being Shao, for saving the world. The golden-winged great rock, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the other demon kings bowed respectfully. Thank you, enlightened being Shao, for saving the world. The voices of Dragon Island's Ao Jia, Ao Yi, and the others resounded from the Fortune Gate's Dao Palace. Thank you, enlightened being Shao, for saving the world. Just as Dragon Island's voice fell, the masters of the Prime Clarity Palace, Grand Clarity Palace, and Jade Pure Palace rushed over with Tai Bai Jinxing and Sunday. They flew out from another location in the Fortune Gate's Dao Palace and shouted. The supremes of the various sects didn't call Xiaohua by any other name, only calling him Daoist Xiao. Evidently, this was a form of respect, and they didn't dare to call him names with ulterior motives at this moment. Xiaohua looked around and raised his hands, smiling as he said, "Everyone is too polite. Saving the world is saving the Fortune Gate itself. Moreover, saving the world is not this Xiao's merit alone. The merit of these Dao friends behind this Xiao is also the merit of various forces. This Xiao does not dare to falsely claim it. Thank you, Zhenren Xie. Thank all the Supremes." The Supremes did not know the names of Tian Ren, Huang Tong, and Daoist Wu, so they simply called them Supremes. "You flatter me," the clones replied with smiles on their faces. Daoist Xiao. Princess Qingqing's face was already deathly pale when she didn't see Daoist Thunderclap. Her lips trembled as she asked, "Thunderclap don't worry." Xiaohua said with a smile, "The Thunderbolt Immortal had another fortuitous encounter, and he will be able to meet you soon. Furthermore, you can rest assured that he will definitely fulfill his promise." Swoosh! Tears fell uncontrollably from their eyes. What promise of marriage? Not a single word of peace made Princess Qingqing feel at ease. Then, the golden-winged Great Peng also came to his senses and asked anxiously, "My Phoenix Sage? Maitreya Buddha of the world?" Samantabhadra Bodhisattva asked. "Don't worry." Xiaohua raised his voice and said, "They are all." Just as he said this, Xiaohua raised his brows and waved his hand to take out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his magic power, the phoenix parasol tree spread its wings and flew out. The Thunderbolt Immortal also stepped on lightning and moved. However, just as the Maitreya Buddha of the world revealed his Buddhist light, boom boom boom. Countless densely packed sounds rang out as strands of faith power mixed with dense golden threads surged out. "Namo Amitba, congratulations junior brother," Mahavairakana Buddha of the world said with a smile on his face. "Your cultivation in this life has reached perfection. The gate of heaven has opened, and the light of guidance is about to descend." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya Buddha of the world chanted and disappeared into the Kunlun mirror, not showing himself. Seeing this, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva anxiously said, "Buddha Lord." Xiaohua kept the Kunlun mirror and smiled, "Everyone, don't be anxious. I had previously discussed with Maitreya Buddha of the world. We still need to help the Immortal Palace to lay down the 9 provinces grand formation on the hidden Immortal mainland. Maitreya Buddha of the world had already agreed. He doesn't want to come out now because once he comes out, the gate of heaven will guide him. He's afraid that he won't be able to lay down the formation and affect the people of the hidden immortal mainland, right? Namo Amitabha. Mahavarakana Buddha of the world chanted, Junior brother is indeed merciful. This Lord can't be compared to you. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva of the world clasped his palms together and said respectfully, This disciple will serve you forever. The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world looked at Daoist Xiao and said, Daoist Xiao has returned to save the world. Your merit is immeasurable. Please rest for a while. Our various religions will discuss and erect a monument for you, the exalts, and the fortune gate to celebrate. When the various religions were mentioned, Xiao Hua instantly understood. A few decades ago, the various religions had made preparations to destroy the world. They had selected the elites of their younger generations for him to bring out of the 3 continents. As such, Xiao Hua hurriedly looked at the Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world, the golden-winged great rock, and the 3 purities palace's lord, and told them about the situation in the 10,000 demon realm. Namo Amitabha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world couldn't help but bow respectfully again. Daoist Zhao's merit is immeasurable. If we don't erect a monument for you, how can we express our gratitude? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, This is what I should do. We have already discussed this. Please don't decline, Daoist Xiao. The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world smiled and said, We'll take our leave first. Firstly, we need to prepare for the monument. Secondly, we need to prepare for the descent of our Buddhism's future Buddha Lord's second transmigration golden body. The small exquisite temple and the thunderclap temple will become one again. Farewell, Buddha Lords. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly bowed. The Mahavarakana Buddha of the world, the Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world, and the thunderclap temple's Buddhas stepped on Buddha lights and left. Namo Mahavadi Samantabhadra and the other small exquisite temple's Buddhas stayed behind for a while. The Maitreya Buddha of the world also allowed them to return to the great snowy mountain. Feng Wu didn't seem any different from before after obtaining her demonic nature. The golden-winged great rock and the scarlet flame vermilion bird respectfully greeted her. Feng Wu glanced at the golden-winged great rock and smiled, Congratulations, rock sage. It seems like you're already on the verge of shattering the void. Soon, you'll be able to leave the 3 continents. That's right. The golden-winged great rock didn't hide anything and chuckled, Isn't this a gift from the Phoenix Sage? Before the Phoenix Sage returned, this sage couldn't sense it at all. Just now, after the formation was destroyed, this sage sensed the power of the stars. The stars corresponding to this sage are currently moving towards the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Don't be careless. Feng Wu exhorted, In your last days, you must guard your will. Don't be disturbed by the power of the stars. The golden-winged great rock's heart trembled. He nodded and said, This sage understands. The 3 continents are being harassed by the world-destroying ephemera, and the power of the stars has changed recently. I'm afraid it's not good for the Phoenix Sage to shatter the void. Quickly return to the Great Holy Hall. Feng Wu pondered for a moment and said, Use the Great Holy Hall's power to straighten out the star traces in your body. All right. The golden-winged great rock didn't dare to delay and replied, I'll go with you. This sage has also promised Daoist Xiao. Feng Wu smiled and said, This sage will return to the Great Holy Hall after helping Daoist Xiao lay down the 9 prefectures' grand formation. All right. The golden-winged great rock cupped his fists and said, Then, this sage will leave first. The 1,000 demons' sacred realm's demonic beast experts cupped their fists and bid farewell to the Fortune Gates group. Congratulations, Xing Long. Congratulations, Master Long. Dragon Island's Ao Jia, Ao Yi, and the rest went up to congratulate. That smiling face of Xiao Hua's seemed to be a trap. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, congratulations. I wonder how is Ao Sheng? Hearing Xiao Hua mention Ao Sheng, how could Ao Jian not know that Xiao Hua was reminding him of Long Yu's matter? He smiled and said, Master Long is thinking too much. This old man came here to congratulate Master Long for saving the world. I have no other intentions. That's good, that's good. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Since Grand Elder is here to congratulate me, do you have any gifts? That. Ao Jia smiled faintly as if he didn't hear Xiao Hua. He turned to Daoist Xiao and said, when will Sheng Long be free? Why don't you make a trip to the Dragon Island? This old man still has some matters to discuss with Sheng Long in the Dragon territory. Xiao Hua didn't mind Ao Jia's shameless disregard of his question. He turned to look at Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia smiled and didn't step forward. She only looked at him indifferently as if she was admiring a peerless legend. There was no fanaticism, no inferiority, and no estrangement in her eyes. There was only deep love. Xianxia. Xiao Hua called out in a low voice. Fairy Hongxia's figure flashed in front of him again. Princess Xianxia smiled and flew over, saying, thank you for your hard work. I knew you would definitely come back. You are my hero, and also the hero of the billions of people in the 3 continents. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all of a sudden, boom boom boom. High up in the sky, faint threads of lightning transformed into a net, and a restrictive force descended like a light mist. Xiao Hua's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged his magic power. Following the movement of the secret technique, the power of lightning gradually disappeared. Sensing that the secret technique had activated his bloodline, Xiao Hua knew that he had reached the final step. He could no longer use the secret technique to hide his cultivation, and Ying Kuei's emperor's armor could no longer help him resist the lightning. Although Princess Xianxia wasn't within the lightning, when she saw Xiao Hua's expression change, she naturally understood something. She took the initiative to hold Xiao Hua's hand and said in a low voice, did you see her? I saw her. Xiao Hua knew that Princess Xianxia was asking about Fairy Hongxia. He nodded and said, but the ending was extremely unexpected. At that time, I didn't understand, but later on, I gradually understood. And I already know a little. Princess Xianxia squeezed Xiao Hua's hand and pointed at the sky with her chin. The Thunder Venerable hugged Princess Qing tightly. He didn't say anything and just said with a smile, you take care of your business first. We'll talk about our matter later. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 5246. Good. Xiao Hua smiled. I have a surprise for you, but I can't tell you right now. Surprise? Princess Xianxia was quite puzzled. She didn't know what kind of surprise could there be at this time. However, Xiao Hua didn't explain. He let go of Princess Xianxia's hand and flew to Wenchu's side. The people surrounding Wenchu were naturally people from the Immortal Palace. When they saw Xiao Hua flying over, they hurriedly bowed. The face of the master of 3 Pure Palace was full of reverence. The merit of saving the world wasn't something that could be obtained with strength, it was more of an opportunity. They already didn't dare to put themselves in the same position as Xiao Hua. Everyone is too polite. Xiao Hua hurriedly helped everyone up and said to Sun Jian with a smile, how is the Immortal Emperor? Everyone from the Immortal Palace began to sweat. After all, the Great Elder of the Dragon Island, the Great Sage of the Great Sage Temple, and the 2 Buddhist lords of the Thunder Temple had all arrived. Only the Immortal Palace had sent the master of the 3 Purities Palace. Sun Jian replied, recently, the world-destroying mayflies frequently appeared in the hidden Immortal continent. His Majesty was worried and sent many immortal soldiers and immortal generals to the lower realm. Although he saw something strange in the West Sea today and sensed that Master Lei had returned, His Majesty was busy with official business and couldn't come to congratulate. Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly took out a flower basket and respectfully presented it, saying, "This is my Immortal Palace's congratulatory gift, please accept it." Xiao Hua looked at the flower basket and knew that there was something inside, so he took it with a smile and said, "Your Majesty is considerate. Since that's the case, please hurry back to the Immortal Palace and make preparations. I originally wanted to ask Buddha Maitreya to help me lay down the 9 regions' great formation, but because his merit was too great, he didn't dare to show himself. Therefore, I want to ask your Majesty to do it personally." Hearing this, the Master of Supreme Pure Palace was overjoyed. "Master Lei, are you serious? Now, you can lay down the 9 regions great formation? What's wrong? Xiao Hua was startled and asked, did something happen in the hidden immortal continent? Alas! The master of Jade Pure Palace sighed. Because the hidden immortal continent doesn't have the 9 regions great formation, when the void was blocked by the world-destroying mayflies, the continent had many earthquakes and many people died. If we don't lay down the formation, the immortal continent will be torn apart. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded and said, fellow immortal, please return to the immortal palace first. After resting for a few days, I will head to the immortal palace. Alright, everything depends on you, Master Lei. The 3 Purities Palace Master and Tai Bai Jinxing bowed and prepared to leave. They looked at Wen Chu, and Wen Chu said with a smile, you all can go first. I will deal with Immortal Xiao. The people of the Celestial Palace could not force him and bid him farewell. When the people of the Immortal Palace had left, the Great Elder and Second Elder of Dragon Island also came to bid farewell. Xiao Hua dealt with them carefully, fearing that he might make a mistake. Fortunately, Ao Jia did not make any special request even after he left, which made Xiao Hua feel very puzzled. He could not help but pull Reverend Yun aside and asked, Great Elder never comes here without a reason. What is going on here today? He has also sensed the power of the Dragon Realm, and is here to test I, answered Reverend Yun smilingly. I knew it. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. This old man wouldn't come here just for the world-exterminating ephemera. Seeing that the people of various sects had left, Xiao Hua looked at Thunderbolt Reverend and said, Second Master, we are going to sit on the throne of creation. You don't have to nag us here, do you? What can you do about it? Thunderbolt Reverend turned his head. His appearance had already changed, and he now looked handsome and mighty. Defeated, Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. I have never seen such a shameless person. He actually made a fake face. I like it. Thunderbolt Reverend smiled, and his eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. I like it too. Princess Qing Qing held Thunderbolt Reverend's hand, unwilling to let go. Xiao Hua smiled and walked to the front of the throne of creation, then slowly sat down. Boom! Boom! Loud rumbles rang out. Countless thunderbolts flashed on the throne of creation, almost piercing the sky. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not dare to release his divine ability at this moment, so he did not have the awe-inspiring aura he had before. Let's go! Xiao Hua patted the throne, and several similar thrones emerged from the thunderbolts. They landed below Thunderbolt Reverend, Daoist Sorcerer, Reverend Yun, Wen Chu, Feng Wu Huang Tong, and the Celestial Being and said, We will sit in the Fortune Dao Palace for the last time. Whew. At this moment, a chilly wind blew, and dark clouds appeared on the horizon. Ouch! Xiao Hua patted his forehead and came to his senses. He hurriedly stood up and said, I forgot one thing. Although the world-exterminating ephemera has been crushed, the living beings they devoured are still not resting. This is a serious matter, we cannot delay. Wen Chu and the others also hurriedly stood up and shouted, Methria Buddha and the World Venerable cannot come out. Little brother will lend big brother a hand. Archdevil sure whispered in the space. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then took out the Kunlun mirror and released Archdevil Sure, who had turned into a yellow-faced man, and said, You have also cultivated the twin chi linking branches technique. Although you can't lay down the 9 provinces grand array, you should be able to restrain the vengeful souls. In that case, let's go. Thunderbolt Reverend had gained humanity and knew how precious life was, so he urged. Order all Fortune Gate disciples to return to the Fortune Dao Palace. Xiao Hua ordered. He didn't let Lu Yi and the other disciples come forward to greet him. Instead, he brought his doppelgangers, and just like in the 10,000 demon realm, he released his divine sense and connected with each other. The netherworld force also spread out along with the divine sense like a net, gathering the wandering souls scattered between heaven and earth that couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle into the inside of the space. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others leave in a hurry, Lu Yi and the other disciples went to the 3 mainlands to send messages. Princess Xia looked at Princess Qing Qing and whispered, Big sister, have you made a decision? Princess Qingqing's eyelashes trembled a few times, and she replied, "Little sister, we are finally going to part. I haven't heard you call me big sister for a long time. We have fought for our whole lives, and in the last few decades, big sister has understood that blood is thicker than water. Big sister is the shame of the immortal palace. I hope little sister will not take it to heart. Also take care of imperial mother for big sister." "How can that be?" Princess Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Without big sister as an opponent, little sister's life will also be boring." Princess Qingqing exclaimed, "Hugh, if you can accompany the Fortune Gate's second master, how can little sister not accompany the Fortune Gate's first master?" Princess Xianxia replied, "If little sister doesn't look after little sister, the Fortune Gate might fall into your hands. I am worried about darling Xiao. As for Imperial Mother and the other big sisters, we don't need to worry about them." Good. Princess Qingqing's eyes lit up. She stretched out her hand and said, "Since that's the case, us two sisters will bet with them." "Then let's bet." Princess Xianxia looked at Princess Qingqing's right hand and also stretched out her right hand. She smiled and said, Behind Princess Qingqing, Yu Xiaojing was very surprised. She didn't know what the two princesses were talking about, but she didn't dare to say anything. Even though Princess Xianxia and Princess Qingqing had made up their minds, they still couldn't feel at ease. After all, Xiaohua and the lightning Daoist had been gone for more than a month. The Fortune Gate's disciples had returned from various places. They had changed into new robes and were ready to pay respects to the Holy Lord in their hearts. The two princesses looked at the rising sun every day, waiting for the return of their sweetheart. It was very strange. Facing the world extinguishing mayfly and missing him, the two of them might not be as worried as they were today. Unfortunately, the world extinguishing calamity had passed, and their sweetheart was in the 3 continents. Not to mention the 3 continents, even the 4 continents wouldn't be able to harm them. However, the two of them were still worried, afraid that something unexpected would happen and they wouldn't be able to see them again. On this day, the sun was already setting in the west. Princess Xianxia and Princess Qingqing stood in front of the Fortune Gate Palace, accompanied by Baiyan and Yu Xiaojing. Not far away, Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, Jiang Hong, Wang Bianfei, Chang Yuan, and Yu Zhongquan were standing respectfully. Behind them, even more Fortune Gate's disciples were standing respectfully. Everyone held their breaths as they waited quietly. Suddenly, there was the sound of the wind, and a strange will swept over from afar. At first, it was like a gentle breeze, then it was like a drizzle. Finally, it was like the rising of the sea, and the raging waves beat against the shore. All the disciples were shocked, and Wang Bianfei could feel the netherworld origin force in his body. He hurriedly tried to activate his divine ability, but Xiaohua's tired voice rang out, "Oh? They've already returned to the Fortune Gate Palace?" "Huh, it seems like it's true." The lightning Daoist's laughter also came from another direction. Following his laughter, the cold intent disappeared, and Xiaohua and the others returned. "Sect Master, please ascend to the fortune thrones." Fu Jiwen and the other disciples' faces were covered in tears as they shouted in unison. Boom boom boom. Several rumbling sounds rang out as several fortune thrones flew out from the Fortune Gate Palace. Xiaohua and the others sat down, and with a flash of lightning, they returned to the Fortune Gate Palace. Shortly after, Xiaohua's voice rang out, "Disciples, enter the Fortune Gate Palace." Seeing that Lu Yi and the others had agreed and entered the Fortune Gate Palace in an orderly manner, Princess Xianxia hesitated, while Princess Qingqing stood motionless in midair. Without Xiaohua or the Lightning Daoist's orders, Princess Qingqing would definitely not enter the Fortune Gate Palace. "Your Highnesses," Jiang Hong flew over and said respectfully, "Sect Master invites the two of you and Miss Yu into the Fortune Gate Palace." "All right." Princess Xianxia and Princess Qingqing smiled and followed Jiang Hong into the Fortune Gate Palace with Yu Xiaojing. Bai En was a Fortune Gate disciple, so there was no need for a special announcement. There were many Fortune Gate disciples now, but after entering the Fortune Gate Palace, it didn't seem crowded. Seeing Xiaohua, the Lightning Daoist, Wen Chu, Feng Wu, Daoist Wu, Daoist Yun, heavenly being, archdevil Shi, and Huang Tong sitting on the thrones, the disciples didn't dare to be negligent. They all knelt down and said, "Disciples respectfully welcome the sect masters." P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 5247. Get up. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly raised their hands and helped the disciples up. Xiaohua took the lead and said, "This old man doesn't have much time to wait, and I won't ask about the Fortune Gates matters in detail. This old man has heard from Third Master that all of you have done well. This old man is very pleased. Thank you for First Master's praise." The disciples were overjoyed. Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua looked at the disciples below the stage and asked, "Can any of you tell who is the senior brother and who is the junior brother?" Fu Jiwen stepped out from the crowd with a wry smile on his face, reporting to First Master, "Your teachings are too good. All of us have strong magic power, and none of us died in the mouths of the world-extinguishing mayflies, so we still can't tell who is the eldest senior brother. These few days, we have already agreed that whoever ascends first will be the eldest senior brother, and so on." Alright. Xiaohua was helpless listening to Fu Jiwen's words. He waved his hand and said, "You can decide this matter yourselves. Where is Jiang Hong?" "This disciple is here." Jiang Hong hurriedly stepped out and respectfully said, "May I know what First Master's decree is?" Xiaohua did not speak. Instead, he looked at enlightened Master Yun. Enlightened Master Yun said, "Jiang Hong, you have done a meritorious deed by guarding the West Sea Dragon Palace. This seat will confer you the title of West Sea Dragon King." With that said, enlightened Master Yun bestowed the West Sea Dragon throne and other items to Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong's dragon body trembled with excitement. She received the dragon throne and respectfully knelt on the ground, saying, "This disciple thanks Sacred Dragon for the bestowal." Enlightened Master Yun said indifferently, "Although you are not the West Sea Dragon King, you have exercised the West Sea Dragon Palace's authority and carried out the West Sea Dragon King's duties. You have done many things in this world, and that's it. If this seat doesn't confer the title to you, who else can I confer the title to?" This disciple understands. This disciple will spare no effort to guard the West Sea Dragon Palace well for our Fortune Gate. Jiang Hong stood up and returned to her seat. After that, Xiaohua explained other matters, including the matters of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the Rejuvenation Chamber of Commerce, the Star-Plucking Pavilion, and so on. Finally, he said, "This old man and a few others have already investigated the 3 continents. All the world-exterminating mayflies have been killed, and there is not a single trace of them left. This is the ability of the sect master and the other masters, and also our fortune." Lu Yi and the other disciples felt relieved and said, "But..." Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before saying, "The world-exterminating ephemera's mother insect should be different from these child insects, but we didn't find the mother insect. If it wasn't for the fact that the insect queen didn't exist in the first place, then the insect queen would have been killed." "Sect master?" Wang Bianfei hurriedly stepped out and said, "Disciple once went to the Immortal Palace under the order of the 3rd sect master. I heard from the Immortal Palace inspector that they had searched the 3 continents, but they had never seen a trace of the insect queen." "It's just a guess." Huang Tong smiled. "Since we haven't found anything, let's not talk about it." Xiaohua nodded and looked at Lu Yi. "Where is Lu Yi?" "Disciple is here." Lu Yi hurriedly stepped out and saluted respectfully. Although the Dawn Rain continent's spiritual energy has resolved the 3 continents' calamity, this spiritual energy is fatal to us Dao cultivators. You are in charge of the Fortune Gate's affairs, so you are responsible for our Fortune Gate's disciples' cultivation in the future. Xiaohua then briefly explained the situation on the Dawn Rain continent. This old man left Yuanya on the Dawn Rain continent, while Xiong Yi and Li Xiang led the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate's disciples to establish a sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Although you won't be together in the future, you are all Fortune Gate's disciples, so you have to think and discuss our Fortune Gate's disciples' cultivation in the future. Yes, This disciple understands. Lu Yi answered. This is this old man's modified cultivation technique. Pass it to your disciples first. Xiaohua said as he passed the various cultivation technique jade slips to Lu. Our fortune gate has already used the spiritual root selection method, it only needs to be slightly modified. This disciple thanks the sect master on behalf of the fortune gate's disciples. Lu Yi received the jade slips and knelt down to kowtow. The group of disciples kowtowed again to express their gratitude. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment and felt that he had not missed anything. He turned to look at the lightning Daoist and the others and asked, "Does anyone have anything to say?" Everyone pondered for a moment and then shook their heads. Xiaohua looked around and said, "This old man has said what I wanted to say, but this old man's final warning is, in the future, all of you will have to walk on your own. Remember, the first rule of our fortune gate is that our fortune gate's disciples are most afraid of causing trouble. Anyone who is found to cause trouble must be killed." Yes, this disciple understands. Several senior disciples, including Gongshu Exn, Zhai Xingzi, and the others, felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Xiaohua was talking to them, so they quickly bowed and answered. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "All right, all of you may rise. This old man's karmic ties with these fellow Daoists in the 4 continents have been settled, and we will be ascending soon. Those with profound cultivation can cultivate in seclusion for a few days. When we ascend in the morning, all of you can observe and comprehend." "Master." All the disciples cried and knelt on the ground. They kowtowed 9 times and said, "Although we know that this is a joyous occasion, we are all reluctant to part." "Don't act like a sentimental person." Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears as he smiled and said, "This old man will be waiting for all of you in the immortal world." "That's right, this king will also be waiting for all of you in the heavenly court." When Chu also smiled. Everyone cried for a moment, but after hearing Xiaohua's command, they reluctantly left. Xiaohua wanted to keep Lu Yi, Zhai Xingzi, and the others to say a few more words, but he could feel the immortal spiritual energy in his body surging like blood from time to time, so he did not dare to say much. He waved his hand and reluctantly let them leave. At this time, only Princess Qingqing and Princess Xianxia were left in the Fortune Dao Palace. Xiaohua opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say. Princess Xianxia smiled and said, "Since Fairy Hongxia is unwilling to accompany you, this concubine will accompany you. There must be someone watching over you, right?" Xiaohua was overjoyed, but he hesitated and said in a low voice, "This is very dangerous, I don't know if it will work. If Big Sister can go, why can't I?" Princess Xianxia smiled and said, "Moreover, don't you think that if I stay in the 4 continents, won't I be making trouble for Lu Yi and the others? The Immortal Palace has Imperial Father, I can't stop them. Also, I am a Confucian cultivator, and I ascended to the heavenly court. If I want to see the Wisdom Dao Palace's master, it will be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years later, but if I want to see you, it is absolutely impossible. Do you have the heart to abandon me?" Xiaohua knew that Princess Xianxia was different from Fairy Hongxia. He laughed loudly and stood up. He took out the Kunlun mirror and said, "Since that is the case, this Xiao will live and die with you." Princess Xianxia's eyes were also filled with determination. "Live and die together. It's almost too late." When Chu urged, "All right," Xiaohua didn't have time to explain. He activated the Kunlun mirror and sent Princess Xianxia and Princess Qingqing into the Shenhua continent. Just as he stood up, the Thunderbolt Venerable suddenly said, "Fellow Daoist, take you Xiajing too. Without Princess Qingqing, she can't stay in the Fortune Gate." Xiaohua smiled, knowing that the Thunderbolt Venerable was really humane. He called for Yu Xiajing and sent her into the Shenhua continent. Xiaohua stood up and looked at the Throne of Fortune. He smiled and said, "This Throne of Fortune will be left here. Let Lu Yi and the others sit on it. The waves behind surpass the waves before. We will be forgotten in the end." Feng Wu also smiled and said, "We should go to the immortal world to find our own thrones." At this time, Demon Venerable sure didn't have any smile on his face. He took a step forward and walked in front of everyone. His gaze started from Xiaohua, then the Thunderbolt Venerable, Wen Chu, all the way to Huang Tong. Xiaohua's heart ached. He knew what Demon Venerable sure wanted to do. He took out the Kunlun mirror and wanted to release the Maitreya Buddha. However, Demon Venerable sure quickly stopped him and said, "Big brother, don't let fourth brother come out. I will go in and bid him farewell." Alright. Xiaohua nodded. He kept the Kunlun mirror and looked at Demon Venerable Sure. "Big brother." Demon Venerable Sure flew in front of Xiaohua and raised his hands. Xiaohua also raised his arms and hugged Demon Venerable Sure, patting his shoulder. "Damn it, ninth brother." Thunderbolt Venerable's tears actually flowed out. He cried out, "This feeling of being humane is really not good." "Second brother." Demon Venerable Sure also flew over and hugged Thunderbolt Venerable. "If you don't have humanity, how can us brothers be perfect?" When he got Daoist Wu, Demon Venerable Sure asked, "Sixth brother, have you sensed the place of ascension?" Daoist Wu's face was calm as he replied indifferently, "I have already said this in Meng Mountain. I don't know where to ascend." "Then what is sixth brother's plan?" Demon Venerable Sure asked, "Why don't you go to the demon world with me?" Daoist Wu shook his head and said, "I can't go now. I still have to help Daoist Xiao set up the 9 provinces Great Formation. After setting up the formation, I will probably retreat to Meng Mountain to avoid attracting the attention of the other sections. In that sealed space, there is a statue of the 13th Great Soul Cultivator God. I will go to the statue to see if I can find the mystery of ascension. I will probably wait for the future Shaman King in Meng Mountain. Of course, if I have the time, I will go to the demon world. Then I will wait for sixth brother's arrival in the demon world." Demon Venerable Sure hugged Daoist Wu and said goodbye to Yunjinren. Seeing Celestial Being, Demon Venerable Sure smiled and said, "Eighth brother, what about you?" Celestial Being said heartlessly, "I also don't feel any signs of ascension. When you asked Daoist Wu, I also thought about it. After helping Daoist Xiao set up the formation, I will go to the Dao Alliance and Heaven Alliance and go to the 10,000 demon world from their forbidden area. I don't like that crow, so I will cut a few of his feathers. When I am tired of playing in the 10,000 demon world, I will go to the demon world. There is also a passage in the 10,000 demon world, right?" Xiaohua was sweating when he heard this. After Demon Venerable Sure hugged Celestial Being and Huang Tong, he looked at everyone reluctantly and bowed respectfully. "Brothers, my path is not in the 4 continents. I will go to the demon world. Although I don't know what I will encounter in the demon world and what will happen after I ascend to the demon world, I will remember what you said just now. Since I am born from the same root, I will always have our fortune gate in my heart. If possible, I will also be in the demon world, and even Moze will create the fortune gate. I hope that we can meet in the upper realm in the future, and then we will still be brothers. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a reward, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 5248. Gee. Feng Wu couldn't help but cry out. "I can't bear it anymore. Does the demon clan also know the pain of separation? I'm leaving." Demon Venerable sure didn't answer. He looked at his clones, and tears appeared in his yellow-faced eyes like a human's. "Damn it." Celestial Being cursed. "Demon Venerable, you're too fake. How can the demon clan cry?" "Ah." Demon Venerable sure laughed. "Big brother, you're a human. I don't dare to not be a human. Let's go, let's go." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Let's go. The road is under our feet. Maybe we'll be together again." Then, Xiaohua and the others flew out of the Fortune Palace. The disciples didn't go far. Seeing them come out, they knelt down again and shouted, "Farewell, sect masters." Xiaohua and the others tore through the void and were about to fly to the Immortal Palace. At this moment, a vast divine sense swept across the western sky and fell on Xiaohua and the others. It was surprised and then retreated like a tide. "Oh!" Xiaohua smiled and looked at the source of the divine sense. "They came quickly." "Big brother." Demon Venerable sure said, "I'll go first." But See you in the upper realm. Xiao Hua and the other clones watched as Demon Venerable Shi stepped into the void. Demon Venerable Shi went to the Dawn Rain continent. When he left the Sky Patrol City, he took Zhang Qingxiao with him and left her in Yellow Flower Ridge. Now, he was going to return to Yellow Flower Ridge and take Zhang Qingxiao to the Demon Realm through the crack in the Demon Imperial Valley. After the Demon Venerable was killed, 30 minutes later, spatial ripples appeared in the sky, and several human cultivators flew out of the void. They were none other than the Yilin Continent's Dao Alliance's master, Elder Gu Qiong, Vice Alliance Master, Daoist Ji Yen, Patriarch Yi Zhen of the Yi family, Bright Moon Householder, and Elder Peacock, Kong Cheng. Welcome to the West Sea. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Both the cultivators of the Heaven Alliance and the Dao Alliance didn't dare to be negligent. They all saluted respectfully and said, "Greetings, Supremes." After greeting Huang Xiaolong, Old Man Gu Qiong looked at the Fortune Dao Palace in the West Ocean and smiled. Is this Daoist Zhao's place? It's not a training ground. Xiao Hua laughed. It's just a place to stay. Since all of you came from the Dawn Rain mainland, you must have seen the Fortune Gate there, which is also this Zhao's disciple. We understand. Daoist Ji Yen hurriedly replied. Daoist Zhao's kindness to the Yilin mainland's Daoist Gate is as great as the heavens. Daoist Zhao's disciples are our Daoist Gate's disciples. Although we brought our disciples to the Lost Land, we've already given orders not to harass the Fortune Gate's disciples. Fellow Daoist Ji Yen, Bright Moon Householder said with a smile, since Wu Meng's barrier isn't here, how could there be a Lost Land? The Yilin continent and the Xiaoyu continent were originally one, so in the future, it should be called the Xinyo He continent. Immortal Ji Yen disdainfully waved his hand and said, I'll go back and investigate. The so-called Aparagodania continent is the name of the Buddhism sect. We Taoists can just call it the Yilin continent. Xiao Hua laughed and said, whether it's the Aparagodania continent or the Yilin continent, it's your business. It has nothing to do with this Xiao. Old Man Gu Qiong's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed and said, this junior thanks Daoist Xiao. This junior has now resensed the immortal world's gate. Very good, very good. Xiao Hua nodded and said, the immortal array has been broken, and the laws of heaven and earth have changed. It's normal for you to sense the immortal world's gate. However, this Xiao has to remind you that the immortal world's gate has changed because of the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. Now, it's changing the three mainlands through the West Ocean. When the changes in the laws of heaven and earth are complete, the immortal world's gate will probably close again. Alas, this junior knows. Old Man Gu Qiong sighed and said, this is the junior's business. I hope that senior's modified cultivation technique can give them new hope. All right. Xiao Hua looked at everyone and said with a smile, this Xiao has urgent matters to attend to, so I won't entertain you. Now that the barriers of the four mainlands have been opened, and you're all Daoist sovereigns, you can go anywhere you want. Of course, the Daoist sects, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and the demon race coexist in the four mainlands, so it's necessary for them to clash and get used to each other. Senior, what urgent matters are you going to attend to? We want to lend you a hand. Old Ancestor Yi hurriedly said. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, this Xiao wants to go to the Immortal Palace to meet Immortal Emperor Go Chen. Fine, you're all Daoist sovereigns, so this Xiao will introduce you to him. In addition, this Xiao also wants to explain the matter of the Dawn Rain continent to Old Ancestor Yi. After all, this Xiao killed your Yi clan's patriarch. Yi Zhen's face was filled with fear as he hurriedly said, this junior already knows about this. My Yi clan has offended senior. Xiao Hua interrupted Yi Zhen and said, since you already know, then there's no need to say more. Xiao Mao has the bloodline of your Yi clan and is also my brother. We can be considered to be fated, so there's no need to say more. Let's go. Senior, please. Old Man Gu Qiong respectfully invited Xiao Hua and the others to go first. When Xiao Hua and the others stepped out of the void, they arrived at the Immortal Palace's southern heaven gate. This was Xiao Hua's second time going to the Immortal Palace. Of course, this time, he would not be asked to find a passage like last time. When Chu could freely enter the Immortal Palace, and even his lightning master's crown could bring him in. However, when Xiao Hua and the others came out, an inspector from the Immortal Palace was already waiting for them. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others appear, the inspector immediately sent out a message and respectfully flew over. He bowed and said, "Junior greets Master Lei, greets Scholar Palace Master, greets all the Supremes." Boom. Without waiting for Xiao Hua and the others to speak, a distorted light flew out from the void of the southern heavenly gate. Sun Jian led the troops to welcome them. It seemed that they had been waiting at the southern heavenly gate for a long time. After greeting each other, Sun Jian smiled and said, "Master Xiao is indeed a trustworthy person." His Majesty was pleasantly surprised when he heard Master Zhao's words. He has been waiting for Master Zhao's arrival at the Lingyun Palace. Speaking of this, Sun Jian looked at the Dao sect cultivators behind Xiao Hua, whose strength he could not see through, and was slightly stunned. Unfortunately, a meaningful smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face and he did not explain. Instead, he asked, "Is His Majesty ready? I don't have much time left." This. Sun Jian's face turned awkward and he said embarrassedly, "His Majesty." While he was speaking, the colorful light behind Sun Jian transformed into a rainbow bridge that passed through the distorted time and space and landed in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing this, Sun Jian was overjoyed and said, "Master Xiao, His Majesty is already waiting at the southern heaven gate. The Immortal Palace's ceremonial guards are also in front of the gate. I'm afraid His Majesty is feeling guilty that he did not go to the Fortune Daoist Palace before, so he personally came to welcome us." Fine. Xiao Hua went with the flow and said, "I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask His Majesty after I see him." "Master Xiao, Supremes, please." Sun Jian hurriedly stepped aside as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He raised his hand and respectfully invited Xiao Hua and the others to step on the rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge was like a shuttle. Amidst the distorted light, the southern heaven gate was already in sight. Seeing that the southern heaven gate's aura was the same as before, and its brilliance was attracting people, Xiao Hua had a smile on his face as he urged his figure to fly to the other side of the rainbow bridge. Before Xiao Hua could stabilize himself, countless sounds of music, golden music, auspicious omens, and dancing dragons and phoenixes appeared in front of the southern heaven gate. At the end of the auspicious light, 2 golden seats appeared. Immortal Emperor Gaochen, who was wearing a sun and moon imperial robe and a heaven and earth crown, and the majestic East Sea Empress, who was wearing a palace dress, were sitting on them. Their figures were different from before. They were only a few feet tall, but there were still countless inscriptions flying out from the void to their left like jiao dragons and flying phoenixes. They swam around the 2 of them, and a suppressive aura spread out from the monarch and empress. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the golden seats. He said to old man Gu Qiong, "Fellow Daoist, these are the masters of the Immortal Palace of the Confucian cultivators. They are Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the East Sea Empress." Old man Gu Qiong and the others tidied their Daoist robes. After Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the others landed, old man Gu Qiong followed Xiao Hua and cupped his fists. "Greetings, masters of the Immortal Palace." Immortal Emperor Gaochen was puzzled. He looked at old man Gu Qiong and the others and asked curiously, "Minister Xiao, who are these immortal friends with 9th grade origin energy? Why do they look so unfamiliar?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "They are the masters of the Dao Alliance and Heaven Alliance of the Lin continent. They heard that your Majesty has a Shi-Ji paperweight in the Immortal Palace, so they came with me to the Immortal Palace to borrow it." Old man Gu Qiong was very astute. Although Xiao Hua didn't talk to him beforehand, he didn't show any change in his expression. He smiled and said, "Yes, there are many dangerous places in the Lin continent. My Dao sect's artifacts can't suppress them. I heard that your Majesty has a Shi-Ji paperweight, so I want to borrow it. Is it possible?" Well, Immortal Emperor Gaochen hesitated as if he was reluctant. Beside him, the East Sea Empress smiled and said, "There is a saying in the Confucian cultivators, isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? Although the Shi-Ji paperweight is precious, it is only a loan. Your Majesty can agree to it." Immortal Emperor Gaochen smiled bitterly and said, "The Shiji paperweight is not a good thing in the Immortal Palace. I have already given it to someone. Now that I want it back." The East Sea Empress was stunned. She hurriedly said to Old Man Guqiong, "How about this? I have a mountain river inkstone in the Immortal Palace that can suppress ghosts. I will send someone to get it. My Immortal Palace has been rude, so I will give it to you. What do you think?" "Thank you," Old Man Guqiong said, seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything. "I have already prepared a gift for you. I hope your Majesty doesn't mind." Before Old Man Guqiong could finish, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Xie Exin, you are really Xie Exin." "Ah?" Xiaohua's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned everyone in the Immortal Palace. Even the East Sea Empress turned pale with fright. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and reward it. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 5249. Boom! Along with Xiaohua's words, Wen Chu, who was standing next to him, suddenly slapped his forehead. The five energies' origin rushed out as the heaven and earth pagoda broke through the sky. Countless shadows in the shape of the sky and earth suddenly fell down and covered Immortal Emperor Go Chen. "Xiaohua!" Immortal Emperor Go Chen roared, "What are you doing? Could it be that you want to rebel?" Along with his anger, the golden throne below him emitted a blinding golden light. Endless rays of light rushed out like dragons. The fate of the Confucian cultivators was like a belt and tried its best to attack the heaven and earth pagoda. Even with Wen Chu's control, the heaven and earth pagoda seemed to be unable to suppress this fate that represented the entire Confucian cultivator. What was special was that Immortal Emperor Go Chen suddenly raised his hand and took out the Son of Heaven's sword from his waist. He majestically slashed towards the sky. Within the whistling wind, the fate of the Confucian cultivators and the rays of light broke through the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda and rushed into the Son of Heaven's sword. Thousands of flowers, birds, insects, fish, men plowing, women weaving, mountains, rivers, and palaces all rushed out from the Son of Heaven's sword. Seeing the heaven and earth pagoda shaking and the Son of Heaven's sword coming out, Wen Chu decisively waved his hand. Woo! A wild wind suddenly appeared as a huge sword pierced out from his hand. Thousands of suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, and grasses all turned into rays of light and fell into the rays of light. The Four Seas Unification Plan also turned into scrolls and slammed into the Xian Yuan sword. The Xian Yuan sword was indeed the nemesis of the Son of Heaven's sword. Needless to say, Wen Chu's strength was far above Xie Xian's. Even though the Xian Yuan sword didn't have any splendor, it had a heroic aura that carried a heaven-defying power and instantly pierced through the majesty and imperial power of the Son of Heaven's sword. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the Xian Yuan sword knocked the Son of Heaven's sword away and even suppressed the rays of light and fate. When the rays of light disappeared, Wen Chu was already holding the Xian Yuan sword in his hand. The sword energy of the Xian Yuan sword deeply pierced into Immortal Emperor Go Chen's dantian and suppressed his true energy. The heaven and earth pagoda above Immortal Emperor Go Chen's head was now like a mountain and firmly suppressed the golden light of the Son of Heaven's pagoda. Xiao. Minister Xiao, enlightened being Xiao, scholar palace master. Immortal Emperor Gao Chen stammered. What are you doing? Daoist Master Xiao. The East Sea Empress' expression suddenly changed. She placed her slender hands on the golden throne. She didn't look at Wen Chu, but instead glared at Xiaohua. Her eyes were spitting fire as she said, "What are you doing? You have a personal grudge with the Immortal Emperor. If you have any requests, just say it. Why do you have to humiliate the Immortal Emperor in front of so many cultivators? You might be able to suppress the Immortal Emperor, but as long as I don't want to, you won't be able to kill him." Although the East Sea Empress' voice was stern, there was also a pleading tone in her words. If she had any tricks up her sleeve, why would she say it out loud? Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Celestial Empress, don't be anxious." With that, Xiaohua activated the Kunlun mirror and released Princess Qingqing and Princess Zixia. The two princesses were waiting for the lightning tribulation on Shenhua continent, waiting for the heaven and earth to collapse. They were quite surprised to see Wen Chu pointing his sword at Immortal Emperor Gaochen. Xianxia. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is what I said before. I have a surprise for you." "Oh." Princess Xianxia blindly replied. Since it was a surprise, of course it had to be something she didn't expect. "What is this?" Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the Shiji paperweight. The East Sea Empress was stunned. She said anxiously, "Xiaohua, the Shiji paperweight is clearly with you. Why are you asking the Immortal Emperor for it?" "Mother," Princess Xianxia said curiously, "Father put this in Liao Zhenghai's eyes when he suppressed the boy." The East Sea Empress was shocked, as if she had realized something. "Tai Bai Jinxing?" Xiaohua asked again. "That day, after His Majesty suppressed Princess Xianxia, did he talk to you alone in the Overcloud Palace about what you should do in Longevity Town after the Sutra Seeking of Nirvana?" Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly stepped forward and answered, "Yes. That day, His Majesty said that when we arrived at the Longevity Town, he wanted me to mention Princess Xianxia and ask for her pardon. However, at the Longevity Town, I did as I was told, but was rejected by His Majesty." "Very simple," Xiaohua said mockingly, "because he is Xie Exin, not Immortal Emperor Gaochen. Moreover, Xie Exin, why don't you dare to follow Wen Chu and even follow me to set up the great array of the 9 provinces? I'm afraid it's because you can't set up the array, right?" "Damn it." Xie Exin didn't admit it at all. He said angrily, "Something went wrong with my cultivation. My soul was damaged and I even lost some of my memories. You don't want to admit it?" Xiaohua smiled. The Kunlun mirror in his hand vibrated again. Another Immortal Emperor Gaochen wearing a green robe and a pearl crown flew out. When this Immortal Emperor landed in the air, the entire space shook. Half of the righteous qi and Confucian qi that Wan Chong sent to Xie Exin landed on this Immortal Emperor Gaochen. The sun-moon crown and emperor's outfit gradually appeared. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the real and fake Immortal Emperor Gaochen in disbelief. They didn't know how to distinguish between them. The East Sea Queen's lips trembled. Looking at this Immortal Emperor Gaochen, she had a bad feeling. All of Xie Exin's previous doubts were cleared. However, it was only for a moment. She actually let out a long sigh of relief. After all, Xie Exin not going to the Hall of Fragrance and only favoring Fairy Yu of the Flower Medicine Palace was the biggest scar in her heart. Now, it was her greatest happiness. The East Sea Queen pointed at the paperweight and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Immortal Emperor Gaochen thought for a moment and smiled. "This is the token of love you gave me. How could I not know? Isn't the Mountain River ink tablet from your Hall of Fragrance also a token of love from me?" The Shiji paperweight and the ink slab were the Emperor's and the Queen's personal belongings. They were deeply engraved in each other's hearts. Immortal Emperor Gaochen used the paperweight to suppress Exin to explain to the Queen that he had no choice but to do so. The Queen, on the other hand, knew that Xie Exin had given the paperweight to Fairy Yu, so she angrily gave the ink slab to Old Man Guqiong. Now that Immortal Emperor Gaochen explained himself, how could the Queen not know that this was the real Immortal Emperor Gaochen? "Your Majesty!" The Queen stood up from her golden throne and was about to greet him when a sudden change occurred. A pale yellow scroll suddenly appeared in front of Xie Exin's chest. The pages flipped and blocked the sword's edge. At the same time, Old Man Guqiong shouted, "How dare you!" Xie Exin naturally didn't care about the others. When his left hand slammed on the golden seat, another golden arm grew out from under his left arm. That arm easily broke through the restrictions of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda and landed on the golden seat beside it, grabbing the East Sea Queen's neck. Hee. Xie Exin sneered after grabbing the Queen. He looked at the panicking Immortal Emperor Gaochen and coldly said, "You are already dead. Why do you still want to appear before me? Don't forget that I am also Immortal Emperor Gaochen." Having said that, the Queen swung her right arm and slammed on the throne as well. Boom! The shadow of a guillotine flew out from Xie Exin's throne and another guillotine platform from her throne. They turned into an immortal slaying platform and pounced on Immortal Emperor Gaochen. Of course, Immortal Emperor Go-Chin used his techniques to block, but how could he escape from the immortal slaying platform that specialized in killing Confucian cultivators? Haha. Xianxia laughed crazily. Right when he was about to speak, Xiaohua's thunderous voice came from above his head. Xianxia, your daydream is so good. This old man admires you from the bottom of my heart. Ah! Xianxia was shocked. He felt the light in front of him shatter and everything turned into fireflies. An illusory spirit treasure was floating on the throne. Wasn't this old man Gu Qiong's dream of peace? As for the real East Sea Queen, she had already controlled the throne to land next to Immortal Emperor Go-Chin. Damned Daoist cultivators! Xianxia cursed in a low voice. He wanted to activate the Golden Throne, but Immortal Emperor Go-Chin and the East Sea Empress' hands were tightly gripped. The Empress' Golden Throne emitted a boundless light that trapped Xianxia's Golden Throne. No matter how hard Xianxia tried, he couldn't activate it. When Chu frowned and activated the Heaven and Earth Pagoda as well as the Xianyuan sword. He wanted to kill Xianxia, but the book in front of Xianxia's chest flipped and blocked the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's imprisonment and the Xianyuan sword's attack. If that's the case... Xiaohua smiled and took out the sword gourd. I am the lightning master of the Immortal Palace. It is my duty to eliminate the evildoers for the Immortal Palace. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at the golden seat with some reluctance. He opened his mouth and poured his true qi into the book. The book flipped rapidly, and a yellow door flew out from the book and landed in front of him. Xianxia stood up from the golden seat and looked arrogantly at the supreme martial artists on his left. He sneered and said, "So what if there are many supreme martial artists here? I see all the supremes in the world as ants." However, just as Xianxia stood up, the Golden Throne immediately flew down below Immortal Emperor Go-Chin. The husband and wife were of the same mind. Immortal Emperor Go-Chin and the Eastern Sea Empress pointed at the Golden Throne at the same time. Boom! The two Golden Thrones let out a huge roar and shot up into the sky. Immortal Emperor Go-Chin opened his mouth and a dragon-like cloud fell into the Golden Throne. The Golden Throne turned into the shape of a guillotine. The guillotine connected together into the shape of a mountain and emitted buzzing noises as it spun down. The Eastern Sea Empress wasn't slow either. She also opened her mouth and a ray of cloud fell into the other Golden Throne like a phoenix. This Golden Throne transformed into a guillotine and surged with golden light. Ooh! The guillotine that was like a mountain and the guillotine that was like an ocean landed on the golden light. Inscription chains that were as thin as hair appeared in the golden light pillar and fell towards Xianxia. They completely sealed the space around Xianxia. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 5250. Ha! Xianxia, who was about to step into the golden door, suddenly stopped and laughed. Go-Chin, you still have the nerve to use such a method? Sure enough, the golden light on the door blocked the chains, preventing them from descending. Damn it! Immortal Emperor Go-Chin cursed as if there was nothing he could do. I said I would kill you, how can I let you go? As Xiaohua spoke, he pointed at the sword gourd, and the executioner's spirit origin light streaked across the sky. Xianxia was greatly alarmed and hastily tried to escape, but the executioner's spirit origin light was too fast, and in an instant, it landed on top of his head. At that moment, the book in front of Xianxia's chest flew above his head, flipping and blocking the executioner's spirit origin light. Ah, good treasure! Xianxia laughed and clapped. This book of luo fruit is indeed an item of the heavenly court. Xiaohua, what can you do to me? Is that so? Xiaohua didn't say anything, but Wen Chu was furious. He raised his hand and slapped the door. 5 strands of Xiantian true energy rushed out and fell into the void. Boom, boom, boom. A bloody light shot up from below everyone's feet and a bloody execution platform appeared. On the platform, there were 81 pillars surrounding Xianxia. Wen Chu raised his hand and pointed. Ooh! Each pillar produced 81 chains. Under the chains, the light of the Confucian cultivator was imprisoned and his fate was frozen. The golden door in front of Xianxia also fell into the scroll. Seeing the chains descending on his body, Xianxia panicked. "Your Majesty!" Xiaohua smiled and said, "I won't interfere in the matter of killing an enemy." "Thank you, Master Xiaohua." Immortal Emperor Gaochen gritted his teeth and pointed at the golden throne. The scythe on the scythe exploded with lightning. Kacha! The scythe spun and fell down with a majestic lightning. This lightning also emitted an unstoppable destructive intent. All of this mercilessly fell on Xianxia's body. The golden light on Xianxia's body was imprisoned by the platform, and the book of Luo above his head was pinned down by the soul execution light. How could it resist? With a loud crack, the mountain-like guillotine cleaved Xianxia into two halves. Even his primordial spirit and subbody couldn't escape. When the guillotine blade and the guillotine platform joined together, it looked exactly the same as what Xiaohua had seen earlier. It looked exactly like the immortal slaying platform. Xianxia was killed. The situation was similar to when Xianxia killed the fake Xianxia. The three Purities Palace Master, Taibai Jinxing, and the others were dumbstruck. Xiaohua pointed at the sword gourd, and the execution spirit vital light brought the book of Luo back to his hand. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, Yizhen hurriedly transmitted a voice transmission. "Daoist Xiao, this book of Luo is my Dao sect's supreme treasure." Xiaohua actually didn't want to return the book of Luo to Immortal Emperor Gaochen, so he naturally kept it in his space. Even when Chu rolled her eyes at him before keeping the Heaven and Earth Pagoda and the Xian Yuan sword. "Daoist Gu Qiong." Xiaohua looked at Immortal Emperor Gaochen and said loudly, "Thank you for your spiritual treasure. Otherwise, Celestial Empress would have been in trouble today." Naturally, Old Man Gu Qiong had only released the treasure after receiving Xiaohua's message. At this moment, he put away Meng Ping World and said with a smile, "Since you are a traitor, everyone in the world will punish you. Don't thank me." No. Immortal Emperor Gaochen naturally knew the meaning of Xiaohua's words. He raised his hand and put away all of Xianxia's belongings before saying with a smile, "This is the kindness of a Dao sect cultivator. This emperor will never forget it." Imperial Father. Princess Qingqing and Princess Xia suddenly understood. They hurriedly knelt down with tears on their faces and kowtowed, "You have suffered. This emperor is fine." Immortal Emperor Gaochen helped the two up and said, "This emperor was careless and actually allowed Xianxia to succeed. I have caused you to suffer. Qingqing, this emperor will now give a decree to allow you to marry the lightning sage." Princess Qingqing's face was covered in tears as she kowtowed and said, "Imperial Father, although this decree is late, this boy still wants to thank Imperial Father." Both Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the East Sea Empress were stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" After Princess Qingqing explained everything, Immortal Emperor Gaochen fell into deep thought. After half a cup of tea's time, Immortal Emperor Gaochen raised his head and looked at Princess Xia and Princess Qingqing, then at Xiaohua, and finally at Old Man Gu Qiong and Bright Moon Householder. He raised his hand and took out the Supreme Heavenly Mirror. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Your Kunlun mirror is not complete. If you bring Qingqing and Xan to the immortal world, they will definitely die. If you put the Kunlun mirror together with the Supreme Heavenly Mirror, the chances will increase by 30%. Immortal Emperor Gaochen did not finish his sentence, but Xiaohua understood his intentions. Since the 4 continents had been formed and the Dao sect cultivators on the Lin continent were so powerful, the Dao sect cultivators would inevitably find out that Immortal Emperor Gaochen used the Supreme Heavenly Mirror to imprison the Dao sect cultivators. Then, the Peng Lai immortal realm would be a disaster. Xiaohua borrowed Old Man Gu Qiong's spiritual treasure to save the East Sea Empress to give Immortal Emperor Gaochen a way out. Fortunately, Immortal Emperor Gaochen understood Xiaohua's intention. Xiaohua did not take the Supreme Heavenly Mirror. Instead, he smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better for your Majesty to do it yourself?" Sigh. Immortal Emperor Gaochen sighed and raised his hand to point at the Supreme Heavenly Mirror. The Supreme Heavenly Mirror flashed with 5 colors, and Immortal Emperor Gaochen said, "This emperor has received the grace of the Dao sect's supremes." This emperor follows the will of the heavens and the earth and pardons the citizens of the Penglai immortal realm. I hope that all of you can forget about the past and form a good relationship with us Confucian cultivators to build the 4 continents. Immortal Emperor Go Qin frowned and looked at Xiao Hua. He transmitted his voice to Xiao Hua. This emperor's Penglai immortal realm has lost a lot of cultivators. I'm afraid it's Xianxia's doing. That's right. Xiao Hua smiled and said, this guy must have colluded with the Grand Mist ancestor. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Penglai immortal realm would not have been able to leave. Oh, right, although the Grand Mist ancestor's main body was killed by this Xiao, a trace of his primordial spirit escaped and has not been found. I'm afraid that he has a clone. This clone might have colluded with Xianxia. Your Majesty must be careful. This emperor understands. This emperor will definitely investigate the Immortal Palace and the hidden Immortal Continent thoroughly. Immortal Emperor Gochen said and pointed his finger. Countless fireflies flew out from the clear sky mirror and landed on the hidden Immortal Continent. Xiao Hua and the others could clearly see that there were many human figures within the clear sky mirror. I'll leave it to you. Immortal Emperor Gochen willingly handed the clear sky mirror to Xiao Hua and said, I hope that you can protect this emperor's 2 princesses. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Xiao Hua received the clear sky mirror and bowed. This Xiao has misunderstood Your Majesty previously. It's not your fault, it's this emperor's fault. Immortal Emperor Gochen looked at the East Sea Empress lovingly and then looked at Princess Qing Qing and Princess Xia lovingly. He said, they are this emperor's most precious people. How can this emperor bear to let them be wronged? For their safety, this emperor is willing to exchange anything, including the position of immortal emperor. Imperial Father. Princess Qing Qing and Princess Xia could not help but pounce in front of the golden throne and hug Immortal Emperor Gochen. Since that's the case, Xiao Hua said with a smile, then I will also give Your Majesty another gift. Xiao Hua did not mention the 9 province cauldrons to Immortal Emperor Gochen earlier, so Immortal Emperor Gochen was stunned. He patted the 2 princesses' shoulders and looked at Xiao Hua, asking, beloved subject, what other gifts do you have? After this gift is given, this Xiao might not be able to see Your Majesty again. I hope that Your Majesty can return the 2 princesses to this Xiao and Lightning Immortal. Xiao Hua replied. Princess Qing Qing and Princess Xia knew that it was time for them to leave. They reluctantly bid farewell to the Immortal Emperor and Empress and entered Shenhua continent. Xiao Hua turned his head and said to Lightning Immortal and the others, let's go, fellow Daoists. We will re-establish the 9-province Great Formation for the Immortal Palace. What? 9-province Great Formation? Immortal Emperor Gochen's entire body shook. He suddenly realized, this emperor understands. This is Xianxia's plan, yes. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Xianxia's plan is not shallow. Your Majesty really wants to thoroughly investigate the Immortal Palace. After saying this, Xiao Hua smiled at Old Man Gu Qiong and the others and said, this Xiao has promised you before. Now that you have come at the right time, I hope it will be of some help to you in the future. Old Man Gu Qiong and the others did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly bowed and said, thank you, Master Xiao, for your kindness. After saying this, Xiao Hua turned around and was about to leave. Bright Moon Householder hurriedly said, Master Xiao, you rushed from the 3 continents to the 10,000 demon realm, then from the 10,000 demon realm to the Yilin continent, and then to the Dawn Rain continent. You have been saving the world non-stop. Have you prepared to transcend the tribulation? Alas. Xiao Hua sighed and shook his head, saying, this Xiao doesn't have the time. Master Zhao's mercy is unparalleled in the world. Yi Zhen said with emotion, if Master Xiao can't transcend the tribulation, who can? Old Man Gu Qiong also said sincerely, since Master Xiao isn't prepared, it's useless to make any preparations now. However, this junior sees that Master Xiao has a few good spiritual artifacts. If you can't transcend the tribulation, you can discard them to save your life. Thank you for your reminder. Xiao Hua's interest was greatly reduced when he saw that these supreme beings only said that they wouldn't practice and didn't take out any spiritual artifacts. He said with a smile, "This Xiao will go and set up the formation. I'm afraid that it will attract the thunder tribulation. Please be careful." "Master Xiao, be careful," everyone replied. Immortal Emperor Gochen asked again, "Daoist, what do you need me to do?" "Let Xia Xian set up the formation. That's a strategy to lure the enemy." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, you only need to observe the situation of the hidden immortal continent. If you discover any abnormalities, inform me in time." "But thank you, Daoist." Immortal Emperor Gochen pulled the Eastern Sea Empress down from the golden throne and said, "This emperor will hold the formation for you all." The supreme beings followed Immortal Emperor Gochen out of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Below them was the mountains and rivers of the hidden immortal continent. Seeing the beautiful land, Xiao Hua smiled. This was the place where the human race rested. It didn't only belong to the Confucian cultivators, but also the human race. How could he not care? Xiao Hua retracted his gaze and opened his mouth. Buzz. With a rumbling sound, the 9 provinces' cauldrons fell into the sky. Xiao Hua pointed at the cauldrons and said, "Scholar Palace Master, you are the orthodox Confucian cultivator. Your Yuzhou cauldron is the center of the 9 provinces' great array." But when Chu Qin spat out a mouthful of true qi into the Yuzhou cauldron. Then he activated his body and flew away with the Yuzhou cauldron. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 52-51. Under Xiao Hua's orders, Lightning Reverend took Jing Province Cauldron and headed to Jing Province. Feng Wu took Liang Province Cauldron and headed to Liang Province. Daoist Wu took Ji Province Cauldron and tore the void to Ji Province. Reverend Yun swallowed Su Province Cauldron and left while shaking his head and wagging his tail. Celestial and Huang Tong took Yang Province Cauldron and Yong Province Cauldron and left respectively. Finally, Xiao Hua waved his Daoist robe and was about to leave with the Yen Province Cauldron and Qing Province Cauldron. In the distance, Immortal Emperor Gaochen hurriedly flew over and said, "My dear minister, I have something to say." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Your Majesty, do you think we can't lay down the 9-province grand formation?" Immortal Emperor Gaochen hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Yes, I'm not worried about you or the Master of Literature Palace. I'm worried about the other immortals, the demon race or the dragon race." "Oh, that 5-clawed golden dragon of the dragon race might be able to activate Su Province Cauldron, but even a great saint of the demon race might not be able to activate Yong Province Cauldron, right? Oh, also, do you want to lay down both Qing Province Cauldron and Gun Province Cauldron?" Xiao Hua's words were really shocking. He smiled and said, "The Qing Province Cauldron is laid down by Maitreya Buddha." Immortal Emperor Gaochen almost fell from the sky. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "My dear minister, Maitreya Buddha is the future Buddha of Thunder Temple. How can he activate the Qing Province Cauldron? He even wants to help us lay down the 9-province grand formation? How about I send a decree to the master of 3 Purity Palace and the masters of Dongfang, Nangong, Shimen, and Dark North clans to come and help?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, you can ask the master of 3 Purity Palace about this. This is the last time I'm working for the people of Hidden Immortal Continent. If your Majesty doesn't allow it, then forget it." No. Immortal Emperor Gaochen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just afraid that if you fail to lay down the formation, you will be devoured by the 9-province cauldron. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about this." Xiao Hua replied, "We've already discussed it earlier and felt that it was feasible, so we came together. Otherwise, Phoenix Saint and the others wouldn't have come to the Immortal Palace and would have directly returned to the Great Sage Hall. The number 1 great saint of the demon race has become the Phoenix Sage." Immortal Emperor Gochen sighed and nodded. "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you, Master Xiao Lei." Xiao Hua meaningfully looked at Immortal Emperor Gochen and said, "Your Majesty, The current 4 continents are no longer the 3 continents of the past. The order of the 4 continents is gradually forming. During such a great storm, I hope that your majesty will prioritize the legacy of the human race and not create any more wars. You invited the Alliance Masters of the Dao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance to the Immortal Palace, and you even asked the Alliance Master of the Dao Alliance to take action. Immortal Emperor Gochen replied thoughtfully, "Moreover, I was imprisoned by Xie Exin, so I know how difficult it is to be separated from one's family. So, my dear minister, don't worry. Unless I have no other choice, I will not take the initiative to start a war." Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Since your majesty has such intentions, I's trip will not be in vain." Having said that, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Lightning surged around his body as he stepped into the void. Xiao Hua stepped out of the void and released his divine intent. He had already sensed Wen Chu's divine intent, so he immediately used the twin spirit binding technique to connect with Feng Wu's group. Xiao Hua's group had used this secret technique countless times in the myriad demon realm. Today, they were able to use it again with ease. Since he was ready, Xiao Hua activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand. From the pillar of light, Maitreya Buddha stepped out of the void. Just as the Maitreya Buddha and the world-honored one stood on the hidden immortal continent, a huge whistling sound of wind sounded from all over the 3 continents. Above the earth and above the 4 seas, the Buddha's light was everywhere. The Buddha's light condensed into lotuses, and countless lotuses were connected together. It was as if a huge lotus had enveloped the entire 3 continents. Amidst this overwhelming lotus, a strange fragrance gradually spread. Maitreya Buddha chanted, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, I don't have much time left." Having said that, Maitreya Buddha stepped into the void. However, just as the void was torn apart, the river of faith immediately flowed out from the void and stopped Maitreya Buddha. "World Sovereign is setting up a formation here, I will go." Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He left the cauldron behind and swallowed it before escaping into the void. Fortunately, the immortal energy around Xiao Hua's body had reached its limit and stopped his Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. The river of faith didn't appear in the void. Xiao Hua flew to the sky above Qing province and sent out the cauldron. He blew a breath of Xiantian qi into it, and the cauldron expanded to several thousand feet in size. It emitted a buzzing sound as it spun rapidly in the air. When it reached a certain place, it stopped. Thousands of inscriptions appeared on the surface of the cauldron. These inscriptions turned into images of mountains and rivers, and they began to spin rapidly. In just a moment, these images covered the entire sky above Qing province. Roar! At this time, in Qing province, a deafening sound like a dragon's roar broke through the sky. Xiao Hua's Dharma, I could clearly see that a gigantic dragon-like Confucian Qi began to swim in the depths of the earth. Buzz! The cauldron violently vibrated again. The nearby images were attracted by the providence of the earth and also turned into dragon images that surged around the cauldron. Roar, roar, roar! A total of 8 dragon roars resounded in the other 8 provinces of the hidden immortal continent. When the providence of the Confucian cultivators appeared, the cauldron emitted a golden light. Boom! The golden light rushed up and pierced the sky. Looking at the entire hidden immortal continent, the 9 huge golden light pillars of the 9 provinces' cauldrons all rushed into the sky like pillars of heaven. Seeing the light pillars appear, the 3 purities palace master and the others all had a dignified expression. This was because the last time they set up the formation, they failed because the 9 ninth-level Confucian cultivators couldn't attack at the same time. Xiao Hua and his clones weren't afraid that they couldn't work together, but when Chu roared in his heart, "Release!" Boom! The 9 light pillars reversed at the same time and turned into 9 golden nails that directly pierced into the ground of the hidden immortal continent. The entire hidden immortal continent violently shook. The providences of the Confucian cultivators on the ground were instantly nailed to death. Fall! When Chu roared again, the 9 cauldrons fell down at the same time. When the 9 cauldrons touched the ground, the earth seemed to be transparent without any resistance and instantly penetrated it. Woo! Between the heaven and earth, the strange wind whistled again. After the heaven and earth flashed 9 times, an indescribable spatial fluctuation appeared in the void, even the firmament and the earth. The 9 providences of the 9 provinces borrowed the power of the 9 cauldrons to form the 9 provinces' grand formation. The providences of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent were completed. Layers of 9 colored lights rushed into the sky along with the fluctuations and gradually converged towards the immortal palaces. The earth was bright and the sky was filled with multicolored lights. Dragons and phoenixes were auspicious. The sacred images of the Confucians all appeared and chants filled the heaven and earth. Immortal Emperor Go-Chen was the place where the providences of all the Confucian cultivators in the world gathered. Seeing the providences around his body like dragons and becoming several times clearer, how could he not know that the 9 provinces' grand formation was completed? He couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. Unfortunately, before Immortal Emperor Go-Chen's voice could be heard, the Buddhist light on the hidden immortal continent that had dimmed due to the Confucian cultivators' providence shone brightly again. Moreover, the lotus formed by the Buddhist light was several times larger than before. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha, countless Buddhist chants appeared in the void. Tens of thousands of heavenly dragons, heavenly maidens, and heavenly flowers began to appear along with the sound of wooden fish. The chants of the Buddhas were like the sounds of nature. Countless Buddhist lotuses covered the 3 continents and even spread towards the Lin continent. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, more chants resounded from the south. The huge thunderclap temple emitted a Buddhist light in the sky. Countless images of the thunderclap temple began to appear in the world. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Maitreya Buddha chanted and revealed his golden avatar. The moment this avatar appeared, strange phenomena immediately appeared in the surroundings. Rumble. The river of faith from before suddenly turned into a monstrous torrent that gushed out from the 3 continents. The Buddhist lotuses fell into this torrent of faith and rushed towards the golden avatar of the Maitreya Buddha. Within a radius of several 100,000 miles to the left of the Maitreya Buddha, lights and shadows distorted and the void cracked. Countless streams of faith seeped out and merged with the previous torrent of faith and fell into the light of the golden avatar of the Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the Pure Land, the sound of explosions rang out. The dome of heaven collapsed, and all the light and shadows were distorted. A rich fragrance and a Buddhist light that was as thin as a breeze slowly seeped out. Namo Amitabha Buddha. In front of the thunderclap temple, 2 Buddha lords, 2 bodhisattvas, and many other Buddhas clasped their palms together and chanted Buddhist chants. The little exquisite temple's Buddhas also stood in front of the thunderclap temple. Although they were different from the thunderclap temple's Buddhas, they still chanted Buddhist chants. Namo Amitabha Buddha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha asked in a low voice, "World Lord, what do you think of the situation?" Namo Amitabha Buddha. The Mahavairakana Buddha World Lord's face was expressionless as he said, "I don't dare to speak recklessly." However, the Maitreya Buddha World Lord has the merit of saving the world and the merit of the hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators. With the protection of these merits, there shouldn't be any problems. The Buddha Kingdom's heavenly gate will definitely open. As for the most difficult part, how will the Maitreya Buddha World Lord step into the heavenly gate? As he spoke, the Buddhist lotuses all over the 3 continents bloomed. Within each blossoming Buddhist lotus, swastikas flew out. After these swastikas flew out, they all soared into the sky and flew towards the thunderclap temple. When hundreds of millions of swastikas had surged into the sky, they formed a golden radiance that was even more majestic than the flood of faith. Boom! As the golden radiance soared into the sky, a booming sound that sounded like the heavens and earth groaned resounded. At the place where the golden radiance landed, an even larger swastika gradually formed. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, roaming the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact within my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the solar star zone. Xiaoduan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiaoduan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiaoduan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Chapter 5252. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Sincerity appeared on the faces of all the Buddhas, knowing that the heavenly gates of the Buddhist kingdom were about to open. However, at this crucial moment, boom, boom, boom. Another earth-shattering boom resounded above the Thousand Demons' sacred realm to the north of the 3 continents. Those from the Immortal Palace, Thunder Temple, Heaven Alliance, and Tao Alliance were all shocked. They hurriedly shifted their gazes from the Pure Land world to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Although the space was extremely far away, they could still see it clearly. The sky in the north cracked inch by inch, and starlight seeped out from the cracks. Woo! At this moment, the Great Sage Hall also appeared from the void. The Great Sage Hall's starlight was resplendent, and it continuously spread in all directions like waves. In the blink of an eye, 3 Great Sage Hall's silhouettes emerged from the starlight. Pung, pung. 3 ear-piercing sounds broke through the air at the same time. The 3 silhouettes turned into morning stars, and under the illumination, rushed into the cracked sky. Rumble. Loud noises and starry flames appeared one after another in the cracked sky like the end of the world. The seemingly boundless northern sky seemed to have been wiped away by 3 giant hands. The fragments fell, revealing 3 completely different starry skies. The smallest starry sky was pure. It was only the size of a fist, and it looked abnormally radiant. The starry sky near this star was distorted, and a pitch-black radiance mixed with grayish-white radiance would occasionally appear. Beside this starry sky, there was another starry sky close to 1,000 times larger than this one. Within this starry sky, countless stars shone brightly, and every star had star runes that were distorted. These distortions were a little strange. Looking at it with the naked eye, it seemed as if every crease contained the radiance of the sun and moon. However, the radiance was obscured by the stars. The last starry sky looked similar to the starry sky beside it, but it couldn't be considered a starry sky. This was because there were no stars, sun, or moon in this space. There were only tens of thousands of birds and beasts, and their bodies flickered with starlight as they roared crazily. Following their roars, the space also distorted, and a faint blood-red color shrouded the surroundings. Shattering the void? Immortal Emperor Gaochen was the first to exclaim, "Why are 3 great sages about to shatter the void? How is this possible?" However, before Immortal Emperor Gaochen could finish his sentence, rumble! Another explosion occurred in the sky, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the source of the explosion. Wasn't it coming from the northwest of the 3 continents? Earth, fire, wind, and lightning surged out like the heavens were collapsing, enveloping the space within 1,000,000 miles. Along with the devastation of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, the horizon gradually evaporated. The normal color disappeared and turned into a pure golden color. As soon as this golden color was formed, it gradually divided into several eye-catching layers. Roar! Countless dragon roars resounded from the northern sea. Within the flickering light, the mysterious dragon island revealed itself. Swish! The dragon-like shadow above the dragon island rushed out amidst the roar of 10,000 dragons, and directly collided with the wave-like golden light. Boom! A blurry pupil of at least 1,000 zhang, 33 m per zhang, was revealed in the golden light. Heaven's eyes! Immortal Emperor Gochen was shocked again and shouted, This is the legendary Heaven's Eye that the dragon race used to ascend to the dragon realm? How is this possible? Not to mention Immortal Emperor Gochen, even the Mahavairakana revered Buddha couldn't help but keep his calm. Looking at the closed eye in the distance, he exclaimed, Is this Daoist Yun's ascension tribulation? I haven't seen a dragon ascending to the dragon realm in such a manner for a long time. Before the Dipankara Archaic Buddha, revered Buddha could say anything. Rumble? A solid shadow above the dragon island crashed into the other side of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning like a meteor. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, far away from the blurry Heaven's Eye, a clear golden eye with the size of 100,000 miles was formed once again. I understand now. Immortal Emperor Gochen shouted, This is Daoist Yun's Heaven's Eye. If I'm not mistaken, the previous one should be Grand Elder Ao Jia's. As soon as the three ascension phenomena appeared, buzz? A low buzzing sound began to resound between the heavens and the earth. A faint yet unparalleled confinement of the heavens and the earth began to spread toward the three continents. This is bad. Aoe and the other dragons on the Dragon Island, Immortal Emperor Gochen and the other Confucian cultivators in the Immortal Palace, and Mahavairakana of the Thunder Temple and the other Buddhist disciples all exclaimed in unison upon seeing this. After all, there was only one ascension previously. How could there be three ascensions now? The dragon race, the demon race, and the Buddhist disciples were all undergoing their tribulations at the same time? This was absolutely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Moreover, these three different ascensions would definitely interfere with each other. As expected, when the restrictions of the heavens and the earth collided with each other, they formed a sealing wave that sealed the thousand demons' sacred grounds, the blessed land world, and the North Sea. Even the hidden immortal continent, the East Sea, and the South Sea were affected. On the hidden immortal continent, Xiaohua and the others were both happy and worried. As soon as they laid down the 9 provinces grand formation, the Maitreya Buddha, revered Buddha, activated the heavenly gate of the Buddhism sect. As the 9 exalts were originally one, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and Daoist Yun immediately sensed their ascension tribulation. Everyone, seeing that the 3 continents were about to be sealed, Xiaohua hurriedly said in his heart, Let's try our best to separate. We'll meet again in the upper realm. Alright. His clones did not dare to delay and responded. The Maitreya Buddha, revered Buddha, wanted to go to the blessed land world. But how could he enter the void at this time? Seeing that he could not tear it apart, he could only teleport to the Thunder Temple. Feng Wu and Huang Tong teleported to the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds at the same time. After arriving, they went to different places. Daoist Yun naturally flew to the Dragon Island, unlike the 2 great saints of the demon race. Fellow Immortal, you don't have to go too far. Xiaohua said to Wenchu with a smile, This is the hidden immortal continent of the Confucian cultivators. We'll avoid it. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, he saw that in the sky above the hidden immortal continent, there was a crack formed by 4 types of lightning. The 5 Qi righteous lightning was like a heavenly river pouring down. However, this 5 Qi righteous lightning had only fallen for a few hundred li before it stopped again. It turned into a monstrous lightning tide, covering 1,000,000 li. Within the 5 Qi righteous lightning, hundreds of millions of mighty pillars of energy fell down. The 5-colored light also covered the horizon. The huge scroll that was 1,000 zhang long, together with the sword light, began to condense within the 5 Qi righteous lightning. A kind of vast and supreme aura leaked out from the scroll, enveloping the entire hidden immortal continent. The book gate appears, the clouds rise. Immortal Emperor Gaochen laughed and said, I knew it. How could the master of the literature Star Palace be willing to fall behind others? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Immortal Emperor Gaochen's smile appeared, another wave of 5 Qi righteous thunders and clouds fell down and condensed into a scroll that was tens of thousands of feet long in another square. Ah? Immortal Emperor Gaochen was startled. Who else triggered the heavenly gate? Your Majesty. Not far away, the master of the Supreme Purity Palace was surrounded by clouds. The fragrance of books came out of his body. He flew forward and bowed. I didn't expect to trigger the book gate today. I'm afraid it was also the work of the master of the literature's Star Palace. Today, I bid farewell to your majesty. Please take care of yourself. Good. Immortal Emperor Gaochen clapped his hands and said, the master of the Supreme Purity Palace has gotten rid of the knot in his heart and can finally step into the heavenly court. Congratulations. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace smiled and said, however, I just triggered the heavenly gate. I don't know if I can step on the clouds to go up. Your Majesty, you congratulate me too early. With that, the master of the Supreme Purity Palace moved his body and landed on the vast land. When he saw Wen Chu, he said respectfully, thank you, master of the literature Star Palace. Who knew that Wen Chu's face was solemn, and he warned, the 9 provinces grand array has just been completed and you are not prepared. This is not good for you. The immortal array is broken and the heaven and earth are changing. How can I be the only one to react hastily? The master of the Supreme Purity Palace smiled and said, sooner or later, I will have to take this step. The earlier I leave, the earlier I can finish this. Wen Chu was startled and said anxiously, my Confucian cultivator has a saying that opportunities are left for those who are prepared. You have been accumulating power for 10,000 years for today. However, this book gate came too suddenly, so you don't have to belittle yourself. Yes, I know. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace raised his head and looked at Wen Chu's huge book in the distance. He smiled and said, the master of the literature Star Palace must also be careful. We will meet again in the heavenly court. It's a deal. Wen Chu cupped his hands. The two of them, one in the south and one in the north, stood at the two ends of the hidden immortal continent. They raised their heads and looked at the blue dome of heaven, waiting for the tribulation to descend. All his clones triggered the ascension tribulation. Xiao Hua was happy at first, but as the signs of the heavenly tribulation appeared, his heart became heavier and heavier. An indescribable fear emerged from all over his body, pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. This feeling was like several sharp swords piercing deeply into his body. It was as painful as death by 1,000 cuts. This feeling was as if the heaven and earth were closed and there was no way out. Since this was the case, how could Xiao Hua not know that if his ascension tribulation descended, it would be even more powerful? Similar to the helplessness of drowning, Xiao Hua urged the Thunderbolt Immortal to fly as far as possible in order to avoid the influence of the ascension tribulation on his clones. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. The heaven and earth seal had already sealed the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, the Pure Land world, the Northern Sea, and the Southern Sea. Whether it was Immortal Emperor Go-Chin or the Mahavarakana revered Buddha, their divine abilities were all sealed. Even their bodies were slowly falling down, unable to bear the burden. However, as the main characters of today, Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were able to handle this seal with ease. With teleportation, they quickly left the hidden immortal continent and flew towards the Western Sea. Just as Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal started flying, the Yilin continent and the Dawn Rain continent were above the Western Sea. Boundless tribulation clouds poured down like a mountain torrent. In the high sky, layers upon layers took shape. Some were like mountain peaks, some were like ocean waves. Moreover, as the tribulation clouds surged, all sorts of phenomena grew. The sun and the moon seemed to be moving, and the stars were shining brilliantly. Following the changes of the sun, the moon, and the stars, an indescribable suffocation suddenly covered the earth and majestically fell down. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, and reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Wish all fellow Daoists a happy National Day holiday. Let's promote the new book, http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX, King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Corporation. In reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already finished writing the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116.56.5446, 170.57.13, 64. Chapter 52-53. Xiao Hua and the Thunder Immortal were used to the formation of tribulation clouds, so they weren't particularly surprised. They just waited for the gate to appear behind the tribulation clouds. However, just as Xiao Hua, the Thunder Immortal, the celestial being, and Daoist which flew into the West Sea, the world suddenly fell into darkness. The darkness came so fiercely that all the creatures in the 4 great continents were at a loss. The darkness came from the Yilin continent, the Xiaoyu continent, and even the sky above the West Sea. The darkness was extremely dense, as if the world had not been opened yet. Although the book gate on the hidden immortal continent shone with 1,000 feet of light, the heavenly gate on the Pure Land world shone brightly, the starry sky above the 1,000 demons' sacred realm shone brightly, and the heavenly eye on the North Sea shone brightly. All these signs seemed so powerless in the darkness, and their brilliance quickly dimmed. As soon as the darkness formed, a wave of silent desolation, loneliness, and fear arose in the hearts of the millions of creatures in the 4 great continents. The birds and beasts prostrated, the grass and trees trembled, and the heavenly might was unparalleled. Fellow Daoist. At this moment, Daoist which suddenly transmitted his voice in his mind, I have a bad feeling. This darkness is like the power of ghosts and gods, and it contains the aura of the 12 gods of soul cultivation. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, replying in his mind, that's right. This aura is extremely faint and obscure, and the power of this aura is far stronger than the other ascension tribulations. If I'm not wrong, this should be your ascension tribulation. That's strange. Daoist which was puzzled and replied, why didn't I sense anything? The ignorant are fearless. The celestial being gloated. Before the celestial being's voice fell, a strange figure appeared from the darkness. This figure had a human head and a dragon body. Wasn't it the appearance of the 13th god of soul cultivation in the sealed space? A 13th god? Xiao Hua and Daoist which were dumbfounded. What? The celestial being loved to join in the fun and exclaimed, the 13th god? Where is he? The Thunder Immortal was also confused and looked at the direction of Xiao Hua and Daoist witches' gazes. Pangu Axe. The voice of the Thunder Immortal appeared in the hearts of all the clones. I can't see the 13th god, but I can feel the aura of Pangu Axe. This aura is billions of times more solid than I's Pangu Axe. Xiao Hua and Daoist which came to a realization at the same time. They were probably the only ones who could see the figures of the 13 great gods. It was not only because they were soul cultivators, but also because they had reached the 3rd heaven beyond the heavens. Damn it! Daoist sorcerer cursed under his breath. He did not expect that his tribulation of ascension would come so suddenly. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk right at this moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared. Xiao Hua and Daoist sorcerer could see it clearly, while Reverend Yun could sense it clearly. It was the 13 earth gods who had split the darkness apart with the Pangu Axe. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, the heavens and earth have split open. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at the 13th great god. Towards the witch world's ascension passage. However, before Xiao Hua could finish his words, the first beam of light, which seemed to be the beginning of the world, fell on the sky above the 4 continents. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the void faded away, and a deep rumbling sound like the sound of a wooden fish was heard. Mount Meru, which was previously hidden in the void, revealed its majestic and vast shape. As soon as Mount Meru was revealed, rumble, a thick and incomparable thunderbolt came out of nowhere and streaked across the darkness, blocking the beam of light. Then, boom, 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 in the darkness, hundreds of millions of thunderbolts struck down crazily, shattering the darkness into pieces. The lightning bolts were like flowers, and the lightning bolts were like dragons, wreaking havoc on the Lin continent. Amidst the thunderbolts, the figure of the 13th great god and the aura of the Pangu axe were swept away. A kind of heaviness appeared out of nowhere, pressing straight towards Xiaohua and Reverend Yun Lei. Phew! Daoist sorcerer heaved a long sigh of relief, not knowing whether he was glad or regretful. He whispered in his mind, "Like I said, I didn't sense any ascension tribulation at all. This is the ascension tribulation of two fellow Daoists. There's something strange about this." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said, "There's clearly the aura of the witch realm, and there's clearly the 13th great god of soul cultivation creating heaven and earth. Why did it change to Dao cultivation's thunderbolt in the end? Only you and I can see such a phenomenon." Daoist sorcerer shrugged and urged his figure to continue forward. He said, "Billions of cultivators in the 4 continents can't see it. Who would believe you if you told them? Besides, this is the ascension tribulation. Perhaps it's just like this. Fellow Daoist, take care." Daoist sorcerer's voice became softer and softer, and the power of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger. Xiaohua's connection with his clones also became weaker and weaker. Xiaohua hurriedly checked the space. Fortunately, although it was the ascension tribulation, the space could still sense that there were no special changes in the Shenhua continent where Princess Qingqing and Princess Xianxia were. With a thought, Xiaohua asked the Reverend Yun Lei to take the ocean-overturning seal, soaring dragon shears, and other Dharma treasures. He looked at the sky again. Although it was already bright, the tribulation clouds were still there. The lightning completely dyed the western horizon. However, if one looked carefully, there were still some differences between the lightning. In the Yilin continent, the lightning was mostly round like 100 blooming flowers. In the North Sea, the lightning was mostly ribbon-shaped like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. These two lightning covered an area of 1,000,000 miles, and their momentum was very close. After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of thunder didn't show any signs of weakening. Instead, it became even louder. The entire sky seemed to have been shattered by 2 lightning hands. The will of heaven and earth that originally covered the Yilin continent and the West Sea had rapidly spread to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the North Sea, and the South Sea. It was connected with the fluctuations of the seal of heaven and earth from before. Buzz. With just a tremor in space, the entire 4 great continents was covered by the strange phenomenon of the ascension tribulation. Because of the sudden appearance of darkness, the various strange phenomena in the 4 great continents were dimmed and colorless. Now, the unparalleled power of heaven and earth fell down from the sky. Even people as strong as immortal Emperor Gaochen, Vairocana revered Buddha, and the scarlet flame vermilion bird couldn't stand in the sky. One by one, they fell to the mortal world. Somewhere in the Dawn Rain continent, a faint sacred light was burning. Zhang Jie's face was calm as he looked at the strange realm. He muttered to himself, "He is finally going. Thank you, Sacred Lord. I wonder what his future will be like?" However, since he has the Namo Merciful Great Guanyin Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, he probably won't kill too many people. Fellow Daoists are really powerful. I have never heard of a realm having so many cultivators going through a tribulation at the same time. I have also never heard of an ascension tribulation covering an entire realm. At this point, Zhang Jie's expression suddenly changed. He looked at a place far to the south with extreme disgust and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why is he here? Could this be a part of the ascension tribulation in the 4 great continents?" With that, Zhang Jie didn't hesitate and flapped his wings. Although it was a bit difficult, he still quickly left and flew towards the north. It was as if he didn't want to see the person who came. Zhang Jie had only flown 1,000,000 miles when the lightning in the sky exploded again. Countless balls of lightning flashed and emitted a 5-colored brilliance. In an instant, All the spirit energy of the 5 elements on the Lin continent went berserk. At the same time, above the Western Sea, the flashing lights became colorful. The entire Western Sea was surging with waves. Endless water-type spirit energy went against the heavens and poured into the void. Sigh. Seeing the lightning that had just appeared, the heavenly tribulations all around responded at the same time. The 4 great continents shook at the same time. The sealing power was unprecedented. Xianxia smiled wryly and stopped. He quickly landed on a peak and said helplessly, "What kind of ascension is this?" Not only did it alarm the entire world, even I, a 2-winged angel, was imprisoned. Just as Xiangjia's voice fell, in a place extremely far away, near the Million Meng Mountains, Bai Fei walked out of a cave with difficulty. He raised his head and looked at the boundless lightning in the sky and the pressure that made people prostrate on the ground. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth and say, "Is this his ascension tribulation? Why is there such a huge commotion? Could it be that I will never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime?" Master. Even though Xiaoye was hiding in a place, she couldn't resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. She could only answer with a trembling voice, "Such a huge ascension tribulation, heavenly tribulation might naturally. Did I ask you to answer?" Bai Fei suddenly roared and shouted, "Do you think I don't know? In this dawn rain continent, I'm afraid that he is the only one who can ascension tribulation. If this ascension tribulation doesn't belong to him, then who does it belong to?" Xiaoye didn't say anything. However, after a while, she said in a low voice, "Master, don't be anxious. You have your own reliance and your own opportunities. Sooner or later, you will be like Daoist Xiao." "Shut up," Bai Fei said angrily. "Don't mention his name in front of me again. What reliance? What opportunity? Didn't you see it? That spiritual item. He didn't even look at it and threw it in front of me like it was trash. How can I catch up with him?" "Master." When Xiao Yu heard this, she couldn't help but remind him, "There's one more thing that this servant wants to tell Master. The effect of the spirit item seems to be not as good as before. According to this servant's thoughts, could it be that Daoist Master Xiao did something to it?" "I've already said it." Bai Fei's face turned ferocious as he shouted, "Don't mention his name in front of me." Xiaoye didn't say anything. After a while, Bai Fei said in a low voice, "This matter should have nothing to do with him. The spiritual item was only in his hands for a few breaths, and he immediately returned it to me. The disdain he had when he returned it to me was engraved in my heart. He didn't have the time, and he didn't have the ability to do anything to such a heaven-defying item. The reason why the spirit item is gradually losing its effectiveness should be because I haven't truly refined it successfully." "Yes, this servant understands," Xiao Yu hurriedly replied. "This servant will observe it further and report it to Master at any time. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support it, vote a monthly vote, vote a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX, King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding a strange artifact spirit. Ordinary student Su Ji turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already finished writing the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116565446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 5254. Xiaoye, it's been hard on you. Bai Fei squeezed out a smile and comforted her. He then looked into the distance and said in a low voice, I'm afraid I won't be able to compete with you on the Dawn Rain continent. But just you wait, I'll definitely go to the immortal world to find you. As for here, I'll take good care of your fortune gate, Wuxia and the others." With that, Bai Fei no longer looked at the phenomenon in the sky and turned to return to the cave. "Master?" Xiaoya was anxious and reminded, when a cultivator goes through a tribulation, the gate to the immortal world will open, and endless profundities will be born. Even if Master can't comprehend them now, but going through a tribulation is still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't want to receive any favor from him. Bai Fei's footsteps were firm. I want to rely on my own strength to fight the heavens, the earth, and him. Xiaoya was speechless again. Oh my God! At the same time, in the extreme north of the Thousand Demons' Holy Land, a tall figure slowly walked out from a dark corner. The force that had sealed the ground didn't seem to exist in this figure's eyes. With the help of the bright starlight, this figure's appearance was revealed. Wasn't this the Grand Mist Ancestor? At this time, the Grand Mist Ancestor's face was filled with shock as he looked at the phenomenon in the sky. He cried out, "What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? What kind of world is this? How can it have such a powerful force? I didn't feel anything special about this world before." However, in just a short moment, the Grand Mist Ancestor's face changed greatly, and he sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's them. They really deserve to die. How dare they kill my 100 million boy? How can I not take revenge for this kind of great enmity?" With that said, the Grand Mist Ancestor tried to fly up, but unfortunately, in the seal of heaven and earth, his flight was like a snail's. The Grand Mist Ancestor snorted coldly, and his body slowly transformed into the shape of a world-exterminating mayfly. As soon as the world-exterminating mayfly was formed, pa, cracks appeared all over its body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it. The world destruction mayfly cursed as it reverted back to its human form. With a sway of its body, it charged toward the great sacred hall much faster than before. Some wanted to stop Xiao Hua and his avatar from transcending the tribulation, while others prayed for their smooth ascension. On the Daybreak Rain continent, in the myriad thunder valley of the Imperial Thunder sect, Zhuanggu and the others had already flown out. They sat cross-legged outside the cave and prayed sincerely while facing the lightning. Fairy Xianhua, Reverend Lei Meng and the others also flew out of the cave. Ignoring their own cultivation base, they looked up at the sky. Millions of cultivators and hundreds of millions of common people seemed to have a telepathic connection. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed while chanting Reverend Zhao's name. If the Xiaoyu continent was like this, how could the Lin continent be different? The hidden Immortal continent, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, and the Pure Land world were the 3 rivers and 4 seas. How could those beings who had received Xiao Hua's grace abandon their own conscience before the seal of heaven and earth? Although they knew that they were weak by themselves, the faith in their hearts was tenacious. Strands of faith converged into streams, converged into rivers, converged into a river, converged into a river, and finally converged into an ocean. It was vast and boundless, and it resisted the ruthless might of heaven and earth and the crystal-like godhood behind Xiao Hua's head. The lightning was divided into 5 colors, and heaven and earth were divided into the 5 elements. In an instant, Xiao Hua felt that heaven and earth were insignificant, and the might of heaven was vast. An indescribable feeling of inferiority rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know if this was the effect of the ascension tribulation, or the change in his state of mind, but it made him feel incomparably helpless. At this moment, the tiny power of faith that was as small as an ant entered his heart and gradually warmed it up. In the end, millions of different kinds of encouragement and piety turned into a torrent that lifted his heart up. Xiao Hua's face was instantly covered in tears. He groaned from the bottom of his heart, "O heavenly Tao, did I save them, or did they make me? Who can clearly explain the cause and effect of heaven and earth?" Boom boom boom. Another half an hour passed, and in the sky filled with lightning, an earth-shaking rumble was heard once again. The lightning above the Yilin continent was condensed like stars, and speckles filled the sky. The might of each speckles penetrated the space and fell in the sky near the thunderbolt Immortal. All of them had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The lightning above the West Sea was mottled, and it was like crisscrossing paths that completely covered the sky. Under each streak of light, there was a silk-like grayish-white color. This grayish-white color also penetrated the space and fell in the West Sea, sealing the space where Xiaohua was. Each streak of grayish-white color contained the power to overturn mountains and overturn seas. Immortal. Gate of the Immortal World. Old Man Gu Qiong and Bright Moon Householder, who were on the hidden Immortal continent, shouted at the same time. How is this possible? There are two completely different gates of the Immortal World? Above the Yilin continent, a five-colored sphere, which looked like a star, slowly took shape in the depths of the lightning waves. This five-colored sphere kept rotating and flashing, and colors intertwined with each other. And above the Western Sea, behind the crisscrossing lightning patterns, there were enormous five-colored stripes that were extremely distorted. It was like a vortex, but also like the outline of a door. It was also gradually taking shape, and billions of runes surged out from the stripes like butterflies. Old Man Gu Qiong and Bright Moon Householder were extremely puzzled, and they looked at each other. Although they had never gone through the heavenly tribulation, according to the records of the Heaven Alliance and the Dao Alliance, there seemed to be one gate of the Immortal World. It was the huge five-colored gate of the Immortal World on the Yilin continent, and they had never heard of a whirlpool and a gate. It took several hours for the two gates of the Immortal World to take shape. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts, which sounded like hundreds of millions of heavenly horses neighing, came from the western sky and dashed toward all directions in the sky. They were like arrogant war drums that shook heaven and earth, and they covered the scrolls, the heavenly eyes, the starry sky, and the heavenly gates. The magical power of the Daoist cultivators could suppress all sects, and this could be seen from the power of the Ascension Tribulation. Once the gates of the Immortal World were formed, the world fell into an indescribable balance again. Thunderbolts, multicolored lights, Buddhist chants, and the brilliance of the stars and the moon began to gradually accumulate power. The four continents fell silent again, and a struggle of despair and rebirth began to spread between heaven and earth. Finally, it's the most critical moment. Xiaohua sensed that the pressure in the sky was getting heavier, and there was a great pushing force in the nearby space. His body was about to be torn apart under this pressure, and Xiaohua knew that the final thunder tribulation was coming. However, he didn't expect that he would wait for 3 days and 3 nights. These 3 days and 3 nights were extremely difficult to endure, and it felt as if a murderous guillotine was hanging above his head and could fall at any time. However, he didn't know when it would fall. If it weren't for the prayers of hundreds of millions of creatures, Xiaohua felt that he wouldn't be able to endure it. If Xiaohua was like this, how could the master of the Shangqing Palace, the golden-winged giant rock, Ao Jia, and the others be any better? His heart was full of complicated thoughts, and he couldn't dispel them no matter what secret techniques he used. Moreover, after these 3 days and 3 nights, after the strange phenomenon in the sky, a kind of scarlet color gradually increased, and a kind of ashen color gradually seeped out of the ground. It seemed like a kind of great furnace of heaven and earth. Bang! Xiaohua suddenly felt relaxed, and he felt that the magic power in his body didn't need to be activated by him. His body, which he had tried his best to maintain, couldn't be suppressed, and it suddenly expanded. Then, golden light radiated in all directions, and it unexpectedly turned into a transcendence golden body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was even more magnificent and vast than the great sage of the human race in the 10,000 demon realm. Bang! Meanwhile, the Thunderbolt Immortal's golden body also appeared in the Yilin continent, and it was also tens of thousands of feet tall. Oh my God! Gu Qiong Old Man and Bright Moon Householder, who had been immersed in silence for 3 days and 3 nights, were shocked once again, and they cried out in unison, "This? How powerful are Master Xiao and the Thunderbolt Immortal?" According to the ancient records, a Dharma body of 1,000 feet is already very rare, and those who enter the Immortal World Gate only need a few thousand feet. If a Dharma body of tens of thousands of feet reaches the Immortal World, how powerful would it be? Boom. Under the heavens, on the ground, the Maitreya Buddha of the Blessed Land World's World Lord exuded boundless Buddha radiance, and his golden body that was tens of thousands of feet tall exuded unparalleled benevolence. He stood on the 9 lotus platforms and stood high in the sky. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the World Lord couldn't help but call out the future Buddha Lord's Buddha name, and he exclaimed, "World Lord, with such a Buddha body like the future Buddha Lord, can I, the Pure Land World's Buddha, and the Buddhas of the Thunder Sound Temple withstand it?" The Mavarakana Buddha of the World Lord was also shocked, but he remained calm. After pondering for a while, he said, "Namo Amitabha, if he didn't have any merit, how could he obtain such a Buddha body? If he didn't save the world and suppress evil, how could the future Buddha Lord open such a huge heavenly gate? With such merit, the power of billions of living beings should be able to help the future Buddha Lord enter the Buddha kingdom." On the hidden immortal continent. Boom. 2 explosions resounded. Without any majestic chi pillars descending, the Wisdom Palace Lord and the Prime Clarity Palace Lord both revealed their subsidiary bodies. The Prime Clarity Palace Lord's subsidiary body was thousands of feet tall. His 5 chis surged and transformed into clouds beneath his feet. Although his subsidiary body's aura was extremely powerful, it was still like a baby compared to the Wisdom Palace Lord's subsidiary body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Moreover, the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body was completely different from the Prime Clarity Palace Lord's subsidiary body. Other than the surging 5 chis, there were also 5 strands of early heaven true chi that transformed into inscription chains and inscription chains that roamed around. Above his head, there was even a faint outline of a scroll that resembled half a flower protecting him. Immortal Emperor Gaochen opened his mouth, as if he wanted to exclaim something. However, when he thought of Ing Kuei, he instantly understood why the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body was so shocking. "Your Majesty," the Empress couldn't help but ask, "isn't the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body a little too unbelievable?" "It's not just unbelievable." Immortal Emperor Gaochen could finally vent his frustrations. He replied in a low voice, "It's simply unprecedented. To be honest, even if I were to ascend in this life, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be half the size of the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body." P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, gift it, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and dominated the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Corporation. In reality, I have a divine artifact inside my body. I'm a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I'm the future enforcer of the immortal world. I'm the king of order of the Sun Galaxy. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, the story of the cultivation god. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Chapter 52-55. How is this possible? Empress already knew the answer, but she still asked, "Your Majesty is the head of all Confucian cultivators in the world. How can there be a body of providence that surpasses your Majesty's?" The master of the Scholar Palace had a fortuitous encounter. Immortal Emperor Gaochen couldn't help but send a voice transmission. "It was after I was saved in the 9 Dragons' coffin. But the master of the Scholar Palace is in the West Ocean." Empress was even more confused. Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at Xiao Hua and smiled bitterly. Who asked him to have a selfless immortal friend? The scene in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm was similar. Feng Wu and Huang Tong's demon bodies had already covered the golden-winged Peng's demon body. On the Dragon Island, Ao Jia's dragon body was over 10,000 feet long, but he had already lost the will to compete with enlightened being Yun's dragon body. How could the mortals in the four continents compare to the dragon-cleansing liquid? While immortal Emperor Gaochen was smiling bitterly, Xiaohua was also smiling bitterly. With the birth of his transcendence golden body, his nascent soul was also expanding rapidly, and so were the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. Xiaohua wanted to send these scattered nascent souls out, but seeing that the four great continents could no longer contain more immortal world aura, he didn't dare to do so even if he was beaten to death. If he opened more than 100 immortal world gates, the whole world would collapse and be annihilated. Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and hurriedly sent the hundreds of scattered souls into Shenhua continent from his lower Dantian, fearing that there would be another catastrophe during his tribulation. Boom! Just when Xiaohua's golden body was formed, the ascension tribulation of the Daoist's immortal world was the first to show its might. On the outline of the door of the immortal world, a white lightning bolt shot out from the door and descended towards the mortal world. This lightning bolt rapidly expanded as it descended. When it reached Xiaohua's head, wouldn't it be 10,000 feet in size? The space rumbled, and Xiaohua's golden body was also confined. Facing such a lightning tribulation, Xiaohua was emboldened. He roared, "Hey!" He had already taken out the wishful staff from the space, and with a thought, the staff became 10,000 feet long and hit the lightning tribulation head-on. No way! Old man Gu Qiong almost lost his balance on the mountain peak. His legs went soft as he cried out, "Spiritual Master Xiao, are you trying to defy the heavens?" Bright Moon Householder's hands were also shivering. He wasn't scared, but rather excited, and he shouted crazily. According to the Heavenly Alliance's records, when a Taoist cultivator goes through a tribulation, he will use a magical artifact to resist the thunder tribulation. Those who dare to face the thunder tribulation will be engulfed by an even more ferocious thunder tribulation. But, if he can resist the thunder tribulation and get a celestial body, he will be tainted by the heaven's murderous intent, and no celestial in the celestial world can resist it. I didn't expect Daoist Master Xiao to be so warlike despite his gentle and refined appearance. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Xiaohua didn't like to fight. Back then, when he was in the Lin continent, he was only thinking about how to return to the Dawn Rain continent and how to break the immortal formation. He forgot to ask the Heavenly Alliance and the Dao Alliance to look for records in this area. As for the records that the Heavenly Alliance and the Dao Alliance wanted to give him, Xiaohua didn't have the heart and didn't have the time to look at them. Boom! Under the wishful staff of the 5 elements, the lightning was instantly extinguished. However, the white thunderbolts were just as Bright Moon Householder had said. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they fell down. It seemed as if they were going to drown Xiaohua. Xiaohua brandished the wishful steel staff and used the heavenly staff technique. Nothing could enter his body, and he annihilated all the thunderbolts. How arrogant! One immortal world gate moved, so how could the other immortal world gate be willing to fall behind? On the Yilin continent, the immortal world gate, which was decorated with lightning balls, trembled. Then, a white ball of lightning came down from the sky, streaking across the space and falling toward the Thunderbolt Immortal, who was standing high in the sky. The ball-shaped lightning was like a falling star. Its speed was extremely fast, and it even had an extremely long tail behind it. The immense impact caused the void to be extremely compressed. Although it was still a distance away from Thunderbolt Immortal, the void near him had already collapsed. Hee! The Thunderbolt Immortal smiled and raised his hand. Swish! The soaring dragon scissors streaked across the space like 2 giant dragons. They instantly cut the white lightning bolt in half. This lightning tribulation was also strange. After the white lightning bolt was destroyed, it immediately disappeared. Then, more lightning bolts came down from the sky like rain. The immortal world gate overbearingly took the lead. Above the Pure Land world, the huge swastika symbol that covered the sky finally began to rotate. As it rotated, countless golden swastikas fell with Buddha's light. Countless heavenly flowers gushed out with chanting. Heavenly ladies and heavenly dragons came into the world. Countless greater thousand worlds and lesser thousand worlds were born and destroyed in this Buddha's light. The Buddha's light formed a thick light beam, slowly crossing the space and descending on the 4 continents. Just as the Buddha's light touched the boundary barrier, Mount Meru appeared again. The chanting of thousands of Buddhas drifted down from the mountain, sprinkling around the Maitreya Buddha. In all kinds of exotic fragrances, the lotuses that were previously spread all over the 4 continents and now only gathered in the Pure Land began to fly. Blossoms, pieces, clusters, rushed to the feet of the Maitreya Buddha. The 9-grade lotus platform emitted a clear Buddha's voice and began to rotate slowly. As it rotated, the lotuses that poured in turned into fireflies. As for the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha, it gradually rose in the rotation of the 9-grade lotus platform. Swish! The first falling heavenly flower touched the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha. The heavenly flower instantly turned into a light shadow. The environment within the light shadow was dense, firmly covering the Maitreya Buddha. Although the golden light around the Maitreya Buddha shone brightly, it could not be pierced. It was like a transparent mucosa was tightly attached to the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Maitreya Buddha chanted the name of Buddha, and the Sanskrit incantation of 9 syllables fell into an illusion. Pa 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 pa. Sounds were heard. Everything was destroyed. The mucosa seemed to be gradually disappearing, but there were still thousands of strands that could not be removed. Swish, swish, swish. The heavenly flower naturally danced all over the sky. Countless illusory light shadows fell. The Maitreya Buddha's Sanskrit incantation of 9 syllables was already overwhelmed. His hands began to form seals. Oh! After the heavenly flower, it was the heavenly woman. All kinds of worldly affairs appeared in the eyes of the Maitreya Buddha in succession. Unfortunately, the Maitreya Buddha had just obtained human nature. Human nature was nascent, and Buddha nature was like heaven and earth. These Buddhist tribulations that were extremely difficult for ordinary people to deal with were easy in his eyes. Roar. At the same time as the heavenly woman, a roaring heavenly dragon appeared. The heavenly dragon was multicolored. It did not attack the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha. Instead, it rushed bravely into the light behind his head. Every time a heavenly dragon crashed into it, the light would tremble, and the power of faith would weaken a little. Helpless, the Maitreya Buddha occasionally activated the Buddha's seal and used the power of faith to kill the heavenly dragon that rushed over. However, high up in the sky, the swastika was still spinning faster. The seemingly endless heavenly flower, heavenly woman, and heavenly dragon fell one after another. The guiding Buddhist light slowly fell again. Although the merits of the Maitreya Buddha in the 4 major continents were condensed into a tough lotus platform, after half a day, the Buddhist light on the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha had already dimmed. The heavenly flower had turned into a sticky liquid, covering the Buddhist light. The light behind his head was also riddled with holes, and the river of faith could not flow. Seeing the Buddhist light of the Maitreya Buddha flashing, it was like a candle in the night wind being extinguished. The Mahavairakana of the Maitreya Buddha's heart suddenly rose. He said in a low voice, "All Buddhas, recite the meditation exorcism mantra to help the future Buddha meet the heavenly demon tribulation. Namo Maitreya Buddha." Namo Daksing Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's heart also trembled. He knew in his heart that when ordinary Buddhas entered the divine gate, they would be met with the heavenly demon tribulation. The future Buddha actually faced the heavenly demon tribulation. He hurriedly instructed the Buddhas of the Xilinglong temple to start reciting. Woo-woo. A strange wind suddenly rose. The sky above the Elysium, like before, suddenly fell into darkness. Other than the guiding Buddhist light above the divine gate that slowly fell as usual, everything could no longer be seen. Not only that, this darkness was like a huge drop of ink that fell into the 4 continents. It started to spread from the Elysium to other places. Very quickly, the 4 continents fell into darkness again, at the same time that the swastika that covered the sky in the Pure Land world started to rotate. The 3 starry skies above the 1,000 demons' sacred realm also gradually turned black. Billions of star marks started to appear in the starry skies. These star marks were like a spider web that instantly covered the entire starry skies. Wisps of primitive aura mixed with the power of the stars and moon fell from the sky, covering the golden rock, Feng Wu, and Feng Tong, who were standing in the three corners of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Mottled and messy light was emitted from the light pillars like dancing mosquitoes and flies, gradually covering the entire Thousand Demons' sacred realm. As for the Great Sage Hall, at this moment, it started to distort again. A primitive star chart that no one had ever seen before slowly appeared. Feeling the star mark on his demonic body begin to burn and hurt, piercing straight into his heart, lungs, and soul, the golden-winged great rock knew that his final step was about to begin. He flapped his wings with difficulty, and the thick power of the stars and the moon landed on the star mark, urging it to appear and manifest. However, the thick aura of desolation suppressed the golden-winged great rock until he could not breathe, as if he was being pressed under a mountain. Gee! The golden rock let out a clear cry, and the starlight on his wings shone brightly. This starlight started from his wings and spread towards the golden rock's demonic body that was close to 10,000 feet tall. When his entire body was as bright as the stars, all the starlight fell on the star marks that had been formed by the power of the stars and moon. As the starlight gathered, the star marks turned into the shadow of a star, facing the star in the starry skies from afar. Two equally loud cries rang out, and the Phoenix Wu and Huang Tong's demonic bodies and even the starry skies changed. The starry skies above the Phoenix Wu's head were similar to the golden rocks. They were also mottled and distorted, but the difference was that the distorted star marks near each star were now brighter. The brilliance of the sun and moon separated each star, and the regions where each star was located were similar to the golden rock's starry skies. Like a flood, the primitive aura rushed down from each star and landed on the Phoenix Wu's body, firmly suppressing his demonic body. The Phoenix Wu's demonic body was covered in star marks, which were different from the golden rock's star marks. There were a total of 132 million star marks, and these star marks did not appear on the surface of the Phoenix Wu's body. Instead, they were still engraved on the demonic body. However, many star marks gathered starlight, and as they dazzled, they corresponded with the 132 million stars in the shattered starry skies. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it a tip, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX, King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, and moved unhindered in the city of mortals. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the celestial world. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed, and the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words has been written. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116.56.5446, 170.57.13, 64. Chapter 52-56. Above the sacred realm of thousand demons, when the three starry skies turned dark and hundreds of millions of star marks began to appear in the starry sky, above the North Sea, within the area of 1 million miles where the earth, fire, wind, and thunder were wreaking havoc, layers of space were collapsing and piling up. The sky looked chaotic yet clear at the same time. Two heavenly eyes, one big and one small, appeared above the Dragon Island. Although the heavenly eyes were closed, their brows and eyes were very clear. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder had formed into clear lines, and surges of heavenly pressure that was a few times fiercer than the others came pouring down. Even the Dragon Clan, known as the strongest clan in the 4 great continents, had to crawl before this heavenly pressure. Yet, amidst such a mighty heavenly pressure, there was still a valiant dragon flying up into the sky. Although Aogia's dragon body was only 100,000 feet long, Much smaller than Reverend Yun's 100,000 feet long dragon body, the aura emanating from him was not any weaker than Reverend Yun. However, before Ao Jia and Reverend Yun could fly up to 1,000 feet into the sky, the earth flames near the heavenly eyes began to fall down like rain. The rain of fire was like the tears of a lover, falling endlessly. As the earth flames fell, the void was blocked, and the flames soared, filling the entire heaven and earth with flames. When Ao Jia saw the ferocious earth flames, he opened his mouth and spat out a dragon item that looked like a round ring, spraying out a clear light that protected him. When the earth flames touched the clear light, they were extinguished amidst a sizzling noise. Reverend Yun did not use any dragon item. He just opened his mouth and activated the heavenly dragon speech technique. Even though the void was blocked, ice thorns and snowballs were still shooting out, bringing with them a strong wind that swept across the sky. Although the first layer of earth flames was extinguished in an instant, more earth flames poured down right after it was extinguished. Ao Jia held on for the time it took to finish a meal. Crack! The dragon item cracked and could no longer be used. Ao Jia looked at the sky, then raised his head. Another crown-shaped dragon item flashed past, but did not spit it out. Swoosh! The earth fire fell mercilessly, igniting Ao Jia's dragon body. Ao Jia roared crazily as the dragon patterns on his body lit up. Beams of golden light pierced out in an attempt to extinguish the earth fire. However, no matter how Ao Jia rolled, the earth fire was like a sticky autumn rain. It didn't fall and burned straight into Ao Jia's scales, charring the dragon flesh beneath the scales black. While Ao Jia was holding on, Reverend Yun's dragon aura was getting weaker and weaker. He looked at Ao Jia in the distance, pondered for a brief moment, and decided to stop using the heavenly dragon speech magic. Sure enough, the underground flame had plunged into Reverend Yun's scales. Strangely, Reverend Yun's scales were covered with dragon marks. The scorching earth flame had only burned the dragon marks away, but at the moment when the dragon marks were destroyed, the scales shone with a golden gleam once again, and another dragon mark was born. I see. Ao Sheng had long flown out from the dragon palace on the dragon island. Through the dragon shadows on the island he observed Ao Jia and Reverend Yun's tribulation. He said in a low voice, "The holy dragon is formed from the dragon cleansing liquid of the dragon realm. His dragon body is different from the grand elders. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder cannot hurt him." Not necessarily. Ao Yi's eyes were filled with envy. Then he said, "Opening the heaven's eyes is a rare method of ascension for the dragon clan. The Grand Elder has prepared a lot of them, but I'm afraid they can't be used now. If the Grand Elder can't do it, the Holy Dragon might not be able to do it with his fleshly body alone." All the elders of the dragon clan remained silent. Ao Zhan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But when he saw the solemn expression on the elders' faces, he shut his mouth. The earth flame burned for another hour. Ao Jia was tormented by the earth flame to the point where he could neither die nor live. It was really unbearable. Reverend Yun, on the other hand, was swimming freely. After the earth flame, Ao Jia took a deep breath and flew another 1,000 feet higher. Then he heard the sound of wind and thunder coming from the sky. His expression changed drastically. He quickly opened his mouth and a green dragon crown flew out, landing right on his dragon horn. A bright light flashed from the dragon horn and shot into the dragon crown. The green light fell again and covered Ao Jia. This green light seemed to be smaller than the previous dragon ring. Ao Jia tried his best to shrink back into his dragon body, but to no avail. Boom, 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 boom. Woo! Reverend Yun first exercised the heavenly dragon speech technique to test the power of the wind and thunder, then stopped and allowed the wind and thunder to strike. As expected, the dragon marks and golden light on his dragon body were still as strong as ever, and the wind and thunder could not hurt him at all. Reverend Yun gave a furious roar, then moved his dragon body and plunged straight into the earth flame, wind and thunder, approaching the heaven's eyes. Reverend Yun's momentum was tremendous, and the sound of his flight had stirred up the earth flame, wind and thunder. Ao Jia looked at Reverend Yun with envy, but could only try his best to resist the wind and thunder. When the wind and thunder came crashing down, it was even stronger than the earth flame. Not only was Ao Jia unable to fly higher, he was often blown away and fell to the ground. In the time it took to finish a meal, Reverend Yun had flown up a few levels into the sky. Cracks appeared on Ao Jia's dragon crown again. Boom, boom, boom. The clear light shattered, and the wind and thunder struck again. This time, Ao Jia was in an even worse condition. His dragon scales, which had been cracked by the earth flame, were shattered into pieces, and his charred dragon flesh was blown away by the wind. In just the time it took to finish a pot of tea, no dragon blood was dripping down, but Ao Jia had almost turned into a skeletal dragon. Grand Elder! Ao Sheng cried out with a heartache, but what could he do? Ao Yi was the only one who kept staring at Reverend Yun's flying dragon body with a tight frown. Seeing that the earth flame, wind, and thunder had all passed, high up in the sky, near the golden heaven's eyes, strong gusts of wind blew out again from the void that seemed to have broken off. The gusts of wind were as sharp as needles, whizzing down and hitting Reverend Yun's body, causing countless golden lights to burst out. Ao Jia was in an even worse state. The gusts of wind pierced through his dragon bones, creating tens of millions of tiny holes, and the howling of the wind was heard again. The death by 1,000 cuts of the human race is nothing more than this. Ao Zhan could not help but tremble in his heart. After the strong gusts of wind passed, a rare tranquility appeared above the North Sea. The golden heaven's eyes began to tremble, and as it did so, layers of golden light sprinkled down like the sun. Seeing this, Ao Jia activated his body and soared into the sky without hesitation. When the golden light fell, the broken dragon body was gradually mended. But what is the meaning of this? Fourth Elder Ao Ding looked at the golden light strangely and asked, could it be that he has already transcended the tribulation? How is that possible? Ao Yi looked at Reverend Yun, who was also covered in golden light and was jumping around, and was very surprised. Although I don't know how to transcend the tribulation by opening the heaven's eyes, since the heaven's eyes are not opened, the tribulation is not over yet. Boom, boom, boom. As if the world was being split open, the two heaven's eyes, one big and one small, opened at the same time. Inside the heaven's eyes, layers of patterns that looked like growth rings spun and emerged. Crack, crack. The first layer of growth rings spun, and a red thunderbolt came crashing down, hitting Ao Jia and Reverend Yun. 33% of the dragon scales on Ao Jia's dragon body that had just been mended were shattered, revealing the red dragon flesh underneath. The pain made Ao Jia roll in midair. Of course, Reverend Yun was not spared. However, under the red thunderbolt, his dragon scales did not change and remained the same as before. Boom, boom. The huge heaven's eyes seemed to be infuriated, and the red thunderbolt, which was a few times stronger than before, came crashing down again. Crack. Finally, Reverend Yun's dragon scales cracked, but the dragon patterns were still moving around, trying to mend them. Boom. The third layer of red thunderbolt came crashing down, causing the entire void to collapse completely. Indescribable ripples spread out in all directions, and the thunderbolt finally shattered Reverend Yun's dragon scales. Awoo! Reverend Yun gave a sorrowful cry. His dragon blood flowed out, and his dragon flesh was broken, as if 30% of his dragon scales were ripped off. Right after that, the two heaven's eyes did not stop. 6 thunderbolts of orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple came crashing down one after another, completely destroying all the dragon scales on Reverend Yun's body. Reverend Yun did not even have the chance to fight back. On the other hand, as Ao Jia's dragon body had been completely shattered by the heaven's eyes, he did not suffer any more pain when the heaven's eyes were opened. However, Ao Jia's heart was hanging in his throat for a long time. This was because every thunderbolt had exceeded the limits of what his dragon body could withstand. If he had not cultivated successfully and made sufficient preparations beforehand, he was afraid that any one of the thunderbolts would have annihilated his soul. Seeing that the heaven's eyes were divided into 9 layers, and the 7th thunderbolt had come crashing down, Ao Jia dared not to be careless. He focused his mind and waited for the 8th thunderbolt. Boom! The 8th pitch-black thunderbolt came as expected, piercing deeply into the dragon bodies of Ao Jia and Reverend Yun, who had lost the protection of their dragon scales. Awoo! Ao Jia and Reverend Yun roared crazily, their shrill cries echoing across 1,000,000 miles. As the black thunderbolts surged in their bodies, apart from their dragon horns and tail, all the other parts of their demon bodies, which were known to be the strongest, began to shatter. Even Reverend Yun's dragon body, which was condensed from the dragon cleansing liquid, was no exception. When their dragon bodies were completely shattered, Ao Jia and Reverend Yun's dragon horns suddenly glowed brilliantly. A beam of golden light wrapped around Ao Jia's dragon body, while a beam of 9-colored light wrapped around Reverend Yun's dragon body, leaving only 2 dragon tails swaying outside the brilliance. When Ao Jia and Reverend Yun looked at the heaven's eyes again, the golden beam came crashing down and enveloped Ao Jia and Reverend Yun. Their bodies, which looked like light balls, were sent flying high up into the sky, while a jaw-dropping transformation was taking place. The silhouette first shrank, and both the dragon horns and the dragon tail were retracted, turning into a ball of light. Then, the golden light gradually leaked out, and the ball of light appeared like a huge piece of meat. This piece of meat was mottled with golden light, but it looked more like a huge golden caterpillar. Outside the caterpillar's body, all sorts of illusory lights and shadows were pouring into it in a disorderly manner. The golden light began to flicker, and as the golden light swayed, so did the space. It was as if with every sway, the golden light of the caterpillar would be frozen. Damn it! Ao Sheng seemed to have understood something. He growled, This is testing the will of the dragon race. This is an insult to the dignity of the dragon race. Aoe said calmly, It doesn't matter if it's an insult. Under the heaven's eyes, the strongest dragon body and the weakest caterpillar are both ordinary. If the Grand Elder and the Holy Dragon can't withstand the test of the weakest insect body, they will be reduced to caterpillars. Only they have the heart to control the weakest insect body, so they can better control the strongest dragon body. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, bookmark it, and reward it. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and dominated the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal realm. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Chapter 52-57. Ao Zhan continued, There's a saying among the Confucian cultivators of the human race, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. I'm not worried about Grand Elder. Ao Ding said, He has lived for so many years, he still has a humble heart. What I'm worried about is the Saint Dragon. That's a dragon body formed by the dragon cleansing liquid. How can he tolerate his noble dragon soul existing in a caterpillar's body? However, the dragons of the Dragon Island worried too much. Reverend Yun's humility was no less than Ao Jia's. He watched as the caterpillar sprouted its cocoon and turned into a butterfly. A 9-colored dragon butterfly flew to the boundary of the realm, but there were no further changes. On the contrary, Ao Jia, who the dragons were not worried about, his body shook violently the moment he turned into a butterfly and almost collapsed. It was as if he could not adapt to the change from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Just as he was about to touch the boundary of the realm, the last layer of white lightning struck again. Not only did it shatter the 9-colored dragon butterfly, it also surrounded the dragon butterfly's body. Layers of strange ripples fell from the Heaven Eye scripture and seeped into the light cocoon. Reverend Yun's light cocoon trembled violently as if it could not adapt to the strange ripples. If Reverend Yun was in such a state, Ao Jia would not be able to withstand it. His golden dragon butterfly was wrapped in the light cocoon, and the ripples tore a tiny gap in the light cocoon. Layers of dragon patterns mixed with the aura of Long Sea gushed out. The elders of the Dragon Island naturally did not know about it, but when they saw the light cocoon breaking, they became anxious. At the same time, the sky suddenly dimmed and darkness fell. The Heaven Eye scripture of the Dragon Realm appeared. On the hidden Immortal continent, the scroll gate of the heavenly court of the Confucian cultivators also took shape. 1,000 feet long scroll combined with a sword beam and another 10,000 feet long scroll formed amidst the 5 Qi righteous thunder. A vast and supreme aura emanated from the scroll and shrouded the entire hidden Immortal continent. Even Immortal Emperor Gaochen was shocked. Then, when the master of the Supreme Purity Palace revealed his 10,000 feet long child body, the 5 Qi around him surged and turned into clouds under his feet. Then he saw the Hall of Literature Star's 100,000 feet tall sun form. There were also 5 streaks of Xiantian True Qi that turned into Ming Lu chains and Xing Ming chains. Above his head, there was a faint outline of a scroll that looked like half a flower. Amidst his shock, he couldn't help but think of Ing Kuei. After Immortal Emperor Gochen said a few words to the Eastern Sea Empress, the 5 energy righteous lightning that filled the sky came crashing down. Above Wen Chu's body, 6 waterfall-like lightning bolts condensed below the scroll. Your Majesty! The East Sea God Empress couldn't help but say in a low voice, the ascension of Heaven Tower has begun. She saw that the lightning was condensing into 6 gigantic inscriptions: rites, music, archery, imperial, calligraphy, and several others. Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the 6 runes and frowned. Why is the first round so simple? It was actually a test of the 6 arts? To be able to activate the door of scrolls, which one of them wasn't a literary saint, or even a literary star. How could he not pass? I'm not sure. The East Sea Empress was also a little bewildered. She smiled and said, Your Majesty, please take a look first. This is a rare opportunity. That's true. Immortal Emperor Gaochen said and couldn't help but look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who was like a god, was still waving the wishful staff and splitting the lightning tribulation into pieces. He was truly a peerless hero. However, Immortal Emperor Gaochen wasn't admiring Xiaohua's majesty. He was worried about Princess Xianxia and Princess Qingqing inside the Kunlun mirror. After all, he had just given the supreme heavenly mirror to Xiaohua. Who knew if Xiaohua had the time to blood bond with the supreme heavenly mirror and the Kunlun mirror? Boom boom boom. Immortal Emperor Gaochen didn't have time to retract his gaze. Under the scroll, 8 lightning bolts rushed out from the thunder tide. On top of the Xianxia Palace master's body, the 8 lightning bolts condensed into runes: zither, chess, book, painting, poem, wine, flower, and tea. A gentleman's 8 elegant matters? Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the East Sea Empress and exchanged glances. However, when Wen Chu's body fell into the shoot, lightning bolt, and the Xianxia Palace master's body fell into the chess, lightning bolt, the 2 and all the Immortal Palace's Confucian cultivators suddenly understood. They saw that Wen Chu had fallen into a lightning illusion for 10 suns. The 10 suns were like 10 fire crows that flew disorderly in the sky. Each of the fire crows shot out endless heat waves that not only killed everything in the space, but also ferociously attacked Wen Chu's body. The light on Wen Chu's body was already on fire. The inscription law chains also shattered inch by inch and were annihilated by the flames. At this moment, only the inscription law chains on Wen Chu's body were still slowly moving and isolating the flames. As for the Xianxia Palace master's body, it was actually the ground as the chessboard and the mountains as the chess pieces. Every time a chess piece moved, the Xianxia Palace master's body would tremble as if he was expending a great amount of energy. Your Majesty! East Sea Empress saw this and whispered again, These 2 places seem to be dead ends. Immortal Emperor Gochen knew that the East Sea Empress had not seen him for a long time and missed him. Thus, he did not mind her questions and whispered, "Yes, the Xianxia Palace Master will be playing against the Heavenly Court's book Immortal. If he is careless, he will lose. Losing won't kill him, but he will lose the chance to ascend the Heavenly Palace. Channeling the true qi in his body to move the mountains is even more dangerous. If he is not careful, the power of the mountains can invade his body. If his body is destroyed, the Xianxia Palace Master will not be able to return. The Wuxia Palace Master is even more difficult." East Sea Empress nodded and said, "The 10 fire crows form a great formation. If one doesn't understand great formations, casually killing a fire crow will cause 9 fire crows to counterattack at the same time. The heavenly fire of 1 fire crow is enough to burn the Xianxia Palace Master's body, let alone 9 fire crows." Just as the immortal Emperor and Empress said, the Xianxia Palace Master fell into the lightning ball and began to deal with it. When Chu stood inside the lightning ball and watched the 10 suns wreaking havoc without making a move. Seeing that the Xianxia Palace Master's body was burnt to a thin layer, when Chu suddenly raised his right arm. Buzz! The space vibrated and a bow appeared out of nowhere. When Chu squinted his eyes and a 5-colored light surged on his right arm. A few strands of golden light shot out and landed on the bow. In an instant, they condensed into a small golden arrow. As when Chu's right arm pulled back, it was as if there was another invisible arm pulling the bow. The bow let out a creaking sound. Along with this sound, a strange phenomenon appeared in the space to the left. Thousands of lights and shadows were distorted. Strands of crystal-like noble qi seeped into the small arrow. Even the space itself was pulled into the small arrow by this strange phenomenon. Even though Wen Chu's right arm had pulled back the bow, he didn't take the next step. His right arm was as steady as a mountain. The 10 fire crows seemed to be doing whatever they wanted, but in reality, they were dancing around with great profundity. The entire lightning ball became quiet. Suddenly, the sound of the bowstring pierced through the lightning ball. Whoosh! At the same time, a sharp whistling sound came from the bow. The small golden arrow paused for a moment. In the next moment, a group of blurry lights appeared one after another. The small golden arrow suddenly disappeared. Rumble! A huge roar came from the void. An invisible wave seemed to collapse. In the blink of an eye, the small golden arrow shot into the chest of a fire crow. The fire crow let out a mournful cry as the small golden arrow pierced through its chest. At the same time, another fire crow flew in front of the small golden arrow. Poof! The fire crow didn't even have the chance to mourn before it was killed. Then, the fire crows seemed to take the initiative to collide with the small golden arrow. Poof! The sound of explosions in the void continued. Layers of golden light filled the air. 9 fire crows were pierced by the small golden arrow. What's more, when the small golden arrow pierced into the lightning ball also let out a rumbling sound. The lightning was annihilated, and when Chu stepped out of the lightning ball. Boom! The scroll in the sky slowly opened. Inside, there were clouds that looked like stairs that slowly descended. On the ground, the newly formed grand formation of the 9 provinces let out a dragon roar. The earth dragon pulsed and its fate condensed into different colored flowers. Millions of plum blossoms came out and fell below Wen Chu's feet, carrying him forward for more than 1,000 feet. Wen Chu couldn't help but laugh after seeing the plum blossoms. He thought about the symbol of the northern Ming clan. So this was the origin of the plum blossoms. It was not like what Xiaohua thought, where the ancient Confucian cultivators flattered the 4 great clans. Good. Immortal Emperor Goqin saw this and couldn't help but clap. The Literature Star Master's first victory is indeed a good start. I hope that he will be unstoppable and trample the heavens. The Eastern Sea Empress, on the other hand, was not optimistic. Your Majesty, the Literature Star Master has always been hiding his strength. Why did he reveal it today? If this arrow pierced through 3 fire crows, then it would be divided into 3 parts to break the formation. This is in line with the moderate path of our Confucian cultivators. Even if this arrow pierced through 9 fire crows, it would still be a display of bravado. But the Literature Star Master actually broke the lightning ball. I'm afraid this will be a disgrace to the welcoming envoy. This will make the test even more difficult. Immortal Emperor Gochen didn't agree and smiled. Empress, you are underestimating the literature star master too much. He is already very strong and later on he obtained some fortunes. These tests are really nothing. I feel that this should be the final test for him. The problem is, the Eastern Sea Empress looked at the Supreme Purity Palace Master who had already taken the initiative in the chess game and said, the literature star master is not the only one undergoing the tribulation. That's true. Immortal Emperor Gochen sighed and nodded. This is the first time I have seen two people undergoing tribulations at the same time. I don't dare to recklessly predict their fate. As he spoke, a boom rang out as Wen Chu came to a stop in midair. From the hanging scroll, a clump of heavenly fire descended. The heavenly fire seemed thin, but by the time it reached Wen Chu's head, it had already transformed into the shape of a 300-meter-long flood dragon. Woo! As Wen Chu looked up, a fierce wind sprang up beneath his feet. An earthen wind appeared out of nowhere and swept him up. However, both the heavenly fire and the earth wind were very weak. They didn't even blow off a single petal of the plum blossom under Wen Chu's feet, let alone his python-like 5 energies. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, gift it, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the celestial realm. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, the story of the cultivation god. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116.565446, 170.5713, 64. Chapter 52-58. However, just as the heavenly fire and earth wind enveloped the space where Wen Chu was, a bronze bamboo slip fell from the scroll. The bamboo slip tumbled in the air, and the scholarly cultivators could clearly see that there was a large cauldron inscribed on it. Not only were Tai Bai Jinxing and the others confused, but even Immortal Emperor Gochen was also stunned. He didn't know why this inscription suddenly appeared. When the bamboo slips fell into the heavenly fire, Kacha? The heavenly fire burned the bamboo slips until they cracked. From the cracks, the inscription armor fell from the bamboo slips. Boom boom boom. The moment the inscription armor touched the heavenly fire, it immediately let out a roaring sound. The heavenly fire fell into the inscription armor along with the roaring sound. Countless pillars of ore and chi that emitted golden light rushed out from the void and fell into the inscription armor. The inscription armor actually broke in half. The "I" on the top of the inscription armor let out a buzzing sound and turned into a huge cauldron lid. The corner of Wen Chu's mouth curled up. His big hand grabbed the half-cauldron character out of thin air. Unfortunately, his big hand grabbed nothing. Obviously, this half-inscription was not in the same space as Wen Chu. Woo-woo. The half of the inscription fell into the earth wind and the earth wind immediately blew in. With a buzzing sound, the pillar of golden light fell down and a huge cauldron was born. The heaven and earth cauldron? Immortal Emperor Gauchen's expression changed as if he thought of something. The East Sea Empress hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, what is the heaven and earth cauldron?" "Let's wait and see." Immortal Emperor Gauchen didn't explain and only hesitated. "I'm not sure yet." Boom. As soon as Immortal Emperor Gauchen finished speaking, the cauldron flew up and the lid fell down, sealing Wen Chu's avatar inside. Woo-woo. Immediately afterward, above the scroll, the sky cracked, and the noble spirit in the shape of golden threads poured over the cauldron like a waterfall. Then, countless inscriptions appeared on the cauldron. Under the impact of the golden noble spirit, the spiritual qi turned into the shape of a dragon and began to circle around the cauldron. In the dancing genuine qi, the cauldron gradually became transparent. The Confucian cultivator of the Immortal Palace saw the situation inside again. 5 genuine fires of different colors roared and pounced on Wen Chu. As expected, Immortal Emperor Go-Chen whispered, "This is the legendary Heaven and Earth Cauldron, specifically used to test the 5 energy unifications of the ascending Heaven Tower Confucian cultivators. That's good." The East Sea Empress finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Rest assured, Your Majesty." The master of the Wuxia Palace first was hailed as an immortal master because he offered the 5 Qis unification technique. Furthermore, the master of the Xianxia Palace also cultivated it before. That's good, that's good. Immortal Emperor Go-Chen's expression became better, and he said, "My hidden immortal continent's 5 energies origin law has been lost. Without the authentic 5 energies origin law, this cauldron of heaven and earth would definitely not be able to pass." At this time, the master of the Xianxia Palace also came out from the lightning ball. Aside from his slightly pale face, there was nothing special about him. However, when he saw the huge cauldron in the distance, emitting the supreme authority of the heavenly court, he couldn't help but be shocked. Boom boom. Without waiting for the master of the Xianxia Palace to fly up, the scroll above his head let out a rumbling sound. Similarly, a bamboo scroll fell down, and on it was also the word, "Cauldron." Damn it! The master of the Xianxia Palace also had a history. Seeing the word cauldron falling down, he understood and hurriedly patted his own head. Woo-woo. 5 mottled and impure genuine qi gushed out. The master of the Xianxia Palace's genuine qi was naturally impure and not mature enough. However, Wen Chu was different. Not only did his genuine qi reach perfection, he also had 3 strands of Xiantian genuine qi. After Xiaohua returned to the Western Sea, he even gave 2 strands of Ing Kuei's genuine qi to Wen Chu. Even if the 5 flames of the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth were like dragons, how could they hurt him? Seeing the 5 flames turning into pythons, Wen Chu only channeled his genuine qi to protect his body and squinted his eyes to observe. The fire pythons crazily swam and opened their mouths to devour the genuine qi. Moreover, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the fire inside the cauldron became even stronger, covering the sky and earth. Even the subbody showed signs of melting. Wen Chu slightly smiled and patted his own head. 5 strands of genuine qi shot up to the sky, 2 of which were especially thick and clear. Roar, roar, roar. After a few angry roars, the 5 strands of genuine qi turned into a huge dragon with 5 claws and fiercely pounced down. The huge dragon claw grabbed and immediately imprisoned the fire pythons. When the huge dragon opened its mouth, it swallowed the fire pythons back into its mouth. I understand now. Seeing the 5 strands of genuine qi devouring the 5 elemental fires in the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth, Immortal Emperor Go-Chen finally understood and said, "The master of the Scholar Palace is worry-free." "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" The East Sea Empress was slightly stunned. Immortal Emperor Go-Chen transmitted his voice. "In Kuei's things, Xiaohua gave all of them to the master of the Scholar Palace." "It can't be." Immortal Emperor Go-Chen had already told the East Sea Empress about Ing Kuei. The East Sea Empress was stunned and also transmitted her voice. "That's something that belongs to the Heavenly Court's book Immortal. Even I would covet it. How could Xiaohua give it to the master of the Scholar Palace so easily?" "Don't forget." Immortal Emperor Go-Chen replied, "Xiaohua is a Daoist cultivator. Why would he take something that belongs to the Heavenly Court?" The East Sea Empress was speechless. Just as Immortal Emperor Go-Chen said, after the 5 strands of genuine qi devoured the 5 elemental fires, the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth let out a roar and separated. It turned back into the word, cauldron, and flew back into the scroll. Looking at the scroll again with a loud boom, it fell down again. Another scroll gave birth to clouds. As for Wen Chu's feet, fate condensed into an orchid and lifted him up for another 1,000 feet. Wen Chu escaped from the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth. The moment the master of the Supreme Purity Palace fell down, Wen Chu took the opportunity to see the master of the Supreme Purity Palace being burned by the 5 elemental fires. Whoosh! At this time, another bamboo slip fell from the scroll above Wen Chu's head. This time, the bamboo slip was even more severe and directly shattered. Boom boom boom. The broken bamboo slips transformed into armor inscriptions that were even bigger than mountains. Each of the inscriptions had the aura of the heavenly court. Every time they fell, the void would be torn apart. What was special was that although Wen Chu had the 5 energies protecting his body, they were easily destroyed by the inscriptions as if they were natural enemies. Book Mountain? Immortal Emperor Gaochen was a bit hesitant, as if he wasn't sure if it was Book Mountain because each of the inscriptions was really big and not in the shape of a mountain. Immortal Emperor Gaochen didn't understand, and Wen Chu was even more confused. He first channeled his genuine qi to resist, but the moment it touched the inscriptions, it was immediately destroyed. Thus, Wen Chu could only move his body to dodge. In the beginning, the inscriptions fell like raindrops, but then they began to speed up and gradually condensed into lines. Wen Chu was swept by the inscriptions several times and his genuine qi protection was destroyed, almost injuring his secondary body. It was only a cultivation method for a meal, but Wen Chu discovered that the inscriptions that fell on his body didn't disappear, but instead, they piled up together. The strangest thing was that some of the inscriptions were like mountain rocks, and some were connected together to form sentences. There were even more inscriptions that condensed into articles and books. Book Mountain. Really is Book Mountain? Immortal Emperor Gaochen saw the huge book piled up by the inscriptions and was finally certain. The East Sea Empress had a worried expression on her face as she whispered, "Your Majesty, in the past, there were also stars that ascended from our immortal palace and the 4 great clans of the hidden immortal continent, but it didn't seem to be this difficult. I have never seen such a strange method of examination. The might of the heavens is hard to predict." Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the sky where the 5 qi righteous thunder was. He transmitted his voice behind the book and said, "Even I can't understand the meaning behind it." Then how do we break this Book Mountain? The East Sea Empress saw Immortal Emperor Gaochen's worry and quickly asked with a smile. "There's a path on Book Mountain." Immortal Emperor Gaochen said, "As long as we find the path and recite the inscriptions, we can reach the top." Oh. The East Sea Empress understood. Boo. Wen Chu opened his mouth, and the heaven and earth pagoda flew out. Wen Chu pointed at the heaven and earth pagoda, and the heaven and earth pagoda immediately flashed arrogantly and covered Wen Chu. The inscription armor that fell like rain hit the heaven and earth pagoda and immediately shattered into strokes. Oh my God! The East Sea Empress laughed and held her forehead. Why did the master of the Literature Star Palace break the formation like a Dao cultivator? Immortal Emperor Gaochen shrugged and said helplessly, "One is marked by the company one keeps. He and Xiaohua are very close, so he must have been influenced. However, the master of the Literature Star Palace is very good at controlling treasures. The inscriptions on the Book Mountain can't break it, so this Book Mountain can be considered broken." The guide's face. The East Sea Empress didn't dare to think too much. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace has come out. Immortal Emperor Gaochen didn't have time to look at Wen Chu and quickly looked at the other side. The heaven and earth cauldron, which was much smaller than before, had already separated. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace appeared in an extremely sorry state. His robe was burned to pieces, and the crown on his head was gone. His hair was disheveled, and even the skin that was exposed outside of his robe had traces of blood. However, before the master of the Supreme Purity Palace could breathe a sigh of relief, the bamboo scroll above his head shattered, and inscriptions also fell down like a mountain. Immortal Emperor Gaochen narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "The master of the Supreme Purity Palace and the master of the Literature Star Palace are facing the tribulation together. It seems like they are at a disadvantage, but in reality, they are at a great advantage. This heaven and earth cauldron is the 5 cheese unification technique of the master of the Supreme Purity Palace. It can't be passed so easily. I'm afraid that because the master of the Literature Star Palace stepped out of Book Mountain, the other guide didn't dare to delay too much. Boom boom. At this moment, the sound of a flood was heard again. Immortal Emperor Gaochen was shocked and hurriedly looked at the place where Wen Chu was facing the tribulation. He saw that the other scroll had shattered, and countless tiny inscriptions flashing with golden light turned into streams of water and rushed towards Wen Chu. Damn it! Immortal Emperor Gaochen cursed and ordered, "Where is Tai Bai Jinxing?" "Your Majesty!" Tai Bai Jinxing was originally standing in the distance, not daring to disturb the reunion between Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the East Sea Empress. When he heard Immortal Emperor Gaochen's order, he hurriedly flew over. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a gift, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. Ordinary student Su Ji turned something rotten into something magical, and he dominated the city of mortals. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact inside my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the Sun sector. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, the story of the cultivation god. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116565446, 175-71364. Chapter 5259. Pay attention to this sea of knowledge. Immortal Emperor Gaochen pointed at the bamboo below Wen Chu's feet and said, "If the bamboo cannot stop the sea of knowledge, immediately order true monarch Shueda to use his immortal imperial equipment to stop it. Do not let a single drop of this sea of knowledge fall into the hidden immortal continent." "Yes, your servant obeys." Tai Bai Jinxing received the order and quickly left. East Sea Empress was confused and asked, "Your Majesty, this is the sea of knowledge? Why are you so nervous?" "Empress, have you forgotten?" Immortal Emperor Gaochen smiled. In the ancient times, the hidden immortal continent was flooded. That flood was caused by Wenxing's tribulation. East Sea Empress covered her mouth in shock. "Of course." Immortal Emperor Gaochen nodded. "From what I know, that negligent guide was punished to go down to the lower realms to control the flood. After 10 generations, he returned to the heavenly court. From then on, the guides became more cautious and no longer dared to use the sea of knowledge." Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the space covered by the sea of knowledge. Wen Chu's figure was nowhere to be seen. He said worriedly, "The sea of knowledge is boundless. This suffering..." However, before Immortal Emperor Gaochen could finish speaking, another great gust of wind appeared. The sea of knowledge that was engulfed in space disappeared at a visible rate. Not only was Wen Chu's figure revealed, but space itself also gradually became clear. The heaven and earth pagoda that had just been recalled was now hovering above Wen Chu's head. All of the falling torrents were absorbed by the pagoda. When they fell below the pagoda, they all shattered into strokes. Sigh, using force to break through again. Immortal Emperor Gaochen shook his head and said to East Sea Empress, "In the future, don't say that the master of the literature palace ascended from my immortal palace. I don't know him." Hee hee. East Sea Empress smiled with happiness in her eyes. Ooh. With the sea of knowledge broken, the hidden immortal continent's fate once again condensed into a chrysanthemum. This chrysanthemum was golden and beautiful. It carried Wen Chu into the sky and rushed towards the scroll. At the same time, the scroll also rumbled and clouds descended like stairs to welcome Wen Chu. However, in the split second that the ladder-like clouds touched the song of literature, An earth-shattering sound of a bell rang out. Wherever the bell rang, the scrolls were broken, the clouds were extinguished, the sea of learning was severed, and the chrysanthemum was destroyed. The space within 5,000 kilometers of Wenchu was annihilated inch by inch, turning into chaos. When the bell chimes became indistinct and turned into a lingering sound, countless pitch-black, gray gas surged out from the shattered area. Waves of indescribable whistling sounds surrounded Wenchu, and an aura of desolation, despair, helplessness, and annihilation surged out from this gray gas. Forget about the gray gas. Where this aura passed, all things withered. Even the surging clouds at the top of the celestial palace would fade and turn gray when they came into contact with this aura. Fortunately, this aura seemed to be heavy and couldn't travel very far. It only lingered in the area where the gray aura was condensed. Death Realm? Immortal Emperor Gaochen was dumbfounded and shouted in disbelief. Isn't this guide a bit exaggerated? Your Majesty, the Lord of the Xianxia Palace. The East Sea Empress cried out in panic. How did he also fall into a death trap? It can't be. Immortal Emperor Gaochen quickly looked to the other side. Sure enough, the scroll mountain was broken. It was the master of the Supreme Pure Palace who was chanting. He looked up in confusion and saw the destruction of the nearby space. His eyes were filled with shock. Before the Lord of the Xianxia Palace could do anything, Book Mountain was also destroyed by the gray gas. The Lord of the Xianxia Palace was gradually surrounded by the gray gas and sealed. I understand now. Today, the Lord of the Xianxia Palace and the Lord of the Wisdom Palace are undergoing their tribulations at the same time. This is out of the expectations of the Heavenly Court's guide. Today, only one guide will come out of the book gate to receive them. Immortal Emperor Gaochen heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. If that's the case, the Lord of the Xianxia Palace really benefited from the Lord of the Wisdom Palace. With his strength, he might be able to pass through Book Mountain, but it won't be easy to pass through the Sea of Learning. Now, he directly entered the death trap. There's only one last test left. Once he passes it, he will ascend to the Heavenly Court. At this moment, the gray aura was like a cocoon, blocking the vision of the scholarly cultivators. No one could see what was happening inside. However, the East Sea Empress could see that there were many phantoms outside the gray aura that looked like demons and ghosts. There were also layers upon layers of ghostly apparitions. The East Sea Empress couldn't help but whisper, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not that simple." Of course it's not that simple. Immortal Emperor Gaochen smiled bitterly. This is the death trap. If one doesn't have the ability to come back from death's door, how can they escape? Immortal Emperor Gaochen naturally didn't know that when Chu, who was in the death trap, saw the ghost-like death gas rushing towards him. The light around his body dimmed and his Xiantian true qi withered. How could he not know that this was the death trap that everyone feared? If it was someone like the Lord of the Xianxia Palace, they could only protect themselves with a clear heart and wait for the death trap to self-destruct. However, how could Wen Chu be an ordinary Wen star? He slapped his forehead and the 5 qis rushed out. As the 5 qis surged, half of the flower-like scroll shone like a star. Where the starlight shone, it had already blocked the gray gas. Not only that, Wen Chu, who was already proficient in the Tao of life and death, opened his mouth. Woo! The vitality in his chest spurted out. This vitality was just a breath, but wherever it went, green seeds were everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the seeds sprouted. Tenacious, tough, vigorous, and hopeful auras began to spread. Vitality was gradually born everywhere. When Wen Chu blew another breath, it was as if spring had returned to the earth. The seeds grew rapidly. Fragrant grass and trees had already occupied the nearby space. Ha! Wen Chu laughed. He opened his mouth again and was about to spurt out the third breath of vitality. At this moment, woo-woo. The demonic sound was vast and mighty, and the earth suddenly turned pitch black. As for Xiao Hua and the Thunder Immortal, one wielded the 5 elements wishful heaven staff to destroy the tribulation lightning. The other used the soaring dragon shears to destroy the tribulation lightning. They were extremely arrogant. However, in the end, the white lightning fell like dense raindrops, enveloping the area around Xiaohua. The pressure in the space gradually increased, forcing Xiaohua to fall. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. That's not right. Xiaohua stole a glance at the sky. He couldn't see the celestial world gate anymore. The sky was silvery white, and lightning tribulation power was everywhere. He couldn't see the end of it. Xiaohua couldn't help but think, even if it's tribulation lightning, there has to be a change. It can't always be this white tribulation lightning. Didn't the celestial world gate have other tribulation lightning before? Why didn't they fall? Moreover, I'm ascending. The immortal qi in my body has already. Thinking of the immortal qi, Xiaohua suddenly came to his senses. Almost at the same time, he seemed to have woken up from a dream. He slapped his forehead and said regretfully, "Damn it, didn't I become stupid?" As the celestial world's law enforcer, Su Ji didn't tell me about the celestial world's lightning tribulation. However, Fairy Xingyu had already vaguely mentioned that the process of ascension was the conversion of true core strength into immortal qi. How did the immortal qi convert? Su Ji didn't say, and neither did Fairy Xingyu. However, wasn't the tribulation lightning in front of him the answer? When others resist the tribulation lightning, they are afraid that the tribulation lightning will fall on their bodies. They are afraid that they can't resist it. That's why they seek survival in the face of death. They hope that the immortal qi in their bodies can reach the requirements of ascension. My body is strong, far stronger than ordinary magic treasures, or even spirit tools and spirit treasures. If others' spirit treasures can resist the tribulation lightning, my body can naturally resist it. Why do I need to resist the tribulation lightning? I just need to let the tribulation lightning fall on my body and generate immortal qi. Naturally, Xiaohua didn't dare to act rashly. He just shook the wishful steel staff and made a gap. Boom! The white lightning fell and hit Xiaohua's body. Sure enough, this tribulation lightning was a fatal blow to others, but when it fell on Xiaohua's body, it only sank 3 feet and stopped. There were only some traces of smoke on the surface of his body. However, a wisp of silver light in the white lightning fell into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua felt it carefully. When the silver light fell into his body, the immortal qi that had not been converted was immediately generated. Good. Xiaohua understood and was secretly happy. He put away the wishful steel staff and let the white tribulation lightning fall on him. Since Xiaohua understood, the thunderbolt immortal also understood. He put away the Tingjiao shears and shook his head and laughed. On the shore of the West Sea, Gu Qiong old man, bright moon householder, and the others were already burning with anxiety. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't dare and couldn't fly over, they would have already explained to Xiaohua and the thunderbolt immortal that this was not the way to pass the tribulation lightning. At this time, when they saw the two of them put away the wishful steel staff and the Tingjiao shears, they felt relieved and looked at each other. Xiaohua and the thunderbolt immortal were ready to defend themselves. However, when they saw the two of them go from one extreme to the other, not only did they not release their defensive magic treasures, but they also let the tribulation lightning hit their bodies. This made them completely dizzy. What happened to the observation and experience? Where did it all go? Just as Gu Qiong old man, bright moon householder, and the others were dumbfounded, the silver tribulation lightning fell on Xiaohua and the thunderbolt immortal. Boom! There was a loud sound. As expected, the two of them were submerged by the torrent of lightning and disappeared in an instant. It can't be, right? Yizhen's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. They died just like that? However, when Yizhen looked up at the sky and saw that the celestial realm gate didn't show any signs of disappearing or retreating, he frowned again. Just as everyone was wondering, Xiaohua and the thunderbolt immortal laughed at the same time and flew out of the torrent of lightning that never disappeared. Countless lightning flashed on their bodies like a spider web, and every time it flashed, a wisp of celestial spiritual qi was born in their bodies. Boom, boom. Before the two of them finished laughing, more tribulation lightning of different shapes fell again, but this time, it was obviously much weaker than before. The ball-shaped white tribulation lightning hit the thunderbolt immortal, and with a sizzling sound, the thunderbolt immortal's body fell a few feet. Then he came to a stop and several wisps of celestial spiritual chi were born from his waist like smoke and entered his body. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. Ordinary student Su Ji turns something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the celestial realm. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed, starting from the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116565446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 5260. Soon after, tribulation thunders fell one after another. Although their power didn't decrease, the number of thunders gradually decreased. In fact, it was far less than the number of heavenly thunders that Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal had faced for the first time. The two of them calmly stood in midair as if they were taking a bath, welcoming the baptism of the tribulation thunders. Motherf *****. Kong Chang couldn't help but howl in grief. Alliance Master, Daoist Xiao and the others, are they crossing the tribulation? What can we comprehend from crossing this kind of tribulation? Apart from challenging our limits, they're also trampling on our knowledge. I think that it's better if we don't watch it at all. Yizhen smiled and said, after watching Daoist Xiao cross the tribulation, we at least know one thing, and that is that our Dao sex cultivators don't just have to refine energy and give birth to nascent souls, they also have to temper their bodies. Since Daoist Xiao was able to modify the nascent soul and gold core cultivation techniques, he must have dabbled in the 39 golden body. Therefore, his body must have been tempered to a terrifying degree. That's why he was able to abandon his magic treasure and resist the tribulation thunders. Who doesn't know this principle? Bright Moon Householder said indifferently. But which cultivator on the Yilin continent can do it? A person's energy is limited. Old man Gu Qiong said with a bitter smile. In my early years, I also dabbled in the 39 golden body, and I even had a deep understanding of body cultivation techniques. However, I'm still unable to practice several cultivation techniques at the same time. Moreover, a cultivator's lifespan is also limited. Even a poor gold core cultivator might not be able to step into the nascent soul realm in his whole life, let alone practice the golden body. Yizhen raised his eyes and looked at the two different gates of the immortal world high in the sky. Scion tribulation thunders fell again in the form of balls and spears. The Thunderbolt Immortal and Xiao Hua were still able to resist them with their bodies. Yizhen said in an admiring tone, Daoist Xiao and the Thunderbolt Immortal must have had some kind of lucky chance to face the tribulation like this. Let's wait and see. The Scion tribulation thunders weren't blocked by Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal, and they fell on their bodies like flowing water. However, they didn't cause any trouble to them except for the bright silver immortal energy. After the green tribulation lightning, it was blue tribulation lightning and red tribulation lightning. When the red tribulation lightning struck down, the immortal spiritual energy in Xiao Hua's body had already reached a bottleneck, so the power of the red tribulation lightning increased by 30%. Seeing that he was repeatedly struck down from the sky by the red tribulation lightning, Xiao Hua understood that in the 4 great continents, although the immortal spiritual energy in his body could allow him to leave this realm, it alone could not allow him to smoothly ascend to the immortal realm. Only the 5 elements tribulation lightning from the immortal world gate could help him complete his initial transformation. As for the final transformation, it was most likely the legendary spirit cleansing pool. Boom! The red tribulation lightning stopped, and the final yellow tribulation lightning of the immortal world gate crashed down. This tribulation thunder was more than twice as powerful as before. The thunderbolt immortal had already seen the illusion of a small world within the tribulation thunder. Strands of lightning were like rocks, flowers, and birds. They were all born from the center of the tribulation thunder. The thunderbolt immortal seemed to have thought of something. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slammed it down. Boom! There was a loud sound. At the top of his head, 5 bolts of lightning shot up into the sky, forming a giant hand that grabbed towards the sky. The 9 heavens divine lightning? Old man Gu Qiong had good eyesight. When he saw the 5 bolts of lightning condensing in the sky, he couldn't help but praise. Senior Thunderbolt Immortal has cultivated the 9 heavens divine lightning to such a degree. He has really seized the fortune of heaven and earth. The fortune gate is indeed the fortune gate. Kong Chang also praised. Of course, the Thunderbolt Immortal's hand of lightning was indeed powerful, but it was no match for the tribulation lightning. When the yellow tribulation lightning fell, not only did it compress the void, creating many ripples, but the hand of lightning also dissipated when it came in contact with the yellow tribulation lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunderbolt Immortal resisted the urge to use the soaring dragon shears and executed a series of lightning techniques. Finally, before the yellow tribulation lightning fell, more than half of it was destroyed. Although only less than half of the tribulation lightning was left, it was formed from a small world. Boom! With a loud sound, the yellow tribulation lightning smashed into the Thunderbolt Immortal's body. Woo-woo! Immediately after, a hurricane rose and the tribulation lightning roared. It expanded rapidly, as if it was going to burst the space within 10,000 miles. Old man Gu Qiong and the others were shocked and hurriedly fled. Roar! However, after 100 miles, the Thunderbolt Immortal roared again. Before old man Gu Qiong and the others could turn around, another earth-shattering sound rang out. The Thunderbolt Immortal's hand stretched out from the yellow tribulation lightning and tore it apart. Before the Thunderbolt Immortal could fly out, he opened his mouth and swallowed the shattered tribulation lightning into his stomach. Oh my God! Yizhen couldn't help but click his tongue again. Why is the Thunderbolt Immortal so powerful? He seems to be more powerful than Daoist Xiao. At the same time, Xiaohua used his nascent soul hand to destroy more than half of the yellow tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning pierced through Xiaohua's head and pierced deep into his body. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's body was engulfed by the tribulation lightning from the inside out. However, the power of this tribulation lightning was much weaker than that of the Thunderbolt Immortal. However, just as the Thunderbolt Immortal tore apart the tribulation lightning, Xiaohua flew out from it. As for the yellow tribulation lightning, only a faint trace of lightning was left, and it dissipated in the air in a moment. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Xiaohua or the Thunderbolt Immortal, their bodies had already produced an extremely large amount of bright silver brilliance. These speckles of brilliance looked extremely strange, but these speckles of brilliance also produced a kind of enormous power, forcing the cultivators of the 4 great continents to feel fear in their hearts. Just as the first bolt of yellow tribulation lightning was annihilated, the second bolt of yellow tribulation lightning came pouring down from the celestial world gate. However, before the tribulation lightning could leave the celestial world gate, the silver light around Xiaohua and the Thunder Immortal flickered slightly. The two of them were unable to control themselves and were sent flying for over 1,000 miles before they came to a stop. At the same time, the second bolt of yellow tribulation lightning unexpectedly disappeared. This is... Old man Gu Qiong and the others were puzzled and looked at each other in dismay. Yizhen was about to say something, but he seemed to have thought of something and closed his mouth. If Yizhen could think of it, Kong Chang and the others might not, let alone old man Gu Qiong and the Jiyan Immortal. However, the mystery of the tribulation lightning was the secret of ascension, and Yizhen might not be willing to share it. Xiaohua and the Thunderbolt Immortal sensed that the immortal spiritual qi in their bodies was surging like a tide, rising and falling with the flickering silver light of the celestial world gate. They knew that the immortal spiritual qi in their bodies had reached the limit of ascension. However, when they looked up at the sky, they saw that the celestial world gate was still like a huge monster, and countless runes were still flying out. However, there were no light pillars falling down like they had expected, and no immortals were coming out of the gate. The two of them were quite surprised. The only thing they could do now was wait and see. Woo woo. Just as Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were waiting, a burst of silver tadpole-like runes gushed out from the celestial world gate above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head. Layers of golden runes gushed out from the vortex-like celestial world gate above Xiao Hua's head. Regardless of whether it was silver or golden runes, they all carried a kind of soul-shaking whistling sound and an aura that suppressed the heavens and the earth. As soon as the two runes appeared, they firmly covered Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal respectively, and an indescribable sense of crisis arose from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. This is the real tribulation lightning. Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal did not dare to be negligent. One of them took out the soaring dragon shears, while the other took out the wishful staff again. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and the earth shook again, and the thunder that had previously covered the sky rushed towards the golden and silver runes. After the golden runes were absorbed by the Thunderbolt Immortal, countless white tiger-like crystal threads burst out from the runes and gathered above Xiao Hua's head. As for the Thunderbolt Immortal's head, after the silver runes were broken, countless small sword-shaped crystal threads gathered. After the thunder tide, the heavens and the earth suddenly became silent. The crystal threads gathered silently, but in this silence, there was a gradual accumulation of oppression. After half an hour, above Xiao Hua's head, a white tiger's body flashed, and an aura that could devour the heavens was born. The pair of pupilless tiger eyes only reflected Xiao Hua's figure. Roar! The white tiger roared and fell from the sky. Wherever its aura passed, puff, 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 sounds of explosions rang out. The originally awe-inspiring immortal aura around Xiao Hua's body was now swaying and almost extinguishing. Although the white tiger's claws were still very far away from Xiao Hua, the murderous sharpness had already crossed the void and pierced Xiao Hua's golden body. The body that was not afraid of the tribulation lightning just now, shwa shwa shwa, began to crack, not to mention the golden light that protected the body, which had long been extinguished by the sharp wind. Good timing! Xiao Hua's figure flickered, and the metal escape technique was activated. His figure faced the danger head-on, and the wishful staff swayed and stretched out between the tiger's claws. First, it hit the white tiger's right claw, and then, taking advantage of the white tiger's left claw, his figure flashed. The wishful staff lightly touched the white tiger's right claw, and his figure suddenly rushed out of the white tiger's claw like a shadow. Then, the wishful staff fell with a boom, and smashed on the white tiger's forehead. Daoist Xiao is crazy. Ji Yanzhenren shook his head with a wry smile and said, "This is the 5 elements primordial spirit formed by the tribulation lightning. How can an ordinary celestial artifact destroy it?" Yes, although this celestial artifact has destroyed the tribulation lightning before. Old man Gu Qiong was also worried. But the tribulation lightning is a dead thing. This tribulation lightning uses the soul of the gold element primordial spirit of the immortal world, which is more ferocious than ordinary spirit treasures, than heavenly spirit treasures. Even if Daoist Zhao's staff technique is superb, what's the use of hitting this primordial spirit? P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, and reward. Thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order, Introduction 1. A celestial artifact with a strange artifact spirit hidden in it. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turns something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a celestial artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words, has been completed. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116 56 5446, 170 57 13, 64. Chapter 5261. These Daoist supremes had good insight and knowledge, but they still underestimated Xiao Hua's 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. However, there were many shadows of the stick, and in the end, it only turned into a unique heaven-reaching stick. With a poof sound, it smashed on the top of the 5 elements' original spirit. Roar! The white tiger let out a sorrowful roar, and its huge body collapsed rapidly. The silver primordial spirit's aura flowed in all directions. Just the aura of the primordial spirit alone was enough to tear the surrounding void apart. The white tiger's might was evident from this. How is this possible? Yizhen exclaimed, what prehistoric ominous weapon is in Daoist Zhao's hand? How can it kill the primordial spirits of the immortal world? 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. Kong Chang exclaimed in a low voice, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Impossible. Old man Gu Qiong seemed to have heard of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, and he said flatly, how can the Yilin continent refine an ancient ominous weapon? Of course it's impossible for us. Bright Moon Householder said with a smile, it's just like how we can't resist the tribulation thunder with our bodies. But, as long as it's Daoist Xiao, I won't be surprised no matter what it is. The Yilin continent can't refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. Yizhen thought for a moment and said, after all, the laws of heaven and earth of the Yilin continent can't allow such an ancient ominous weapon to exist. But Daoist Xiao might have gotten it from somewhere else. Don't forget that he has been to the 10,000 demon realm. That's true. Old man Gu Qiong nodded and looked at the Thunderbolt Immortal. After all, Xiaohua had an ancient ominous weapon. Let alone the 5 elements primordial spirits, even the 6 elements primordial spirits were no match for this wishful heaven cudgel. Looking at the Thunderbolt Immortal again, he saw the crystal silk above his head condense into a golden sword with the power of thunder. This golden sword condensed the golden chi of the immortal world and fell down with a loud bang. Even the light shadow was cut in half by this golden sword. However, the Thunderbolt Immortal laughed when he saw this golden sword. He rubbed his hands, and strands of bright silver celestial art, which fell on the soaring dragon shears. Swish! The 2 dragons reappeared, swinging their tails, and they directly chopped the golden sword. The lightning immortal knows immortal arts? Yizhen called out numbly again. He was truly speechless. This scissor-like spiritual treasure is unexpectedly an immortal artifact, Bright Moon Householder said with a smile. It seems like the lightning immortal's luck isn't any worse than immortal Zhao's. The Tengjiao shears did not disappoint the cultivators of the Yilin continent. Under the golden light, although it was not as powerful as the wishful staff, it still blocked the falling golden sword. Then, it once again urged the immortal spiritual energy, and as the golden dragon raised its head and roared, the golden sword was split in half. The golden sword was split apart and also shattered, turning into golden light that scattered in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the golden swords disappeared, more golden runes flew out from the celestial world gate. An even thicker killing intent was brewing under the celestial world gate. Shortly after, in the tribulation space where the lightning immortal was, the wood marrow took shape. The wood chi of the celestial world took shape, and it fell down like teardrops. The lightning immortal was caught off guard, and although he urged the Tengjiao shears to destroy the wood marrow, a trace of the wood marrow still fell on his lightning dharma body. Just a trace of the wood marrow immediately destroyed half of his body. The lightning immortal howled in grief. He wanted to urge his magic power to repair his body, but his body was already at a critical point, and his magic power was unable to repair it. As for the immortal spiritual energy, the lightning immortal could only urge a few celestial arts, and it was impossible for him to repair his body. Therefore, when the celestial world's water vapor turned into ice and sealed the space, he did not think of a way to repair it. The ice and snow of the celestial world could not be compared to the ice and snow of the 4 great continents. It sealed the space in the blink of an eye, and even the lightning was frozen. If Xiaohua faced this ice power, he would have to go through a lot of trouble, but the lightning immortal was different. The lightning around his body surged crazily, and his Dharma body turned into lightning, rushing toward the sky recklessly. Ka ka ka. The ice and snow cracked, but it did not completely shatter. Pooh! The lightning immortal opened his mouth, and the thunder annihilation pearl, which was almost broken, flew out. The lightning immortal raised his hand and pointed. Boom! It was as if a small kiliacosm was destroyed, and an enormous lightning power rushed out. Ka-cha-cha! The ice and snow seal was immediately shattered, and the lightning immortal flew out in a rather sorry state along with the lightning. However, the lightning immortal also used the ice and snow and the lightning of the thunder annihilation pearl to repair his Dharma body. The lightning immortal had just stood still when silver tadpole-like characters fell again. Layers of magma, which seemed to be able to destroy the world, poured down in torrents without waiting for him to make any preparations. The lightning immortal hurriedly took out a few spiritual treasures, but how could these spiritual treasures withstand the celestial world's fire vapor? The spiritual treasures were melted by the heat, and the lightning immortal had no choice but to take out the innate primordial water. Zzz. The water and fire met, creating a strange shape. There was no water vapor, but the void was destroyed again, and all kinds of light and shadow flashed chaotically in the void. The lightning immortal did not dare to be careless. Seeing an opening, he turned into a light and flew up to the sky, above the magma. Woo! Just as the lightning immortal's figure appeared, a loud whimpering sound was heard. A shadow, which looked as if the sky had been torn apart, flew out of the gate of the immortal realm. At first, it was only the size of a fist, but after passing through the waves of lightning, it had turned into a star that was tens of thousands of feet long. Damn it! The lightning immortal cursed, "You won't even let me take a breath, and you want me to die? Since that's the case, I'll go all out." After saying that, the lightning immortal opened his mouth again and took out the seal of sea overturn. As the lightning in his mouth fell, the seal of sea overturn also turned into 1,000 feet long, and the coiling dragon pushed the seal towards the star. However, looking at the size of the seal and the star, the lightning immortal did not have much hope for the seal of sea overturn. When his figure once again rushed into the sky, he used his spiritual will like a hammer. Boom! Sure enough, the seal of sea overturn was like an ant trying to shake an elephant. When it collided with the star, it immediately rolled and showed signs of cracking. The lightning immortal hurriedly retracted it, and then heard the sound of the collision was more intense than firecrackers. Seeing that the star could not be shaken, the lightning immortal wailed, "Damn it, this is the time to use the wishful staff." Unfortunately, at this time, Xiaohua had just killed the white tiger, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. At this time, he was facing the Qilin. How could he give the wishful staff to the lightning immortal? The 5 elements' original spirits were more difficult to fight, and Xiaohua had also killed the vermilion bird. Now that he encountered the Qilin, he could only shake his spirit and desperately deal with it. After another round of martial arts, not to mention that the lightning immortal's Dharma idol was beaten into tatters, even Xiaohua's body was also scarred. Fortunately, the Qilin was also afraid of Xiaohua's wishful staff, and did not dare to press too hard. When it saw the wishful staff coming, it dodged most of the time, so Xiaohua could also deal with it for a time. Even so, the supremes of Daoist cultivators were dumbfounded. Previously, in the forbidden land of Tianfeng, Xiaohua crushed Xianxia to death with one palm, and then used his benevolence and magnanimity to convince everyone. The Dao cultivators did not have a particularly intuitive understanding of Xiaohua's power. Now, they saw that in the high sky, in an unknown space, the immortal spiritual qi was wanton, and the murderous aura was soaring. Every attack of the Qilin original spirit of the immortal world had the power to overturn mountains and seas, and the tribulation cultivators of the mortal world were even more valiant. The wishful staff not only smashed the sky, but also destroyed the attacking thunder. A kind of unyielding spirit that dared to fight against the heavens, dared to fight against the earth, came out from that heaven-defying staff shadow, which made everyone's blood boil. They really did not expect that tribulation transcendence could be so carefree and unrestrained. The Qilin was an immortal and indestructible original spirit, but Xiaohua was not. With a moment of carelessness, the immortal spiritual qi was not easy to activate, and the Qilin immediately took advantage. Poof! With a sound, the Qilin's sharp claws passed through the void and grabbed Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's flesh burst open, and he was hit to the point of rolling in midair. But the strange thing was, in the burst open wound, not a trace of blood seeped out. Oh! The Qilin raised its head and let out a long howl. The earthy yellow brilliance shone brightly, and where the brilliance fell, hundreds of Qilins were born in the air near Xiaohua. The imposing manner of these Qilins was not the slightest bit inferior to the Qilins earlier. One by one, they roared and pounced on the unsteady Xiaohua. Not good. Everyone was shocked, and their hearts clenched. Just at this critical moment, they saw Wu. A black and white light screen fly out from Xiaohua's hand. In the end, the execution spirit vital light was still sent out. That murderous black and white light soared into the sky. Even if it was the original spirits of the immortal world, seeing this kind of innate nemesis, they were also greatly shocked. However, without waiting for them to make any response, hundreds of execution spirit vital lights separately fell, and precisely nailed on the heads of these Qilins. Oh! Hundreds of beasts cried in unison, but this cry was also filled with sorrow, as if they knew that their doomsday had arrived. Hearing this, Xiaohua's originally raised finger did not fall. Instead, he faintly smiled and said, "You all are just doing your job. If I were to kill you all, it would really be inappropriate. Go." Finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand and beckoned. The black and white brilliance on the sword gourd revolved, and the hundreds of execution spirit vital light unexpectedly withdrew. When the execution spirit vital light disappeared, the hundreds of Qilins felt as if they had been pardoned. Oh! They cried, and lightning flashed around their bodies. Hundreds of Earth original spirits transformed into threads of light and flew out of the Qilins' bodies. They gathered under the gate of heaven and transformed into a huge Qilin phantom. This Qilin phantom rushed toward Xiaohua and nodded, then transformed into a light shadow and rushed into the gate of immortal world, disappearing without a trace. As for where those Qilins were before, after the Qilin original spirits disappeared, they revealed immortal spirit vital crystals. Streams of dense immortal spirit vital qi seeped out from these vital crystals. Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He opened his mouth, and with a howl, the vital crystals all fell into his mouth. Wang. As the vital crystals fell into his mouth, Xiaohua's entire body shone with silver brilliance. Between the previously separated silver spots, countless threads of light were added. Xiaohua's figure also seemed to have grown invisible wings as he soared into the sky. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX, King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding an exotic artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered through the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, already completed 16 million words, the first Xianxia novel, the story of the cultivation god. Book friends who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116565446 170-57-13-64. Chapter 52-62. Xiaohua released the spirit-slaying primordial light. The thunderbolt immortal also became ruthless. Seeing the falling star, he roared, "I'll kill you!" Thunderbolts began to rumble around the thunderbolt immortal. 9 colored lightning mixed with silver-white immortal chi turned into a huge hand of lightning that grabbed at the falling star. The ancients said, "When the heavens unleash killing intent, the stars move. When the earth unleashes killing intent, dragons and serpents rise. When the man unleashes killing intent, heaven and earth turn upside down." The thunderbolt immortal's current state was just like that. The star was like the heavens unleashing killing intent. However, the thunderbolt immortal's anger grew from his guts as he pounced at the star with a momentum that could turn heaven and earth upside down. The thunderbolt immortal was born for the Tao and had a thunderbolt body. At this moment, he no longer cared about life and death and instead showed the true nature of thunder. In this thunder tribulation, the tribulation lightning near the hand of lightning couldn't help but be attracted by the hand. They either turned into a part of the hand or flew over to support it. Boom! A loud rumble resounded. The space within 10,000 miles was filled with lightning. No one could see what was going on. When the light and shadow shattered, the lightning clouds converged. In the torrential tribulation lightning, the star disappeared along with the thunderbolt immortal. While everyone was puzzled, the thunderbolt immortal slowly condensed his thunder dharma body again and stood up inch by inch. Good! Elder Gu Qiong clenched his fists in excitement and shouted, "If this thunderbolt immortal doesn't enter the immortal world, who else can?" Phew! In the distant immortal palace, immortal Emperor Gochen was paying attention to Wenchu's tribulation. However, the Empress was more cautious. Seeing the thunderbolt immortal so fierce, she was happy and proud of Princess Qingqing's insight. However, she was still worried because Xiaohua and the thunderbolt immortal hadn't taken out the Kunlun mirror. She didn't know if her 2 daughters could be safe in the Kunlun immortal realm. The thunderbolt immortal's dharma body was formed again, but this time it was indeed damaged. However, the thunderbolt immortal stood there proudly like the most majestic man in the world. Because the thunderbolt immortal's body didn't produce immortal chi, he couldn't fly as high as Xiaohua. He could only stand there proudly under the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. However, no matter where he stood, the wind tribulation would still come. Woo! Another crack appeared on the spherical celestial realm gate, and a colorless celestial wind suddenly descended. Within a few breaths, it landed on the thunderbolt immortal's head. Thunderbolt immortal sneered. He opened his mouth and 5-colored lightning flashed, trying to block the wind. However, the wind ignored the 5-colored lightning. It blew past and closed in on Thunderbolt Immortal. Damn it! Thunderbolt Immortal frowned and cursed. He waved his hand and the Xiantian True Water flew out to form a defensive barrier. Unfortunately, the Xiantian True Water that could subdue almost anything was unable to do anything to the wind. Not good. The Thunderbolt Immortal was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his body to retreat, but it was already too late. Woo! The heavenly wind poured into the Thunderbolt Immortal's head and cascaded down. It actually blew the Thunderbolt Immortal right through his heart. Ouch! The Thunderbolt Immortal, who had regained his humanity, was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly covered his lower body with both hands, thinking that he had been blown transparent. However, when the Thunderbolt Immortal lowered his head to look, other than the destruction of the true energy in his body, there was no change to his immortal energy. His lightning Dharma body was also completely undamaged. Strange. The Thunderbolt Immortal scratched his head, extremely puzzled. The Thunderbolt Immortal was puzzled, but Xiaohua suddenly understood. He was the same as the Thunderbolt Immortal, unable to block any of his methods. As long as the wind poured into his head, the strange thing was that although the wind destroyed his magic power, it still blew towards his bones. The wind strands were like the world's finest and sharpest flying swords, madly stabbing towards Xiaohua's bones. Damn it, damn it! Xiaohua did not feel anything, but the celestial above the West Sea roared and shouted, Damned heavens, what did I do to provoke you? I am not going through the tribulation, why are you stabbing me? Ah. Xiaohua laughed and thought to himself, so this is the wind tribulation, the heavenly astral wind of the immortal world. When this heavenly astral wind enters the body, it will shatter the bones. However, this Xiao's bones are refined with 7 colors, how can I be afraid of this heavenly astral wind? As the heavenly astral wind revolved in Xiaohua's body, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, and other colors were born on the surface of Xiaohua's body like a wheel, in the darkness where the tribulation lightning flickered, where the cultivators of the 4 continents could not approach, the Grand Mist Ancestor's figure quietly appeared. The unparalleled pressure of the heavenly tribulation fell on his body, as if he did not feel it. The Grand Mist Ancestor originally lowered his head to check if there were any flaws in the tribulation lightning and prepared to attack. However, at this time, the 7 colors on the surface of Xiaohua's body lit up the tribulation lightning's darkness like a candle, and the Grand Mist Ancestor's figure actually appeared. The Grand Mist Ancestor was stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly swayed and forced himself into the void. When he escaped from another dark place, he looked at Xiaohua with a shocked expression and said, "Damn it, is this guy a descendant of the upper realm's god race? This is clearly the 7 colors of the god race's bones, and this is only 7 colors. If it is 9 colors, wouldn't he be able to enter the upper realm?" However, after a short while, the Grand Mist Ancestor's eyes turned, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a thought-provoking smile. Hee, this is really a fortuitous encounter from the heavens. If this lousy occupies this human's unformed divine soul, after cultivating in the immortal world for a while, won't this lousy be able to return to the upper realm? When this lousy returns to the upper realm, I won't be the insignificant insect in the eyes of the god race. Since that's the case, why should this lousy stay here and scheme against this guy? Once he enters the immortal world, it won't be too late for this lousy to kill him. After saying that, the Grand Mist Ancestor's body twisted strangely and turned into a stream of light that fell into the void, stealthily approaching the majestic immortal world gates in the sky. The Thunderbolt Immortal was naturally baffled, because he was originally Xiaohua's doppelganger. Although he was now an independent human, before the immortal world's body-shaping light pillar fell, he couldn't be considered to have a skeleton. Therefore, the heavenly astral wind of the immortal world was a pearl cast into darkness. However, when the heavenly astral wind blew, it could be considered to have cleansed the Thunderbolt Immortal's body from inside out. In addition to the cleansing from the 5 elements tribulation lightning, this lightning tribulation could be considered to have completely cleansed the Thunderbolt Immortal's mortal aura. When the heavenly astral wind passed, the Thunderbolt Immortal immediately flew high, tens of thousands of feet higher than Xiaohua. However, at this time, suddenly, 2 fist-sized pitch-black things flew out from the 2 immortal world gates. When the 2 pitch-black things left the range of the immortal world gates, they immediately turned into dense black chi, rapidly enveloping the space where the tribulation was taking place. No one could see the situation inside. Good heavens! The Grand Mist Ancestor was originally sneaking towards the immortal world gates, but when he saw the black chi surging out, he was forced to fly out from the void. When he saw the black chi, he was inexplicably shocked, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "What's going on with this Dao cultivator? How can he be so ruthless to his own descendants? This is death chi and it's 1 grade higher than the death chi of the 3 continents. How can an ordinary human resist it? Using black chi to kill, he really can think of it. 9 deaths, 1 life. I don't understand. As he spoke, the Grand Mist Ancestor's mouth twitched, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He hid at the side and watched, waiting for the immortal world gates to open. Although the world-exterminating mayfly was an insignificant mayfly from the upper realm, its experience was not something Xiaohua could compare to. However, when Xiaohua saw the black chi seal the surrounding space, and dense death chi and despair rush towards him, how could Xiaohua, who had already explored the Tao of life and death, not know how to deal with it? Not to mention Xiaohua, even the Thunderbolt Immortal sneered. The 2 of them slapped the top of their heads. Rumble. A huge hand of thunder flew out from the top of their heads at the same time, grabbing towards the air. Within the huge hand, there were tens of thousands of illusions made of thunder. The illusions were like small worlds, and the power of life and death gushed out, destroying the death chi. However, just as the black chi was about to be extinguished, a sorrowful voice sounded, "Darling Xiao." Xue Xue's figure appeared from the black chi. "Xue Xue?" Xiao Hua was startled. The giant hand could no longer grab her. "Husband." Xue Xue's face showed hidden bitterness, and she whispered, "This concubine is so cold. This concubine is not by your side. Are you well?" Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue, and his heart was calm. Early on in the upper realm's ruins, Xiao Hua had fallen into the trap of the heavenly devil. At that time, he had only relied on his obsession with Xue Xue to escape. Now, this obsession had been sharpened into a golden needle, so how could he be tainted by the black chi's illusions? He was just unwilling to part with the memories that came from his heart, and he greedily looked at Xue Xue's old appearance and voice. After Xue Xue, it was Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia's illusions were completely different, and then Fairy Hong Xia, Fairy Jing, Sun Shu, Huang Mengxiang, and the others appeared one after another. When the black chi turned white, a familiar small bridge appeared at the end of the white. The Guozhuang house? Xiao Hua couldn't help but be surprised. The long-lost memories came flooding back like a tide. Unfortunately, before he could see the end of time, the world turned pitch black. The pitch black was like ink that began to drown the distant memories. At the origin of the pitch black darkness, AO. Devil chi surged, and countless black shadows flew down from the outer realm. Then, a cryptic demonic voice with bewitchment sounded. "Is this the future Buddha's tribulation? Heavens, what's going on? This devil lord has never heard of the three great Buddha's tribulation. The problem is, with our strength, how can we devour the Buddha light of the future Buddha? How can we benefit from this Buddha fire merit? Who cares, let's eat it first. That place, and that place. Oh my, why are there so many tribulation transcendents? No wonder this sovereign could come to this realm. It turns out that it's not just the future Buddha's tribulation, but also the demon race, the dragon race, and the human race's tribulation. This is the time to transcend the tribulation. It's also the time for us to be free and unfettered. Come, devil bastards, let's devour like crazy. This is our time." As Moyin laughed wildly, the extraterrestrial demons flew to the Pure Land world, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the hidden immortal continent, the West Sea, and the North Sea. The entire four great continents had become a place where extraterrestrial demons danced wildly. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, gift it, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, and moved unhindered in the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Corporation, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I'm a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I'm the future enforcer of the immortal world. I'm the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed, and it's the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116565446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 5263. The demonic voice was like the autumn rain, yet it was also like the cold wind. It continuously attacked the Maitreya Buddha's world-exalted golden body. After an unknown amount of time, a soft pop. A speck of Buddha fire appeared on the Maitreya Buddha's world-exalted golden body. Although it looked thin, it was extremely tough. Pop. The Buddha fire reappeared. However, outside of the Buddha fire, devilish shadows appeared. The Maitreya Buddha's world-exalted golden body was no longer complete. The devils roared wildly and devoured the Buddha fire. Woo! Before the Buddha fire reappeared, otherworldly heavenly devils reappeared and extinguished the Buddha fire. After a total of 81 times, a lotus-shaped Buddha flame was finally lit up, and tens of millions of heavenly fiends were howling and howling in the Buddha light. Amitabha. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha's world-exalted Buddha forgot to chant his Buddhist mantras. He said softly, "This is the most difficult heavenly gate guidance I've ever seen." Fortunately, at last, before the Dipankara Archaic Buddha World Lord could finish his words, a series of ghostly wails resounded from Mount Meru far away. A few black figures leaped across the sky and pounced toward the Maitreya Buddha World Lord. "Damn it!" The Dipankara Archaic Buddha's world-exalted Buddha yelled, "I forgot that the 4 great continents have Mount Meru. Above Mount Meru, there's the sky beyond skies. Namu Maitreya." The Mahavairakana world-exalted Buddha couldn't help but chant the future Buddha Lord's Buddhist mantras. Junior apprentice brother. The mountain-like devilish shadows had already surrounded the Maitreya Buddha. The descending Buddha light seemed to have stopped in mid-air. Countless devilish shadows came from the Pure Land. As soon as these devilish shadows appeared, the star formed by the phoenix parasol immediately stopped. The countless devilish shadows took advantage of this and entered the phoenix parasol's body. Outside the star, there seemed to be an endless number of heavenly devils that had transformed into starlight and were crazily yelling and dancing. The star started trembling rapidly. Damn it! Seeing this, the 5-colored sea god shell couldn't help but curse, "Damn you, old bald donkey." When the demon race's great sage shattered the void, where did the devilish tribulation come from? Their tribulations actually brought a demonic tribulation to the phoenix sage. We demons only know how to use strength to overcome magic. How can we know how to destroy demons? The vermilion bird nodded and said, "The phoenix sage is in danger." "What about phoenix sage?" The flying feather void beast hurriedly looked towards another pitch-black starry sky. He looked at Huang Tong again. Her body was close to the realm barrier. A strange ripple came down, and Huang Tong's body shattered. The space shattered, and countless souls fell through the blood light. Light and shadow floated, and a blood shell formed on the surface of Huang Tong's body. This blood shell sealed Huang Tong like a phoenix egg. However, he was different from Feng Wu. The blood-colored phoenix egg had just been hatched, and the test of heaven and earth had appeared. All sorts of illusions fell into the blood-colored phoenix egg, just like Feng Wu. Such a test naturally could not affect Huang Tong at all. Just as the illusions were about to disappear and Huang Tong was about to succeed, the world suddenly turned dark. Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg began to tremble. The souls that had been retracted flew out from various parts of the void and continued to pour in. After the souls, even more otherworldly demons flew over. They used the power of the souls to rush into the blood-colored phoenix egg where Huang Tong was. "The phoenix sage is in danger." The 5-colored sea god shell shook its head. The ancestor once said that demons who cultivate their souls are more afraid of the soul backlash. With the help of the demons, these souls are much stronger than before. The phoenix sage will not be able to resist them. Just as the sages finished speaking, the heavenly demons of Mount Meru flew over. These heavenly demons from the heavens beyond heaven were even more powerful. Their bodies were darker than the heavenly demons, and their demonic aura was even stronger. The moment the heavenly demons rushed in, whether it was Feng Wu's star or Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg, they all showed signs of collapsing. With the invasion of the otherworldly demons, the heavenly demons of Mount Meru swept away all the ascension tribulations. Although the dragons did not face any demonic tribulation when they ascended, the light cocoons of Ao Jia and Reverend Yun above the North Sea were also affected. Although the dragon aura could resist the onslaught of the extraterrestrial heavenly devils for a brief moment, it could not withstand the onslaught of the extraterrestrial devils, nor could it withstand the darkness, as the dragon aura had been weakened to the extreme. As the heavenly devils of Mount Sumeru approached the light cocoon with a ferocious smile, Countless fiend marks appeared on it like water stains. Reverend Yun's light cocoon shone with a 9-colored glow, while strange dragon marks flew out from it like butterflies. On the other hand, fiend marks began to slowly seep into Aojia's light cocoon. On the hidden immortal continent, when the master of Xianxia Palace saw the aura of death approaching, he had no choice but to raise his hand and pat his head. His 5 energies rushed out and turned into the shape of Chao Yuan to protect himself. His 5 energies were born and died in the aura of death, barely holding on. In just a few moments, his 5 energies had withered, and his protective innate energy was as thin as a strand of hair. If it were any other time, Wen Chu's breath of life would have broken through his death realm, and it might have affected the death realm of the master of Xianxia Palace as well. However, with the arrival of the heavenly demons, the death realm was too eye-catching. Not only did the heavenly demons rush into the death realm, even the heavenly demons of Mount Meru were the first to rush in, as if the death realm was their homeland. The master of Xianxia Palace was severely injured, and his innate energy was exhausted. His mind was at the end of its rope in the death realm. The moment the heavenly demons invaded, the aura of death in the death realm immediately turned into tens of millions of knots. These knots fell on the master of Xianxia Palace like hailstones, as if they were testing him. Puff! One of the knots fell on the master of Xianxia Palace and fell into his body easily. Then, the master of Xianxia Palace, whose eyes were closed, showed a joyful expression. He opened his eyes and called out, "Pear Blossom." As soon as he said that, countless heavenly demons laughed wildly and swarmed in. Pear Blossom? The body of the master of Xianxia Palace withered rapidly. Seeing his flesh and blood disappear, he could not help but say sadly, "It can't forget you after all." As soon as he said that, the master of Xianxia Palace turned into a skeleton. His head tilted, and his soul returned to the netherworld. Sigh. Although they were separated by the space of the tribulation, Wen Chu could still see the heavenly demons rushing toward him and the countless illusions. Ever since Wen Chu gained intelligence, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He knew that the master of the High Purity Palace was deeply in love with the Pear Blossom Fairy. He was afraid that the master of the High Purity Palace was doomed this time. As Wen Chu sighed, he really saw the body of the master of Xianxia Palace gradually turning into a skeleton in front of him. It was as if Wen Chu could save him with a stretch of his hand. Wen Chu hesitated. He did not know where to vent his third breath of anger. Above the 4 major continents, the heavenly demons of the extraterrestrial realm and the heavenly demons of Mount Meru gathered. All the cultivators who were undergoing tribulation were trapped in the demonic tribulation. Above the Nirvana world, the Mahavarakana revered Buddha in the darkness saw the Buddha light of Maitreya revered Buddha after 81 cycles of birth and death. He could not help but let out a long sigh. Phew! He knew that the Buddha light of Maitreya revered Buddha had been reborn. However, just as the Mahavarakana revered Buddha heaved a sigh of relief, woo-woo. A violent wind blew. The heavenly demons of the extraterrestrial realm swarmed over again. The remaining Buddha fire was annihilated again. The 81st cycle of Buddha fire was also annihilated. The Buddha light of Lei-In Temple declined rapidly. The expressions of the Buddhas changed. At this moment, at the seemingly critical juncture, a burst of wild laughter sounded in the pitch-black heaven and earth. Ha! I knew it! How can there be no heavenly demons coming out to join in the fun during this ascension tribulation? I left early to lure you guys into my trap. Since you guys are here, then obediently run into my mouth. Following this wild laughter, from the direction of the demon-resisting Valley of Dawn Rain continent, a demonic shadow that was even darker than pitch black rushed into the sky. Then, demonic chi danced in the air as Demon Sovereign Sure revealed his demonic formation. This was a demonic formation that could trap the entire ruins. In the pitch-black darkness, it could easily trap Xiaohua and the other clones who were undergoing their tribulations. Freedom, heavenly demon? Happiness, heavenly demon? Demon realm supreme demon sovereign? Countless terrified cries came from the demonic shadows that surrounded Xiaohua, devoured Maitreya revered Buddha, corroded Feng Wu, and corroded Huang Tong. These heavenly demons were from the extraterrestrial realm and did not have a true body. It was extremely difficult for the mortal realm to eliminate them unless there were some specialized exorcism artifacts. They had not expected a demonic formation to trap them in the mortal realm. Furthermore, the demonic formation contained the aura of the sky of freedom and happiness melting heavenly devils. Especially the demonic body of the demon sovereign Shi and the demonic saber in his hand. Which one of them was not a weapon that could kill them? It was just like how Xiao Hua killed the spirit world's spiritual bodies with the Prometha realm. Needless to say, this demonic formation of demon sovereign Shi was used by the upper realm. How could the heavenly demons summoned by the ascension tribulation of the 4 great continents resist it? Even the heavenly demon beyond heavenly demon on Mount Meru couldn't resist it. Amid the horrifying cries, the voices gradually became softer. Although the demonic chi still soared into the sky, the pitch-black darkness gradually faded away. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha was surprised. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Mahavairakana archaic Buddha was puzzled. They never thought that a demon sovereign would come to their aid at this critical moment. Moreover, this demon sovereign's aura made them feel fearful. Demon sovereign. Within the pitch-black darkness, the expressions of the ancient dome old man, bright moon householder, and the others gradually appeared. Realization flashed through their eyes, and they communicated with each other silently through their eyes. The demon sovereign that appeared in the heavenly wind forbidden grounds. Within the pitch-black darkness, another Buddha flame lit up within the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha. At this moment, the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha was no longer present, and the 9 lotus platforms had also disappeared. Only a fiery Buddha heart could be seen within the Buddha radiance. When the Buddha radiance flickered, the Buddha heart also started burning. The Buddha flame was so hot that it ignited the surrounding space. The heavenly demons that weren't devoured by demon sovereign Shi retreated while howling in pain. Unfortunately, the void was already sealed by the demonic formation. Other than being devoured by demon sovereign Shi, they had no other choice. Oh, why is it a Buddha heart? The Mahavairakana archaic Buddha was also puzzled. Looking at the Dipankara archaic Buddha, both of their faces were filled with joy and confusion. It should be a Saraira, right? P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it as a reward. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX, The King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something miraculous. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact within my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words. Those who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116565446. 1705713, 64. Chapter 5264. Without waiting for the Dipankara archaic Buddha's world lord's explanation, the Buddha's heart fell. However, when the Buddha's heart fell onto the 9 lotus platforms, thousands of lotuses appeared out of nowhere to support it. Wasn't that the Maitreya Buddha's virtuous lotus? Woo! The lotuses supported the Buddha heart and surged into the Buddha heart. Under the Buddha heart's Buddha light, the lotuses gradually merged and turned into golden liquid, dripping around the Buddha heart. Gradually, a Buddha golden body that was 100,000 feet tall miraculously appeared in front of the Thunder Sound Temple and Little Exquisite Temple's Buddhas. When the golden body was formed, devilish chi surged, and the demon lord's arrogant voice resounded, "Everyone, I've already repaid everything I owed you. If we meet again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." After he finished speaking, thunderous booms resounded in the sky. The demon lord howled, "Damn it, I haven't left yet. This devilish tribulation isn't over yet." Despite his words, the demon lord didn't dare to stay here. He retracted the devilish formation and devilish chi and landed on the demon-resisting valley's mountain peak. At the mountain peak, Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly asked, "Master, how's the situation?" "Damn it, how could I make any mistakes?" The demon lord cursed, "Your junior apprentice brother Xiao, my big brother, relied on my devilish formation." Hee. How could Zhang Qingxiao not know that the demon lord was boasting? However, he only smiled and looked at the immortal world gate in the sky. The demon lord looked below the mountain peak. He wanted to break through the devilish world's barrier before the devilish chi dissipated. However, he was worried about Zhang Qingxiao. How could he really leave? Looking at the Maitreya Buddha of the Pure Land, the Buddha golden body was formed by the virtuous lotus again. As if it had a pair of wings, it flew towards the Buddha light. Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha of the world finally chanted and smiled, "World Lord, the devilish tribulation of my Buddhas has finally passed. With the future Buddha Lord's strength, the mortal tribulation couldn't be disturbed. The final immovable tribulation was nothing." Namo Amitabha. The Mahavairakana revered Buddha nodded as well. That's how it usually is. The immovable calamity is the easiest to pass for our Buddhist sect. However, in the face of the future Buddha Lord's strange tribulation, I dare not say much. Let's wait and see. Sure enough, just as he was about to touch the Buddha's light, shadows of mountains suddenly appeared above the Maitreya Buddha's head. Ah? The Dipankara Archaic Buddha, the World Lord, jumped up and yelled, "World Lord, strange things happen every year. Why did the unmovable tribulation change to Mount Meru? Mount Meru has 33 layers of heavens and many more." Before the Dipankara Archaic Buddha World Lord finished speaking, the Mahavairakana World Lord smiled and said, "World Lord, don't forget how the future Buddha Lord walked out of the Thunder Sound Temple and established his Tao arena in the small exquisite temple. This sovereign forgot about that thing." The Dipankara Archaic Buddha World Lord suddenly came to a realization and calmed down. He raised his head and looked up. Indeed, the Maitreya Buddha World Lord had a faint smile on his face. He raised his hand and took out the Seven Wonders tree. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of mountain phantoms shattered. The guiding Buddhist lights swept away the mountain phantoms and landed on the Maitreya Buddha World Lord's body. Namo Amitreya Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. All of a sudden, thousands of Buddhas chanted, heavenly flowers, Sanskrit chants, and heavenly dragons appeared. However, the strange thing was, just as the Buddha's light landed on the Maitreya Buddha World Lord's body, a ray of Buddha's light separated and flew across the sky, landing on Xiao Hua's head. This is... The Mahavairakana World Lord was stunned. Hee. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha, the World Lord, wasn't surprised at all. He smiled and said, "World Lord, don't forget that Xiao Hua is our Buddhism sect's Namo Great Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. Previously, I was thinking that if the Maitreya Buddha World Lord's heavenly door opened, what would happen to the Guanyin Bodhisattva's heavenly door? I didn't expect it to be like this. But..." The Mahavairakana World Lord hesitated for a moment and said, "If that's the case, there should be two heavenly doors." However, something strange happened again. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of light descended from the Yilin continent, the Thousand Demons' sacred territory, the North Sea, the buried Immortal continent, and other places. They all landed on Xiao Hua's golden body, sealing off the space Xiao Hua was in. The blinding light was so bright that no one could see what was happening within. The Devil Lord slaying devil formation flew across the sky of the Thousand Demons' sacred territory and protected the Feng Wu's star and Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg. After devouring the otherworldly heavenly devil and the Meru Mountain heavenly devil, the devil formation retracted. However, the devil chi didn't dissipate. When Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg came into contact with the world barrier, a blood-colored pillar of light descended and enveloped the phoenix egg. However, the strange thing was that at the same time, Another blood-colored pillar of light ignored Huang Tong and went straight for Xiaohua. Looking at the Feng Wu, where the devil chi slashed, the star he transformed into almost touched the world barrier at the same time as Huang Tong. The pillar of light that was guiding the stars suddenly separated, and like a blood-colored pillar of light, it shot towards Xiaohua. What is going on? In the great sage hall, the saints were shocked. When they looked at the West Ocean, they couldn't help but cry out, "No, the Buddha Maitreya's Buddha light has arrived long ago." Reverend Yun was a body condensed from the dragon cleansing liquid of the dragon realm. He was born stronger than the otherworldly heavenly devils. Although there were some devil marks on his light cocoon, they were all destroyed by the dragon marks. When the devil lord slaying devil's devil formation swept across, the heavenly devils that surrounded the light cocoon were brushed away like dust. Soon, the light cocoon returned to its original white and flawless state. On the other hand, Aojia's light cocoon was a little dark. When the devil formation came, it swept away the darkness inside, and the entire light cocoon returned to its original state. Aojia was only able to survive because of the devil lord slaying devil. Reverend Yun's light cocoon was the first to touch the world barrier. Boom! A loud boom rang out. The heaven's eyes 9 growth rings closed, and a huge golden pillar of light pierced through the world barrier and landed on Reverend Yun's body. Just like Feng Wu and Huang Tong, when the golden pillar landed on Reverend Yun's body, it split off and pierced into Xiaohua's body. It could only be said that the master of Shangqing Palace did not have enough immortal fate. Right after he fell, the devil lord slaying devil flew out while laughing loudly. When his body materialized, he laid out the devil formation. Seeing all the heavenly devils being devoured by the devil lord slaying devil and the illusion of the master of Shangqing Palace vanishing, Wen Chu smiled faintly and breathed out the third breath of life. The death zone was filled with life force, and when the aura of death faded away, the death zone vanished as well. After the death zone, the book door appeared once again. But this time, the door was dyed with a golden hue, and the clouds that hung down from it had rolled up Wen Chu. Then, a heavenly music rang out, and the scroll was retracted, with Wen Chu's body flying up to the door. At the same time, a golden beam as thick as 10,000 feet rushed out from the book door and enveloped Wen Chu. It looked similar to the Buddha Maitreya, the world sovereign, and the others. Then, the golden beam appeared again and landed in front of Xiaohua's chest. Seeing the devil lord slaying devil formation withdraw and fly away arrogantly, Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. The devil lord slaying devil did not have good intentions. In fact, in order not to attract the attention of the heavenly devils, he did not warn Xiaohua and the others in advance. But because of his intervention, Xiaohua lost a good opportunity to restore his memory. Seeing Xiaohua like this, the Thunderbolt Immortal also smacked his lips and said discontentedly, "That brat Mo Ling is too hateful. I just wanted to be intimate with Princess Qing Qing, but I was interrupted like this. Damn it." With that, the Thunderbolt Immortal waved his thunder hand again, and the remaining black gas was also swept away by him. Whoosh! After the black gas disappeared, the 2 immortal world gates did not emit light pillars like the other ascension tribulations. Instead, a bright white light flew out like snowflakes. This light was similar to the black gas. Just as it left the range of the immortal world gates, with a whoosh, it was as brilliant as the rising sun. Hundreds of millions of light spots emerged from this light spot like fireflies falling into the space controlled by the tribulation lightning. Seeing this, the hidden Grand Mist ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. Unable to suppress the shock in his heart, he cried out, Isn't this a death ray from a spatial fault in the immortal world? It looks like it's a sharp weapon that can wipe out all humans in that spatial fault. Although this death ray is broken, but it's still a death ray. Even the so-called immortals of the Dao cultivators would find it hard to resist, right? These immortals are really unworthy of being human. Damn it, the immortal world is so fierce. Do I still dare to go there? The Grand Mist ancestor hesitated for a moment, but it only lasted for a moment. Then, with a bitter face, he muttered to himself, "If I don't go to the immortal world, where else can I go? These 3 continents are already filled with strange auras. If I leave a few days later, I will definitely be killed like the boy. Moreover, Xiaohua is already there. If I don't devour him, how can I return to the immortal world? There's a chance. When he saw an extremely blurry but incomparably huge face appear near the immortal world gates, the Grand Mist ancestor's figure flickered and disappeared again. He quietly moved toward the immortal world gates. As for Xiaohua, he frowned when he saw the light and shadow sprinkling down and enveloping the entire space. The light and shadow emitted an aura that shouldn't exist in this entire realm. The 5 elemental tribulation lightning in front of him and the 5 elemental primordial spirits behind him were all within his expectations. Even the earth elemental primordial spirit in the end had somewhat exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. With Xiaohua's understanding of the cultivators of the 4 great continents, very few people could avoid the Qilin's annihilation. Needless to say, the heavenly astral wind and the black killing aura were even more powerful than Old Man Guqiong and Bright Moon Householder. Now, the white killing aura had appeared. This was not an ascension tribulation of the human clan at all. Not only Xiaohua, but even Ji Yen's spiritual master and Kong Chang were also greatly puzzled. The black and white killing auras were absolutely beyond their knowledge and had never been recorded in the history of the Heaven Alliance and the Dao Alliance. Yi Zhen was also frowning. However, when the light shone down and reflected the various scenes of the immortal world and the dense immortal spiritual qi, Yi Zhen's expression changed greatly as if he suddenly thought of something. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens and contained a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and dominated the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the Sun-Star Zone. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account of Xiao Duan Tanhua or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Number 116 5654446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 5265. Fellow Daoist Ji. Kong Chang, who had been paying attention to Yi Zhen's expression, suddenly turned his head and asked meaningfully, "Do you know about this black and white killing tribulation?" This. Yi Zhen hesitated for a moment. When he saw Old Man Guqiong and Bright Moon Householder turn their heads to look at him, he pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I've never seen this kind of killing tribulation. The ancient books and records of my Yi family didn't record this kind of tribulation thunder. It's just that this Yi suddenly thought of an ancient legend. Only then did this Yi have some understanding." "Old Ancestor Yi, please tell us." Bright Moon Householder asked politely. "Alliance Master, you're too polite." Yi Zhen didn't dare to be negligent and said in a low voice, "It's said that the immortals in the immortal world are divided into 2 categories. One is low-level and the other is high-level. The low-level immortals are the same as the cultivators of our Yilin continent. They cultivate qi, but they cultivate immortal qi, while the high-level immortals cultivate spiritual light. If that's the case, doesn't the black and white killing tribulation correspond to low-level immortals? And the white killing tribulation doesn't correspond to high-level immortals?" Hiss. When the cultivators heard this, they were shocked. Old Man Guqiong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "So, Daoist Xiao and the Thunderbolt immortal?" "It's just a wild guess." Yi Zhen waved his hand hastily and said, "The immortal ascension tribulation is the final test of the mortal world. It has many forms and strange methods. Who can say for sure? Since it's the white killing tribulation, Kong Chang smiled bitterly and said, "How can the cultivators of the mortal world escape from it? Daoist Xiao and the Thunderbolt Immortal are in danger." All the supreme Daoist cultivators had the same thought. However, when Xiao Hua, who was enveloped by the white-killing tribulation, sensed the strange and terrifying aura coming toward him, he didn't hesitate. Lightning surged around his body and he flew toward the immortal world gate with all his strength. After a short while, mottled lights and shadows appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Then, cloud-like fragments of the immortal world appeared in front of him. Good. Xiao Hua rejoiced in his heart. With a thought, he entered one of the fragments. Boom! Without waiting for Xiao Hua to stabilize himself, the immortal spiritual energy rushed into his body like a storm. Of course, this immortal spiritual energy was so domineering and powerful that Xiao Hua's meridians and body trembled. Oh! In his lower dantian, Xiao Hua's scattered nascent soul howled like a wolf. It opened its small mouth and sucked in the immortal spiritual energy like drinking water. As a result, the scattered nascent soul inside Xiao Hua's lower dantian began to violently swell. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He released his consciousness and guided the immortal qi into the space. The 100 or so scattered nascent souls also began to crazily devour it. When Xiao Hua activated the escape art of light, the Thunderbolt Immortal also came to his senses. His whole body turned into thunderbolts and blended into the white-killing tribulation. At this moment, Buddha Maitreya, Buddha Reincarnation, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, Reverend Yun, and Wen Chu had all entered the final stage. The entire 4 great continents fell into an indescribable fear. The vast sky was covered by tribulation clouds, tribulation thunders, and strange phenomena. A blood-red color was faintly emerging from these strange phenomena. When one looked at the ground again, one could feel a slight tremor, like a heartbeat or fear. A layer of blue gradually gushed out from the depths of the ground. The thousands of cultivators in the 4 great continents were terrified, and the billions of ordinary creatures were even more unbearable. It was also in this place where the angel Zhang Jie had swept his eyes with extreme disgust. The wisps of black smoke had become extremely dense and were floating above the ground. They had condensed into a strange rune that was tens of thousands of feet long. This rune was emitting a strong aura of the netherworld. As the aura drifted, all the creatures in the vicinity were annihilated. Just when Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were enveloped in the light, the rune began to roll and turned into hundreds of millions of white bone fine lines. The fine lines condensed again and turned into tens of thousands of ghost heads. When the ghost heads were formed, a chilly wind came out of nowhere and sucked all the wandering souls within 10,000 miles into these ghost heads. As soon as the chilly wind fell, the ghost head in the center turned into a pitch-black dot. This pitch-black dot spun rapidly and formed a fist-sized whirlpool. Immediately after, the ghost heads nearby shattered one after another, forming layers of whirlpools. Dense ghost aura overflowed from these whirlpools. After half a cup of tea's time, the whirlpool was formed, and a vast aura came out of it. Amidst a loud rumble, a body of black smoke that was tens of thousands of feet long flew out of the whirlpool. Moreover, in this space of 10,000 miles, countless wisps of death aura gushed out from the whirlpool and supported this body. Before this body could stand firm, the laws of heaven and earth had already fallen from the void and hit this body. However, even though this body was enormous, and the rumbling sounds were also earth-shattering, it seemed insignificant compared to the tribulation lightning of Xiao Hua and the other clones. Aside from Zhang Jie, who was extremely far away, who had a look of disgust on his face, and who was surrounded by holy light that concealed his aura, it was likely that no one else knew that this figure had appeared. Although darkness covered the earth, this body's pitch-black color and scarlet color were even more intense than the darkness. Therefore, even in the darkness, this body could be seen clearly. It was a sinister-looking ghost. This ghost's body was covered in an official's robe condensed from black smoke. This official's robe was very strange. In the midst of the pitch-black death aura, it presented a kind of terrifying scarlet color. The official's robe was engraved with a gray river and a sinister-looking ghost beast. The beast's head was like an ordinary general's armor, which protected the front of the ghost's chest. In the middle of the official's robe, there was an almost colorless robe belt. Looking at this ghost's head, it was wearing a red official's hat. On both sides of the hat, there were two ghosts transformed from death aura. They opened their sharp teeth and looked at the unfamiliar four great continents. Wasn't this ghost the underworld's judge? When the underworld's judge flew out, he immediately sensed the strangeness of the four great continents. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky. A series of words that no one could understand exclaimed, "This? Is someone flying across the world? My goodness, this momentum is too great, isn't it?" After saying that, the underworld's judge sniffed around and muttered to himself in confusion, "That's not right. This world doesn't seem to have any wandering souls that haven't entered the cycle of reincarnation. Did I go to the wrong place?" Then, the underworld's judge looked at the lightning tribulation in the sky and slightly moved his body. Along with the surge of death aura, he arrived at another place. However, when he looked around again, the surprise on his face became even stronger. He frowned and said, "Damn it, I really went to the wrong place. There isn't even a wandering soul in this world. How could there be billions of wandering souls that haven't returned to the underworld?" Then, the underworld's judge looked up at the lightning tribulation everywhere and laughed. "This world is lively. There are actually humans, demons, and dragons going through the tribulation at the same time." As he said that, the underworld's judge's robe shook and a scroll that was emitting thick black fog was taken out. Then, he took out the judge's brush in his other hand and pointed at the scroll. Shwa! The scroll opened, but there was another world inside. Waves of light were revealed like stars. This scroll was naturally the Book of Life and Death. When the scroll opened, the laws of heaven and earth immediately changed. Hundreds of purple lightning bolts fell, but the underworld's judge's robe shook and an inexplicable fluctuation was produced, and these purple lightning bolts were destroyed. Hiss! Within the Book of Life and Death, as soon as the star-like radiance came into contact with it, the four great continents were instantly annihilated and transformed into shadows. The infernal judge of hell gasped in horror and hurriedly tried to close the Book of Life and Death. Unfortunately, the starry skies within the Book of Life and Death had already disappeared without a trace. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" The underworld's judge roared in a low voice and shouted, "Who dares to snatch people from the underworld? Is it the Hell Messenger? Or the Hell Messenger? Or the Soul Demon Beast? These are billions of creatures. How can I explain it to the King of Hell?" Without waiting for the underworld's judge to finish his words, Xiaohua and the Thunder Immortal flew out from the white light in the sky. Now the white brilliance had already dimmed, and there was no longer a terrifying aura. When Xiaohua appeared, the underworld's judge who was stamping with rage suddenly raised his head, and a fierce look appeared in his ghost eyes, and directly fell on Xiaohua through the layers of clouds and tribulation lightning. He was so angry that he laughed. "Ha, so you are the culprit who attacked this official's doppelganger. No wonder no matter how I investigated that Duanmu Liang Sheng, I couldn't find any trace of him killing this official's doppelganger. If this official didn't come to this realm to investigate the situation of billions of wronged souls not returning to the underworld, I'm afraid you would have escaped. When you go to the upper realm of the human race, there will be something like the immortal mark in your soul, and the mark that this official's doppelganger left in your soul will inevitably be washed away. Heaven's net has a long grind, and nothing escapes. See how this official will kill you today. Moreover, this official will take away your soul, and let you suffer the pain of hundreds of ghosts devouring your body." Without waiting for the underworld's judge to move, boom! The gate above the Thunder Immortal and Xiaohua's heads simultaneously emitted two huge golden light pillars, firmly enveloping Xiaohua and the Thunder Immortal. "Damn it!" The underworld's judge cursed in a low voice. "This official came too late. This guy is going to be led to the upper realm by the light pillar of the immortal realm." However, in just a few breaths, the underworld's judge's face revealed a sinister smile. "What a pity, although I don't know who you are, you actually reached out to stop me from killing billions of wronged souls that should belong to my underworld. How can this official let this go?" Even if you have ascended to the immortal realm, this official will still catch up to the immortal realm and bring you to justice. The underworld's judge was naturally abusing his position for personal gain. At this moment, how could he know that Xiao Hua was the savior who took billions of souls? As he spoke, he put away the life and death book. The judge's pen drew a strange ghost head in midair, then raised his hand and pointed at the ghost head's forehead. The ghost head howled and fell into the vortex of death energy. Following the ghost head's entry, the vortex of death energy rapidly shrank, finally turning into a black robe that fell outside the underworld's judge's body, covering that scarlet official's robe. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift. Thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX, King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding a strange artifact spirit. Ordinary student Su Ji turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Corporation, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal realm. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, already finished 16 million words. The first Xianxia novel, the story of the cultivation god. Book friends who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116.565446, 170.5713, 64. Chapter 5266. Just as the judge of hell was sending the message to Dark Azura Palace, a few deafening booms rang out. A beam of light shot out from each of the spots where Buddha Maitreya, World-Honored One, Wen Chu, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, Reverend Yun, and Reverend Thunder were transcending their tribulations. Not only that, 3 beams of light also shot out from Xiao Hua's light beam and landed on Dawn Rain Continent and West Ocean, enveloping Empyrean Shur, Celestial, and Daoist Witch. When the light beams landed, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that his Naiwen Palace, Middle Dantian, internal organs, mysterious dark clouds, meridians, bones, flesh, and blood vessels had all disappeared. Intense pain once again rose from his nascent spirit and mind. Ah! As he screamed, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be astonished. In just a few breaths of time, a perfectly fine person had been torn apart. All that was left was a naked nascent soul standing there shyly. 3 heavens beyond the heavens? Daoist, which was covered by the light beam. While he was still puzzled, he suddenly realized that the door to the 3 heavens beyond the heavens had opened for him. Haha! Celestial being was even happier. He danced with joy and said, I'm finally complete. Damn it. Archfiend sure cursed when he saw the light beam landing. But I'm still a part of Big Brother. It's not what I thought. Now, even if Celestial being says it again, I won't believe it. This is recognized by the heaven and earth. Boom. Xiao Hua's nascent soul was revealed. Lightning flashed around him, and his nascent soul avatar was revealed. Its aura was not any weaker than his physical body. Moreover, Xiao Hua's nascent soul Dharma body had just been formed, and the pillar of light condensed by the laws of heaven and earth faded away. Above the Pure Land, in the eyes of the Maitreya Buddha World Zun, it was only a moment before the Buddhist light retracted and fell into the body of the Maitreya Buddha World Zun. The Maitreya Buddha World Zun's golden body followed the Buddhist light and flew into the sky. Inside Xiao Hua's body, where Maitreya Buddha was born, the Naiwen Palace had already disappeared. Under the laws of heaven and earth, what belonged to the Buddha Lord was stripped from Xiao Hua's body and returned to the Buddha Lord. The Saraira returned to its place. High up in the sky, the swastika symbol spun even faster. A lotus-shaped heavenly gate appeared. This heavenly gate was golden and dazzling, and there were countless golden swastika runes engraved on it. An indescribable benevolence emanated from it. Namo Maitreya Buddha. A loud Buddhist chant resounded before Maitreya Buddha landed on the heavenly gate. At the entrance of the heavenly gate, endless Buddhist lights rushed out from the gate. These Buddhist lights fell on the Pure Land world and turned into a sweet rain that fell on the earth. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya Buddha of the world stopped in front of the heavenly gate and turned around. He put his palms together towards the 4 major continents and chanted the name of Buddha. Thank you. A single word of thank you shook the hearts of billions of living beings, and the Buddha's fate and Buddha's roots silently sprouted. Looking at the Maitreya Buddha of the world, he respectfully put his palms together and piously stepped into the heavenly gate. At this moment, the Maitreya Buddha of the world suddenly stopped, as if he thought of something. Then he slowly turned around and looked at the Lin continent with benevolence on his face. Immediately, the Maitreya Buddha of the world pondered for a moment and raised his hand to point at the light behind his head. Woo! A drop of Buddhist light condensed like liquid gold dripped from the light. The Maitreya Buddha of the world raised his hand and flicked it. The Buddhist light carried the mercy of the Buddha kingdom across the sky and instantly fell into the Heavenly Alliance's heavenly wind restriction. Boom! The Buddhist light fell into the heavenly wind. This Buddhist light carried the law of the Buddha kingdom and instantly shattered the barrier of the 10,000 demon realm. Moreover, in the Buddhist light, the Maitreya Buddha of the world had already contained the stabilizing power of the Yi family's space channel. When the Buddhist light fell into the 10,000 demon realm, the space channel also quickly stabilized. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Maitreya Buddha of the world chanted the name of Buddha for the last time, and his other foot also stepped into the heavenly gate. Woo-woo! After the wind passed, the heavenly gate disappeared and the Buddhist light converged. The light in the Pure Land world also gradually returned to normal. However, the Thunder Temple still stopped in the sky and could not hide in the void. That's strange again. The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world was troubled. He scratched his head and said, "The future Buddha Lord has already entered the Buddha kingdom. Logically speaking, the second transformation's golden body should immediately descend into my Thunder Temple. Why isn't there any movement? Could it be that he will descend into the small exquisite temple?" The Mavarakana Buddha of the world looked at the other places in the 4 great continents. The ascension tribulation was also coming to an end. He said thoughtfully, maybe the ascension law of the 4 great continents has yet to fade, and the future Buddha Lord can't descend into this world yet. As expected, when Xiaohua finally entered the distorted heavenly gate, the Thunder Temple rumbled and slowly disappeared into the void. At the same time, the lotus cleansing pond in front of the Thunder Temple started surging, and a ray of Buddhist light shot down from the sky. Namo Maitreya Buddha. A familiar yet unfamiliar Buddhist chant resounded from the sky. The Maitreya Buddha of the world's figure appeared within the Buddhist light once again. Namo Amitabha. Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha. A smile appeared on the 2 Buddha Lords' faces. They went forward and clasped their palms together as they looked at the Buddhist light. However, who knew if this second transformation's golden body Maitreya Buddha of the world was the same as the Maitreya Buddha of the world who had just entered the heavenly gate? In the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, the instant the Buddhist light faded, the starry moon pillar and the crimson pillar of light retracted. Within the stars, Feng Wu and Huang Tong's fleshly bodies were rapidly growing. Woo-woo! Above Huang Tong's head, millions of black and white thunderbolts appeared in the starry sky. Seemingly unparalleled gales also blew down along with the thunderbolts. However, the crimson phoenix egg that Huang Tong had transformed into was as stable as a rock. As it spun, it didn't move at all. Huang Tong's fleshly body was born from this crimson phoenix egg. Kacha! Thunderbolts that resembled the heavenly river poured into the phoenix egg and landed within the 13,200 souls. Huang Tong's fleshly body emitted crimson light that was as blinding as the stars. The starry sky above was completely shattered, and a crimson whirlpool appeared. Within the whirlpool, boundless desolate aura poured out and landed on Huang Tong's body. Huang Tong proudly spread her wings and instantly flew below the whirlpool. Feng Wu was similar to Huang Tong. As the gales fell, the star that Feng Wu had transformed into did not even move, let alone spin. Along with the gales, Feng Wu let out a clear cry and proudly revealed her demon body. On the demon body, an aura that looked down on the world was surging. Boom! The body-shaping thunder suddenly fell and landed on the 13200 small dots. A huge whirlpool also appeared in the shattered starry sky. However, within this whirlpool, the stars were dazzling and unusually beautiful. Huang Tong proudly spread her wings and easily landed below the whirlpool. Whether it was Huang Tong or Feng Wu, they both looked at Xiaohua and then at the Yilin continent. They spread their wings and flew high. Half of their bodies rushed into the whirlpool in the starry sky. They didn't continue flying. Instead, like Maitreya Buddha and the world-honored one flapped her wings and the Demon League's star and moon pillar of light instantly rushed into the Heaven Alliance's forbidden land of split sky. She waved her sharp claws and similarly brought along the Demon League's boundary barrier and pierced into the Heaven Alliance's forbidden land of split soul. Seeing that the two boundary passages to the 10,000 demon realm had formed, the two great sages spread their wings and shouted, "Brother Xiao, what we owe you has been repaid. Let's meet again in the upper domain." Then, the two great sages disappeared. The huge whirlpool slowly shrank until it disappeared. It was the same above the North Sea. When the golden light retracted, the light cocoon shattered instantly. Reverend Yun's dragon body broke out of the cocoon. This dragon body was completely different from before. Other than the golden light that had formed the body, it was also because Xiaohua's meridians had completely entered Reverend Yun's body. Reverend Yun let out a dragon roar. As the golden light rushed into the heaven's eye, the vast aura of the dragon realm poured down from the huge heaven's eye. Reverend Yun's dragon body entered the heaven's eye. He suddenly turned around. Boom! A ray of light shone out from his dragon horn. Together with the aura of the dragon realm, it transcended space and fell into the Heavenly Alliance's forbidden land of Kongqiong. Another boundary passage was formed. "Brother Xiao, we'll meet again someday." Reverend Yun raised his head and let out a low roar. He rushed into the heaven's eye. When the heaven's eye closed, the golden light that illuminated the Dragon Island and the North Sea gradually disappeared. In the dim light, Aojia, who was supposed to rush into the heaven's eye, happily entered the dragon realm as the light faded away. The golden light was retracted. What could be different on the hidden immortal continent? A mysterious smile emerged on Wenchu's face as he looked at the retracted golden light entering his body. Crack! All of a sudden, the golden light trembled. Hundreds of golden thunderbolts fell like rain and smashed towards Wenchu. If it were before, Wenchu would have unleashed the heaven and earth pagoda. But now, he ignored the thunderbolts and let them smash into his body. As the thunderbolts fell into Wenchu's body, wisps of golden light flashed out from the surface of his body. With each wisp of golden light, Wenchu's body would rise by 1 foot. After a full hour, Wenchu's body was completely covered by the golden light, and his appearance could no longer be seen. Dong! Another bell rang. The scroll rolled up and transformed into a lofty palace gate. A cloud flew out from the gate and landed under Wenchu's feet, bringing him to the front of the palace gate. Wenchu stood in front of the palace gate. Swoosh! Countless golden lights shot out from the gate. Countless golden auras turned into thousands of auspicious signs and fell towards the immortal palace and the hidden immortal continent. Wenchu took a step forward and walked into the golden light. Then, he turned around and waved his hand. The golden light turned into a flying sword and whistled across the sky. It went straight into the Dao Alliance's Flood Dao Forbidden area of the Yilin continent. A spatial passage to the 10,000 demon realm was instantly formed. Wenchu looked at the thunderbolts again. Xiaohua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were still undergoing their tribulations. He turned around and entered the palace gate. The palace gate closed immediately and the golden light disappeared. Seeing that the Heavenly Court, Demon League, Buddhist Kingdom, and Dragon Realms portals were closing one after another, the spherical celestial gate above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head also began to emit a rumbling sound. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX, King of Order. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. The first Xianxia novel with 16 million words has been completed. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can discuss the plot in the QQ group, 116565446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 5267. Above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head, the star-like celestial world gate began to rumble and rotate. A huge, silver-white vortex appeared. The previous gate gradually turned into fragments and fell into the vortex. The golden light pillar that covered the Thunderbolt Immortal suddenly shrunk like a giant hand retracting. The Thunderbolt Immortal followed the golden light and landed in front of the vortex. Like Mithriya, Buddha, and the other clones, the Thunderbolt Immortal took a deep look at this world. His eyes flashed with lightning and an indescribable feeling flowed with the lightning. Similar to Wen Chu and the celestial being, the Thunderbolt Immortal formed his human nature in the 4 continents. He had deep feelings for the 4 continents. Without any hesitation, the Thunderbolt Immortal stepped into the vortex and stood in the void. He raised his hand and grabbed. A beam of immortal chi turned into a giant lightning pillar. It rushed through space and fell into the forbidden land of Fu Ming of the Dao Union. Another world passage to the 10,000 demon realm was formed. Celestial being. The Thunderbolt Immortal, who was wearing a silver robe and whose appearance could no longer be seen, looked at the West Sea and laughed inwardly. I've made the passage for you. Let's see how you're going to F***CK that little rabbit. After laughing, the Thunderbolt Immortal looked at Xiao Hua who had landed in another celestial world gate and shouted, Fellow Daoist Xiao, let's meet in the celestial world. Regardless of whether Xiao Hua could hear him or not, the lightning Daoist turned around and entered the immortal world gate. His silvery figure disappeared, and the huge immortal world gate began to rotate slowly. The silvery white light disappeared, and the thousands of lightning bolts gradually disappeared. The immortal world aura that was pressing down on the 4 continents also disappeared quietly. However, at this time, the Grand Mist Ancestor who was quietly approaching the other immortal world gate suddenly revealed half of his panic-stricken face. His figure swayed, and he turned into a distorted light shadow that entered the immortal world gate. His figure swayed, and he turned into a distorted light shadow that entered the immortal world gate. His figure swayed, and he disappeared with the tribulation lightning. Damn it, what is this thing? How can it enter the celestial world at will? Behind the Grand Mist Ancestor, Hell's Magistrate's voice came from a thin wisp of black chi. However, the Underworld Magistrate didn't pay any attention to Huang Xiaolong's actions. Just like the Grand Mist Ancestor, he pounced on Xiao Hua like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to reach the celestial world's gate, the black chi formed by the Underworld Magistrate suddenly trembled. Half a ghost face emerged from the black chi, and he looked at the sky in disbelief. After seeing the dark red color, fear appeared in his eyes, and he muttered in a low voice, This, how is this possible? The Underworld Judge only said 2 words. Then, he didn't dare to stay in the air any longer. His figure flashed, and he landed in the direction of the immortal world gate where the Thunderbolt Immortal had entered. However, the Underworld Judge was still a moment too late. The bright silver vortex had already disappeared, leaving only the outline of the star-like portal from before. However, this was not a problem for the Underworld Judge. The black gas that this guy turned into fell into one of the lightning threads, and disappeared into another realm with the rolling tribulation lightning. The reason why Xiaohua was half a step later than the Thunderbolt Immortal was because he still had one more thing to do. When the celestial world's gate above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head appeared like a vortex, the crisscrossing five-colored lightning patterns above Xiaohua's head began to intertwine. When they condensed in twos and threes, a golden word gradually appeared. Wasn't that the word Dao? When the word Dao was formed, the strokes in the middle turned into lightning and gradually disappeared. A regular portal began to appear. When the door was formed, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror and the Supreme Sky mirror from the space. He raised his hand and pointed at the two magic treasures. Pillars of light shot out from the two magic treasures. As soon as the pillars of light flew out, the pillars of light immediately collapsed and surged like boiling water. Then, the golden light rushed into the Kunlun mirror and the Supreme Sky mirror more ferociously than a mountain flood. For a moment, the two magic treasures shone with golden light. Xiaohua looked at the two magic treasures that were already empty. His hands formed a celestial seal, and according to the Kunlun sect's method of refining the Kunlun mirror, he struck the two magic treasures. When two golden and silver colors appeared on the two mirrors, Xiaohua's heart was set, and he put the two magic treasures into the space. Then, Xiaohua took a deep breath and looked up. Now, the hundreds of millions of runes were like butterflies, flapping their wings, and returned to the edge of the huge portal. With a series of rumbles, the immortal world gate finally opened, and Xiaohua's figure landed in front of the portal along with the guiding golden light. However, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he turned around and looked at the West Sea that seemed to be far away, but also seemed to be right in front of him. He raised his voice and said, "Disciples of the Fortune Gate, cultivators of the four great continents, the spiritual energy of the four great continents has changed, and it is no longer suitable for cultivators to live in. Before I leave with you, I will do one last thing for you. I hope that you can cultivate well in the 10,000 demon realm and spread the name of the human race." With that, Xiaohua raised his hand, and several butterfly-like runes were caught in his hand. When Xiaohua waved his hand, golden light shone brightly, and it turned into a golden bridge that fell into the Dao Alliance's Xianpin Forbidden Land. The golden bridge carried the hope of the four great continents' cultivators, and it deeply penetrated the hinterland of the 10,000 demon realm. Another path of life for cultivators had taken shape. Then, Xiaohua looked in the direction of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the millions of Meng Mountains. After respectfully bowing, he turned and entered the gate of the immortal world. However, just as Xiaohua's figure submerged into the silver light, a sudden change occurred. Rumble! 9-layered lightning suddenly appeared above the door, transforming into a 9-colored dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Xiaohua. This 9-colored true lightning was 10 times more ferocious than the previous tribulation lightning. Xiaohua was shocked, and without thinking, he urged the unstoppable thunderbolt. The same 9-colored lightning flew out from the top of Xiaohua's head, and it condensed into a lightning that looked like the immortal slaying platform in midair, and it pounced on the 9-colored true lightning. When Xiaohua urged the unstoppable thunderbolt, he suddenly realized that this 9-colored true lightning was not a mutation, but because of his scattered nascent soul. When he was crossing the tribulation lightning, he relied on his physical body and did not let his scattered nascent soul come out. Now that his physical body had disappeared, he could only rely on his scattered nascent soul to ascend to the immortal world. However, his scattered nascent soul had not really been baptized by the tribulation lightning. How could the gate of the immortal world let him enter the immortal world? Sure enough, although Xiaohua's unstoppable thunderbolt was powerful, the 9-colored true lightning suddenly formed at the gate of the immortal world, and its power was far beyond Xiaohua's imagination. After Xiaohua's unstoppable thunderbolt was destroyed, it pounced on Xiaohua like a wave. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. If he knew that his physical body would be taken away by Feng Wu, he would have brought his scattered nascent soul. Now, this 9-colored true lightning was 9 tribulation lightning mixed together. How could his scattered nascent soul bear it? However, even if it could not bear it, Xiaohua still had to bear it, because the incomparable pressure of the immortal world's boundary made him unable to face it at all. Only when his scattered nascent soul was baptized by the tribulation lightning, and his immortal chi was completely born, could his scattered nascent soul survive in the immortal world. Rumble! The huge lightning flood drowned Xiao Hua, and an indescribable pain came from the surface of his nascent soul. Moreover, this lightning wave was more than the previous one, and it had reached the limit that Xiao Hua could not bear. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Really useless, although this voice was separated by the barrier of the immortal world and sounded like distorted thunder, Xiao Hua could hear it clearly. This voice was very familiar. Senior Su? Xiao Hua could not help but feel warm in his heart. He seemed to recall that day in the Star Moon Palace, when Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu were about to leave. Su Ji had said, "On the day you ascend, I will come and pick you up." Swoosh? Following Su Ji's voice, the nine-colored true lightning that was about to destroy Xiao Hua's scattered nascent soul suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua could see clearly again that in the distance, a tall silver figure was standing there. At this time, the silver was no longer as dazzling as before. Xiao Hua could see clearly that it was Su Ji. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He urged his body to fly out and called out, "Su!" However, just as Xiao Hua's figure moved, a terrifying barrier force surged forth and firmly suppressed Xiao Hua's scattered nascent soul. This barrier force surged forth and submerged Xiao Hua's consciousness. Xiao Hua's vision gradually turned black. However, just before Xiao Hua fainted, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the smiling Su Ji. He shouted, "You are not Su Ji?" The silver figure was stunned and asked curiously, "How did you know?" "Because Su Ji will definitely not destroy the public interest for personal reasons." Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and resisted the fainting force that surged over him like a tide. He shouted, "He would rather watch me get turned into dust by the tribulation lightning than help me." Hee hee. Xiao Hua could only hear the cold laughter of the human figure in his ears. His consciousness gradually fell into darkness. Xiao Hua's body fell into the celestial realm gate. That Dao word slowly recovered. The crisscrossing lightning net also slowly fell into the Dao word. The last bit of the celestial might from the upper realm that enveloped the four great continents gradually disappeared. Just as the Dao word was about to disappear and the tribulation clouds also dissipated, the red color of the sky and the green color of the earth slowly converged into an enormous human face with only an outline. This human face swept across the four great continents and then looked at the aura of the celestial realm gate. It sighed and said, "AI, I am still too late." After saying that, the human face also disappeared in a direction like the celestial realm gate. Following the disappearance of the human face, the red color in the sky disappeared, and the green color on the ground disappeared. In the Far East, a rising sun had already accumulated power. When the scene of heaven and earth appeared, the rising sun leaped out and sprinkled the earth with sunlight. It was a new day in the four great continents. The book is finished. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Finally, after the book is finished, there will be a book satisfaction survey on the top right of the homepage of The Story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Daoists who have fully subscribed have the right to vote. If the satisfaction level is over 85%, the third place will be rewarded. I hope that fellow Daoists who are satisfied can vote. Thank you. In addition, the third place has a small wish. The Story of the Cultivation God has 16 million words. Up to this point, it should have cost you a lot of Qidian coins. You can take a look at your own fan points. If you are not far from the Alliance Master, 100,000 Qidian coins, and also like The Story of the Cultivation God, the third place earnestly requests that you reward me with a small amount of Qidian coins to be the Alliance Master. Perhaps in the future, The Story of the Cultivation God will really become another legend of Qidian. This legend will be the legend of how many fellow Daoists gather together to form a tower, new book, King of Order, http://www. Chidian. Combook 1004144972. SPX. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the celestial realm. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already finished writing the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Daoists who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116565446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 5268. As the sun rose, the golden sunlight illuminated the waves of the West Sea. Daoist which stood up and stretched. He looked at the celestial being who was floating on the waves and said, "Let's go. Since Daoist Xiao and the others have ascended, why should we stay in the West Sea? You go." The celestial being rolled his eyes at Daoist Witch and said, "You go back to Mount Meng. I promised Daoist Xiao that I would guard the fortune gate for him in the 4 continents." The celestial being looked at the dawn rain continent in the distance and said meaningfully, "Of course, now that the 10,000 demon realm and the 4 continents have formed a passage, how can I still guard the West Sea? It's time to bring Lu Yi and the others to the 10,000 demon realm to see Little White and greet the great sages of the demon race." Daoist friend. Daoist which frowned when he heard this, "If you go to the 10,000 demon realm yourself, I won't stop you. But if you bring my Fortune Gate's disciples there, that won't do. After all, it's the 10,000 demon realm, not a place where we humans can stay. Don't forget what happened to the Profound Alliance." "Don't worry, Daoist friend." The celestial being smiled, "You are the 6th master of the Fortune Gate, and I am the 8th master. How can I not think for my disciples? Yuan Ye, Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan, Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and the others are their disciples and our disciples. I will discuss this matter with them before making a decision." Taoist which thought for a moment, looked into the distance, and said with a smile, "Since the leaders of the Heaven Alliance and the Tao Alliance are here, they must be worried about the cultivation of the 2 great immortal alliances. We can let Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and the others discuss with them. It won't be too late to move after we have a thorough arrangement." "Of course." The celestial being shrugged, "You think you're the only one who knows? Let's go and find Lu Yi and the others. Let them discuss with the Heaven Alliance and Tao Alliance. You and I are not good at this kind of thing." "Yes, we must do it as soon as possible." Daoist which also nodded, "Fellow Daoists, you left behind the last merit when you ascended. We can't let the demon clan great sage of the demon realm find out about it first. Otherwise, they may destroy the space passage." Following that, the heavenly being and Daoist Wu tore through space and landed in the Fortune Tao Palace. They were looking for Lu Yi and the other Fortune Gate disciples, as well as Old Man Gu Qiong and the other Yilan continent cultivators. In front of the Imperial Devil Valley, Archdevil Venerable Shur looked up at the azure sky. His earlier soul-stirring experience had turned into a legend for the 4 great continents. He turned to Zhang Qingxiao and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to go to our destination." "Yes, Master." Zhang Qingxiao got up, but after flying a few feet, she could not help but turn her head again. However, the sky was still the same, and nothing unexpected happened. Archdevil Venerable Shur wanted to reprimand her, but he could not help but take another look. Then, with a wave of his hand, Devil Chi appeared around him, and he rushed into the depths of the Imperial Devil Valley. He shouted, "There's no need to look anymore. If you have the heart, you should ascend to the Devil Swamp as soon as possible. Maybe you will have a chance to find Xiao Hua." Big Brother Xiao. On the Heavenly Gate Mountain, Huang Mingxiang also stood in the air. His eyes were filled with determination, and he said, "Don't worry, even if you ascend to the immortal world, I will go back to find you. You are the only one in my heart." In the Imperial Lightning Sect, in the small mound that looked like a grave, Sun Shu looked at the sky and the earth for a long time without saying a word. Suddenly, a figure flew over from the distance. Sun Shu did not look back and asked indifferently, "What are you doing here? I heard that you have already contacted the Fortune Gates Bear Palm Sect and the others. Are you busy with the Rejuvenation Chamber of Commerce?" The person who came was naturally Qian Diheng. He smiled faintly and said, "Things have a priority. With the Fortune Gate in the Dawn Rain continent, my Rejuvenation Chamber of Commerce has nothing to worry about." "It has ascended, right?" Sun Shu looked at the earth and the sky again, and asked in disbelief. Qian Diheng nodded and also looked at the earth and answered, "Such a vast ascension phenomenon shook the entire Dawn Rain continent. If it was not him, who could it be? He is a divine dragon, we can only see his head and not his tail. We will never be able to catch up to him." Sun Shu looked at the sky and muttered, "He is a legend." Qian Diheng also looked at the sky and said in a low voice, "He is also a savior. But in our hearts, he is still our senior brother, our family. He has ascended, but he is still in our hearts." "Thank you, you can go now." Sun Shu forced a smile on his face and said, "I will stay here for a while, then I will leave immediately." But Qian Diheng did not hesitate and flew up into the sky. He smiled and said, "I will leave now, but remember, life without senior brother Xiao is still life. You and I still have to cultivate." "I know." Sun Shu glared at Qian Diheng and no longer paid attention to him. Myriad Thunder Valley, a group of disciples were still outside the cave. Zhuo Wu also looked at the sky, unwilling to look away. "Master's wife." Cui Hongshan said in a low voice, "Senior brother Xiao has already ascended, you don't have to look anymore." "Okay." Zhuo Wu retracted his gaze and looked at the disciples on his left and said, "Xiao Hua is the pride of our Myriad Thunder Valley. You all must remember that he is your role model, whether it is a person or a cultivator. Yes, disciples understand." The disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley answered respectfully, their faces filled with incomparable glory. In the entire Imperial Thunder Sect, in the entire Dawn Rain continent, except for Xiao Hua of Myriad Thunder Valley, no one had heard of any cultivator passing the tribulation and ascending to the immortal world. Million Meng Mountains, in the Hutu stronghold, in the White Bone Hall, Ziming was prostrating on the ground and touching the ground with his head. He was really praying to the statue of Hutu Great God. At this moment, the door of the hall opened and Wu Lao came in. Wu Lao did not say anything, but floated in front of Ziming and kowtowed and prayed. Then he got up and looked at Ziming and said, "He has already gone." Ziming's body trembled slightly, but he did not raise his head and only asked in a low voice, "Did it go smoothly? If he can't pass the tribulation and ascend, there will be no more Daoist cultivators in this world who can ascend to the immortal world." Wu Lao replied with a smile on his face. "Phew." As if he had been worried for a long time, Ziming finally let out a sigh of relief and kowtowed again. "Thank you for your mercy, Hutu Great God, thank you for your mercy." Wu Lao wanted to say more, but seeing that Ziming still did not get up, he sighed and turned around. Dawn Rain Continent, Yi Lin Continent, Hidden Immortal Continent, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, Pure Land World, regardless of Daoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, demon race, Buddhist sect, or dragon race, they were all talking about the Ascension Tribulation with great interest. The opening of the heavenly gates of the four realms, which had never been done before and would never be done in the future, would definitely set off a new peak of cultivation and would also uncover a new situation. Of course, this would also be the arrival of a post-Xiao Hua era. However, everyone did not know that after the heavenly gates of the immortal world finally closed, another soul-stirring battle took place in a place that no one could see. The heavenly gates of the immortal world slowly closed, and the unparalleled pressure of the immortal world crashed down. Although Xiaohua's body emitted a silver light, that silver light was very thin, and the nearby lightning light was still slowly pouring in, as if it was desperately expelling something that did not belong to the immortal world from the scattered infant's body. Seeing that Xiaohua recognized him, that human figure flashing with silver light smiled coldly, and the silver light on his face seemed to peel off a piece of silk, revealing another face. At this time, Xiaohua's consciousness was already blurred, so how could he see this person's face clearly? That person also looked at Xiaohua indifferently and said, "You are very careful, but unfortunately, the heavenly gates of the immortal world have already closed. Do you have any other choice?" "Damn it." Xiaohua endured a moment of darkness and said with difficulty, What happened to him?" That person did not answer, and seemed to understand that Xiaohua wanted to fish for information. He only flew over and said, "Just take care of yourself, tell me everything you know, maybe." With that person waved his hand, and a bright silver immortal weapon flew out. This immortal weapon was like a rope, and when it flew out, it gave birth to restrictions that Xiaohua could not match. However, before that person could activate the immortal art, he heard Xiaohua roar, "You dare to have ideas about your little grandpa? Go to hell for this little grandpa." While speaking, the 100 or so scattered infant that Xiaohua had previously collected into the space suddenly flew out. As soon as these scattered infant flew out, they immediately arranged the golden crow immortal slaying demon formation in the space. When that person saw so many scattered nascent souls, he could not help being greatly shocked and cried out in shock, "When did you all transcend the tribulation? Why didn't I know?" There was no need for this person to know anything. Just as the scattered infant flew out, the gate of the immortal world that had not yet disappeared shook again. Boom, boom, boom. More than 909 colored true thunders crazily rushed out, attacking the 100 or so scattered infant. Roar, roar, roar. The 100 or so scattered infant roared like Xiaohua, and all the spirits of the scattered infant showed signs of collapse as silver light rushed out rapidly. However, their faces were cold, and their eyes were like lightning as they looked at that person. Seeing hundreds of angry eyes looking at him, that person was a little creeped out, but he still sneered, raised his hand and pointed at the rope-shaped immortal weapon and sneered, "So what if there are more scattered infant? They just have more weapon spirits to refine immortal weapons." However, without waiting for him to finish speaking, the 100 or so scattered infant cast the immortal art at the same time, and the same thunderbolt was used. More than 100 immortal slaying stages flew out, and with the help of the golden crow immortal slaying demon formation, they condensed into a 9-colored immortal slaying stage that looked like a golden crow, and angrily pounced on that person. Seeing such a thunderbolt that exceeded his expectations, that person turned pale with fright. Silver light flashed all over his body, and layers of phantoms appeared, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Xiaohua had persisted for so long, wasn't it to lure him over? Boom! The immortal slaying stage fell, and it precisely chopped that person's immortal spirit body. That person screamed, and the silver light turned into fist-sized runes that overflowed. Layers of grayish-black light and shadow surged out from the depths of this light, like boiling water. Seeing the immortal weapon that was like a spirit snake falling from midair, Xiaohua's vision turned black, and he finally fainted under the mighty power of the immortal world. The miserable Xiaohua not only set foot in the immortal world with the body of a scattered infant, but he also encountered a black hand as soon as he ascended. What was the purpose of this black hand? What was the situation of Su Ji and Fairy Xingyue? When Xiaohua ascended, the Grand Mist Ancestor, the underworld judge, and who was that voice that made the underworld judge afraid? Who knew what Xiaohua's trip to the immortal world was like? It really made people look forward to it. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, and reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Finally, after the book is finished, there will be a book satisfaction survey on the top right of the homepage of The Story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Daoists who have fully subscribed are eligible to vote. If the satisfaction level exceeds 85%, the third place will receive a reward from Qidian. I hope that fellow Daoists who are satisfied can vote. Thank you. In addition, the third place has a small wish. The story of the cultivation god has 16 million words. Up to this point, it should have cost you a lot of Qidian coins. You can take a look at your own fan value. If you are not far from the Alliance Master, 100,000 Qidian coins, and also like the story of the cultivation god, the third place earnestly asks you to reward me with a small amount of Qidian coins to be the Alliance Master. Perhaps in the future, the story of the cultivation god will really become another legend of Qidian. New book, http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX, King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descending from the heavens, a strange artifact spirit is hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turns something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the city of mortals. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact within my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duantanhua's new book has already finished writing the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Daoists who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duantanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duantanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116.56.5446, 170.57.13, 64. Chapter 5269. The Immortal World Chapter of Cultivating Gods https. Book. Qidian. Cominfo 1010594608 Conquering the Path of Immortality, Stepping on the Watchtower of Gods, I Want to Be Free. Cultivating the Nascent Soul, Casting the Immortal Body, Engraving the Supreme Immortal Mark. The starry sky opens, the battle of gods, the depths of the heavens, the road home. I am Xiaohua. This is the story of me moving mountains and overturning seas in the immortal world, creating living beings, free and unfettered, immortal, and even creating the universe. Clouds as mountain ridges, fog as valleys, clouds as neon garments, stars as hairpins. For seasons of beauty, 1 yuan ends, 1,000 generations of the Mu Zhao Jun returns. In the immortal world, in a certain lofty mountain range, a heaven-piercing lightning pillar fiercely flickered under the red light of the scarlet crow Sunday. That lightning pillar was several tens of mu thick, with holes like immortal spiritual energy madly pouring into it. Inside, there were arcs of lightning surging like waves. Within the arcs of lightning, golden lightning condensed into fist-sized balls that wantonly churned. The light of the lightning pillar not only covered thousands of li, but the sound of thunder also disturbed the secluded wilderness like a war drum. Sunset, thunder breath, the lightning pillar slowly shrank. When the dazzling flames of the lightning pillar disappeared, the lightning fell into the lofty palace. This palace seemed to be hidden between the boundless forest, but also seemed to be in another independent space. Left and right, the immortal mist was indistinct, unable to see the real thing. However, between the cornices and arches, one could clearly see that the palace had been in disrepair for many years and had collapsed. Although the palace was old, under the afterglow of the scarlet crow sun, it still gave birth to layers of scarlet light. Within this light, there were fist-sized silver runes rolling, or arm-sized golden lights overflowing. Strands of enormous aura scattered in the surrounding lush trees and strange craggy rocks as if breathing. The immortal spiritual energy of the immortal world was extremely dense. Many places gathered into clouds, and there were even places where the clouds condensed into droplets. Any cave in the immortal world could be a heavenly paradise in the mortal world. In this kind of environment, the trees of the immortal world were even thicker. All of them were several tens of zhang thick and over 10,000 zhang tall. With trees like this, how could mountain peaks be low? Normally, mountains were several tens of thousands of zhang tall, not to mention lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, perhaps even 1,000,000 zhang tall. However, the trees here were slender, only several tens of zhang tall. However, on the surface of these trees, There were some faint runes that appeared and disappeared along with the flowing scarlet light. It was quite strange. As for the strange rock, it was densely packed with pearl-like objects. These pearl-like objects were the same copper color as the mountain rock, but under the crimson light, the copper color flowed like water droplets. Strands of golden light shone on them, revealing the shape of chains. Not only that, there were many strange rocks piled up as if they were layers upon layers, but many times, these overlapping areas were actually folds, which should have fallen within the spatial faults. At this moment, an immortal beast that looked like a four-legged snake slithered down the tree. When it got close, it opened its mouth and coiled its blood-red tongue around the bead-like object on the rock like lightning. Just like picking a fruit, the bead-like object was swallowed by the four-legged snake immortal beast. The four-legged snake immortal beast had just stuck out its tongue again when it suddenly retracted it. It turned its head sharply and looked in the direction of the palace. At this moment, in the sky above the palace, the dark green Xiaohao had just poked its head out a little. The four-legged snake immortal beast was obviously not an artistic person, so it did not look at the picturesque Xiaohao. Just as it turned its head, a thunderous rumble came from within the palace. The entire palace began to shake violently, and the nearby mountain peaks and trees swayed as well. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Then, the scarlet light rushed out like a flood, instantly covering the surrounding trees and rocks. The greedy four-legged snake immortal beast was also caught in it. Wherever the light passed, the trees and rocks instantly produced runes that flickered with scarlet light. Unfortunately, these runes flashed and disappeared, and the trees and rocks were destroyed as if they were rotten wood. If the rocks were like this, how good could the four-legged snake immortal beast be? It struggled with all its might, and specks of light flickered crazily under its scales. Circles of strange patterns rushed out like waves, but its struggle was so weak that it could not resist the impact of the light at all. In a moment, it was minced into meat paste. Ah! Following another scream from within the palace, the light that rushed out retreated like a tide. When it returned to the palace, the crimson light dimmed a little. It was like the scarlet sun in the sky, but it had an additional feeling of the setting sun. After the scream, the palace regained its tranquility. Only the bleak night wind began to blow. As the light destroyed the trees that covered the palace, the entire palace was revealed. This palace had a radius of about 1,000 acres and a height of more than 10,000 feet. Except for the core part that was still intact, the rest of the palace had collapsed and abandoned. However, even so, the words, "Reception Palace," could still be seen on the plaque hanging high above the entrance of the palace.